Welcome back to New World Next Week. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com.
And I am James Evan Pilato of MediaMonarchy.com. In a digital world, it'd be easy to forget there's a large group of people that are not digital. We've got that story plus another major ruling against fluoride in the water. But first, those dastardly Iranians have struck without any other context. Iran fires at least 180 missiles into Israel as the region-wide conflict grows. World War III countdown commence. Iran launched at least 180 missiles into Israel this past Tuesday, the latest in a series of rapidly escalating attacks between Israel and Iran and its Arab allies that threatens to push the Middle East closer to a region-wide war. Iran said the barrage was retaliation for a series of devastating blows Israel had landed in recent weeks against the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon, which has been firing rockets into Israel since the Gaza war began, the most recent iteration. Earlier Tuesday, Israel launched what it had said was a ground incursion into southern Lebanon. Israel scrambled for bomb shelters, with the irony not lost on them as air raid sirens sounded and the orange glow of missiles streaked across the night sky. Israeli military spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari said the country's air defenses intercepted many of the incoming Iranian missiles, though some landed in central and southern Israel. Israel's National Rescue Service said 2 people were lightly wounded by shrapnel. In the West Bank, Palestinian officials said a Palestinian man was killed by a missile that fell near the town of Jericho. I guess the walls collapsed on him. Though it wasn't clear where the attack originated, Netanyahu vowed to retaliate against Iran, which he had said made a big mistake and will pay for it. Thankfully, of course, Team America is there to back up their well-funded ally. U.S. will ensure Iran faces severe consequences for attacking Israel. That one comes from antiwar.com, and a lot of great work coming from antiwar.com. Senator Graham calls for U.S. to strike Iranian oil sites in response to attack on Israel, says half-dead Congress critter, the one that glitches out on camera all the time now. But whatever did those poor innocent Israelis do to deserve this, other than being the only democracy in the Middle East? Oh, that's right. Israel confirms its ground invasion of Lebanon has begun. That one's from activistpost.com. Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon kill at least 55 in 24 hours. Israel kills 23 more Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Israeli strikes kill 6, including TV anchor around the Syrian capital of Damascus. So obviously this is adding more and more pieces onto the board. And as for Team America, imagine our shock. The U.S. privately encouraged Israel to escalate in Lebanon. Politico reports that U.S. officials Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein, an IDF veteran, told Israeli officials they agreed with the plan to escalate. And some of the latest we have for you, again, because of course, as James will probably reiterate, fast-moving story. We're taping this on October 2nd to me here in the States, early morning October 3rd to him in Japan. Fast-moving story as ever. Israel said mulling attacks on Iran rigs and nuclear sites in response to missile attack, and Israelis leave shelters after Iranian attack of 180 ballistic missiles. IDF says they are preparing to hit back, and wouldn't you know it, it's Rosh Hashanah. James?
Yes, thank you for that. You read my mind. Exactly as you were saying that, I was thinking, well, I've said this once before, but it bears repeating. Yes, we are recording this, of course, 24 hours before people start hearing it. So whatever the latest information is will not be available to us. So fill it in with the last 24 hours of headlines. But I will throw in a couple of other headlines just to flesh this story out a little bit as it stands here. For example, the hard-hitting tabloid journalists at The Sun. How artificial intelligence and space missiles saved Israel from carnage after Iran unleashed missile blitz, which, even for The Sun, is a bit of an unusual article because it takes the narrative tack of would Britain have been able to survive this Iranian missile strike? And it concludes, no, Britain would not have been able to survive, but Israel did. Why? Because they have all the highest tech gadgetry, like the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 anti-ballistic missile systems, which can shoot down missiles in outer space. And, oh yeah, 2 U.S. naval destroyers sitting there helping them out, which may be an important part of the equation. Yeah, imagine our shock that Uncle Sam is 100% in Israel's corner. I am shocked, absolutely. But, and don't worry, guys. Biden's going to tamp things down here. Biden doesn't want Israeli retaliatory strike on Iranian nuclear sites. So consider it not done, right? They're definitely going to listen to Weekend at Biden's and take their marching orders from him. Oh, wait, they're going to continue doing whatever they want, and America's going to continue supporting it 100%, no matter which side of the phony left-right aisle you vote for in November. Have fun, Americans. Anyway, this is the state of things as it sits as we're recording this. It is a moving story. I know we're talking about this pretty much every week now, but it's kind of a big deal, and I think people should have their eyes on this.
Even though it's been a little bit since we have produced a New World Next Week episode, yes, this has we could have taped one yesterday and it would still just be the escalation of what's going on in the Middle East. Oh, yeah, and of course, another $1 trillion to Israel and Ukraine. Sorry about all those hurricane folks here in America. You know, my last boyfriend, he had a real Kroner comprehension problem, James. Norway strengthens right to pay in cash. From October 1st, consumers in Norway should start to see less friction when trying to pay with cash. Norway is seen by many as a cashless society with credit cards and VIPs widely used. VIPPS. Let's put a pin in that and wonder what that is. However, I can guess what it might be. Studies suggest that as many as 600,000 Norwegians are not comfortable with digital solutions for various reasons. In modern Norway, it's easy to forget that many people prefer using cash. For instance, since Norway's new banknotes were introduced, the writer of this article has barely handled them. I have a few banknotes stashed away for emergencies, but I rarely carry any with me. Personally, I use debit credit card, Apple Pay, and Norway's mobile payment system, VIPs. Thank you for that extra context, depending on the scenario. The government believes that people uncomfortable with the digital solutions must have the same opportunity to pay as everyone else, which is, you know, what we point out here in the States. See, it says legal tender on this bill. You have to accept it in America. However, in recent years, some outlets have begun to refuse to accept cash. And of course, all of this was accelerated by the great scamdemic. As such, the government has taken concrete steps to ensure that the right to pay with cash is strengthened. Back in June, the Norwegian Parliament passed the government's proposal for amendments to the Financial Agreements Act. The changes strengthen consumers' right to pay with cash and will make the rules easier to understand and practice for both customers and businesses. The King hath declared in the Council of State that the changes will take effect yesterday, October 1st, 2024. In a digital world, it can be easy to forget there's a large group of people who are not digital, said Minister of Justice and Public Security Emil Enger Mail. She also highlighted the importance of cash for Norway's preparedness. Paying with cash in Norway should be easier from now on. James, this might be a slightly wonky translated kind of article, maybe not English as first language, which I can't say anything because that's my only language. The fact that the rules in the Financial Agreements Act are becoming clearer and easier to practice is something that many have requested for a long time. I am pleased that the majority in the Storting, I assume that's their Congress, their Parliament, clearly supported our proposal to strengthen the right to pay with cash. She added, people should be confident that they can pay when they go to a store or a restaurant or hairdresser or for vegetable lasagna. James?
See you later.
A lot of Seinfeld references.
Yeah, what does it say that I immediately got that reference? Yeah. Anyway, well, it just so happens I am perfectly fluent in Norwegian. Jeg har vondt I magen, so I can attest to the accurate translation of this. Well, okay, not really. But anyway, you get the gist. And I think this story is hopeful. It's a good story for once. Yay. Not unmitigated good news. No, I think this is just straightforward good news. And I hope to see more of this in the future. And this is the type of thing that is so commonsensical that, honestly, there is no possible establishment propaganda line on this that will stick. And I say this advisedly because this topic has come up for me in recent conversations, multiple different disconnected conversations in real life with real people. I'm not talking about online chat here. Yeah, some of them, of course, in the conspiracy realist orbit. So, you know, maybe not the most unbiased sample, but some complete normies and people who don't think about this type of thing. And every single person I've talked to, I haven't seen one that is like, yay, cashless payments. We should go all cashless for everything. What could go wrong? No, everyone I have talked to says, no, that's a bad idea. If for no other reason than the inevitable power outage or network disruption or whatever, what do you do in an emergency situation? At the very, very least, yes, we should still have cash backup systems for that, right? And that's the type of basic bottom line common sense that I think the vast, vast, vast majority of the public is on board with. And even for the people who are like, no, I want to pay cashless for everything all the time. I don't think they're the type of people who would say, and you shouldn't be able to pay cash ever. Who would say that other than a bankster? So this is one of those issues that I think there is enough overwhelming consensus on this issue that it should be possible to overcome, even just on the life preservation side of things for politicians. You know, we have to at least pretend to go along with what the public wants. This seems like an easy victory for any politician pretending to lead a parade. So, yes, let's push forward on this and use Norway as an example. Now Norway can be, okay, guys, you saw what happened there. Let's make it happen here. I think this is a good story.
James, is still mostly cash here in New Mexico. I've kind of, will occasionally apprise you of my adventures of using cash around America. One of my previous flights, actually, in 2023, buying one beer at the, airport bar. Oh, not many people use cash. And she couldn't even get me my correct change back. Now, I would have tipped all that extra change anyway, but yeah, I was like, this is not even the amount of change. Yeah. People will kind of skip past it and go, oh, la, 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 I think it's okay. That was not in New Mexico. But cash is still king here in New Mexico. And James, really, didn't we used mostly cash in Japan with you in 2019 when I think about it? Because we weren't, of course, going to make a habit of, I'll go to the ATM. We converted, I think, a lot when we were there at customs getting out of the international airport.
Yeah,
so it was
in
mostly
2019, yes. But in 2024, not so much. Because, yes, it's still mostly cash, but there's definitely a cashless push that's going on in Japan, and more people are paying with cards and stuff. So it is changing here. And I, not this past week, but a recent trip to Tokyo, I went into a cafe, ordered my breakfast, and went to pay for it, and they said, oh, no cash here. And I have never, ever seen that in Japan. So that was truly shocking to me. And I just had to, okay, well, I guess that's it. And I just turned around and walked out. Yeah. So it is changing here in Japan, unfortunately.
And is that a result of the scamdemic?
I think scamdemic is a good cover for it, but it's clearly something that was taking place anyway.
Okay. Well, and we've seen our buddy Brock's international adventures roll into a restaurant, and the server is a robot. So it is 2024 indeed, and this is New World Next Week, episode 566. Sorry we hadn't made an episode for you in a little bit. We'll make it up for you right here. Judge orders EPA to address potential risks of fluoride in drinking water. After, of course, a long summer of drinking all that sunscreen to protect your skin, a federal judge in California on September 25th ordered the Air is Safe to Breathe at Ground Zero Environmental Protection Agency, the hated EPA, to strengthen its rules around fluoride in drinking water, writing that the compound could pose a risk to children's intellectual development. In an 80-page ruling, U.S. District Judge Edward Chin in San Francisco noted that while it's not certain that the amount of fluoride that is typically added to drinking water can lower the IQ in children, he concluded that new research suggests that it might pose such a risk. In August, the Federal National Toxicology Program found there's a link between higher amounts of fluoride exposure and a lower IQ in children, potentially upending the long-standing practice of adding it to tap water to, what are we saying, prevent tooth decay. The agency based its conclusion on studies involving fluoride levels at about twice the level of recommended for the drinking water. So, of course, critics can say, this is double. No one would ever have this much water. And, of course, they never talk about you being in your shower and your pores opening up and getting all that into your body that way as well. On September 24th, Chin sided with several advocacy groups that filed a lawsuit against the EPA, which had argued that it wasn't clear what effect fluoride exposure might have at lower levels. However, the federal agency is required to make sure that there's a margin between the hazard level and the exposure level. If there is an insufficient margin, then the chemical poses a risk, he wrote. Simply put, the risk to health at exposure levels in the United States drinking water is sufficiently higher to trigger regulatory response by the EPA under federal law, according to Chin. He said that scientific literature in the record provides a high level of certainty that a hazard is present and that fluoride is associated with reduced IQ, according to study after study after study of "you're crazy." After 7 years of pursuing legal action, let's give it up to the Fluoride Action Network. They have won their lawsuit against the EPA as it stands right now. EPA must reduce fluoride's IQ risk to children, the court says. I'll include a couple of other links there. One to our good friends at decensored.news and one from Bloomberg Law. So the normies are having to talk about this. Some other health-related relateds I covered recently on my morning show. U.S. government-funded private social network attacking pesticide critics. And new U.S. study says cancer risk from pesticides is equivalent to smoking those dirty, dirty cigarettes. James, another ruling against drinking sunscreen.
Nice summary. Yes, exactly. And what nice retroactive vindication for all those people who, like me, have had conversations with people in the past. I remember vividly having a conversation with a coworker, it must have been 12 years ago or something, trying to explain to them, drinking fluoride actually isn't the most effective way of preventing tooth decay, let alone all of the possible neurotoxic effects of fluoride. And I remember she looked at me as if I was literally insane. Like, what are you even, how can you possibly, anyway. Here we are, and yes, another good story, at the very least, because who would have thought in the completely controlled judicial system that they would have even gone this far? Now, what happens as a result of that? Well, some good things have already started to happen as a result of this, so let's see if we can push that through. I will just throw in a couple of things for further context. First, the press release from the Fluoride Action Network. Federal court rules that water fluoridation poses an unreasonable risk to children, which goes through the ruling and its implications, but also from Children's Health Defense. House of Cards. Some cities hit pause on water fluoridation in wake of historic federal ruling. And they go through 3 municipalities that have already halted water fluoridation because of this ruling, and hopefully that's just the tip of the iceberg. Obviously a moving story, so we'll continue to cover it. I hope to talk to Michael Connett again of the Fluoride Action Network, or the litigation for the Fluoride Action Network about this story. And for people who are interested, in the comment section of CorbettReport.com, specifically at this point in the September open thread, Corbett Report member Home Remedy Supply has been leaving a lot of links to various articles about this and keeping abreast of the latest. So, yes, keep your eyes peeled for this. This is an important ruling. I think it will have some effect, and we will see how much the EPA can push back against this, but I'm sure they're going to try.
Home Remedy Supply is a good dude. He's a Media Monarchy supporter as well. James, isn't it the amazing power of the state? And unfortunately, our parents, I think, are pretty hardcore in this. If it's illegal, it is bad and immoral, and I won't even deign to think about it for a moment. But once that magic yoke of the state is removed, they'll kind of go, wait, so you're saying we can't do this now? And they still, being good little statists, immediately will then turn the spigot off because they're saying, now wait, the state says this might not be good. It is interesting times indeed. James, newworldnextweek.com is a way to support both of our works. It's got t-shirts, it's got DVDs, it's got media, it's got digital downloads. And speaking of t-shirts, it has those brand new Corbett Report logo shirts that I showed off on the previous New World Next Week episode as I'm showing off my new American flag Arctic Monkeys t-shirt. This is not available on the store. But those shirts are live, the new Corbett Report logo, and again, they look good. The new logo, James, has a nice little kind of bing to it. And yes, you will even have your own American-style baseball caps coming soon with the new Corbett Report logo as well. So if you want to head over to newworldnextweek.com, you can sign up, make an account.
Welcome back to New World Next Week. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com.
And I'm James Evan Pilato of MediaMonarchy.com. Maybe we need to think about where it's appropriate to use digital devices. We have got that story, plus the great land grab Hurricane FEMA conspiracy. But first, World ID humanness verification launches in Poland to help increase trust online. Why, yes, this is a corporate press release. World ID verification is launched in Poland, increasing access to important proof of humanness technology in Europe. Starting today, individuals can orb verify their World ID in the Polish capital of Warsaw, which I believe is where, Kafka did a lot of his writing. This verified World ID will allow them to anonymously authenticate as a unique human in a growing number of online applications, often accompanied by rewards for helping businesses differentiate between real users and potential spam bots. It was all in Czechoslovakia. Sorry, correction on the Kafka. I saw your face. I remembered on my own. I just saw your correction. According to a 2023 study, Polish citizens are not only encountering AI-powered bots much more frequently online, but more often than not report these as negative experiences. Innovative solutions like World ID can help clearly differentiate between bots and humans online while preserving people's anonymity. More information on verification locations can be found in World app by visiting the WorldCoin website. The launch of WorldCoin verifications in Poland comes as WorldCoin's human-first technologies like World ID and World Chain have continued to grow worldwide. In addition to the launch of World ID verifications in Austria, WorldCoin achieved a new milestone in Asia by partnering with the Applied Research and Development arm of the Malaysian government to bring digital proof of humanness to the country. World Chain, the first blockchain designed to prioritize verified humans, has added new integrations and infrastructure partners, including Safe, Alchemy, Fireblocks, and other words I've never heard of as it nears mainnet launch. World ID, which was recently successfully extended from Ethereum to Solana, they've got all your hippest crypto coins, has seen its integrations grow as well. Verified World ID holders can now authenticate as unique humans on everything from social media and news platforms to Web3 gaming apps, and of course, the all-important online retailers. World ID introduced in Guatemala, Malaysia, Poland. Launch comes at key moment for AI. In other related news, WorldCoin pivots away from Europe amid the tangle of GDPR problems. And yes, we did talk about staring into the orb for free money on this very show back in November of 2021. Gaze into the orb for free money. James, I can really see this appealing to the crowd that gets mystery syringe shots from strangers in parking lots.
Yeah. Exactly right. Yeah, this is an example of what is, I think, probably going to be a theme in this episode, which is a real problem, I suppose, but with solutions that are no solution at all. And in this case, the real problem is proof of humanness. Because, yes, that is now a thing that we now have to take into account. Because, yes, there are bots and whatever that is posting all sorts of junk online. Ever heard of dead internet theory? Well, if it wasn't true several years ago when that was first posited, it probably is increasingly true today. And so, yes, how do you know you're interacting with a real human being? Well, they've orb verified, which I'm sure Brock will be showing the B-roll of this, of people staring into the orb, as we covered on New World Next Week a few years ago. Yes, well, now they're pivoting away from the world coin aspect of it and the digital, hey, you can get this fake digital money for staring into the orb. They're trying to focus more on the World ID aspect of this. And as I say, a real problem, I suppose, but the solution doesn't seem to me to be a biometric database of facial recognition that will be stored by some creepy company that, hey, trust us, bro. And what is... it's good to, from time to time, I think our audience probably knows this, but it's good to remind ourselves of what the fundamental problem with this kind of biometric digital ID recognition system software is, and that is actually adequately explained in that article that we're citing here about WorldCoin pivots away from Europe because of the GDPR tangle, which makes you wonder, Poland is also part of Europe and the GDPR, so why is Poland on board? But anyway, in that article, they talk to someone who is running some sort of World ID competitor called Privado ID. It's an open source verification provider. Anyway, he makes an important point. Long-lasting reputation that is attached to your biometrics shows you that in the wrong hands, it could be a ban forever. It could be a mark forever in your life. You cannot detach yourself from that identifier. Every trace that you leave now is going to be there for the rest of your life. Every trust assumption that we make now will come back to us 10, 20 years later. Exactly right. This is the point. When we are starting to put ourselves into this digital biometric database matrix, we are trusting that not only are the people who are running and stewarding over this system now are perfect angels descended from heaven who would never use this in a bad way, but there will never, ever be any sort of tyrant or dictator or someone that we might want to rationally and for good reason resist, who would thereby have the ability to completely remove us from society, put that ban mark on us that we could never get rid of unless, I don't know, you start hacking up your face. This is the danger of this technology. Anyway, it's a good thing to keep in mind. I, for one, am not staring into the orb. How about you, James?
Well, man, you're already, coming up with new horror movie ideas. This will be done in the future to escape from the system. And you don't even mention, what about those bad actors that are able to hack into the system, whether it's false flagged or real? But think about it. Their platforms, James, I don't know about you, but I didn't build any of these platforms. Their platforms are buggy. But rather than the ability to, police and regulate their own platforms, we have to stare into the orb of phantasm that's going to stab us in the head. Whew, that's how we get going on New World next week, episode 5, 6, 7. Our second story, who wants to regulate smartphones? The World Health Organization wants to regulate smartphones, urging countries to regulate digital devices, including smartphones. I guess they really mean like pagers and beepers and stuff. The call comes in light of evidence that social media and problematic gaming behaviors are negatively affecting the mental health of young people. Natasha Azopardi-Muscat, WHO Europe's Director of Country Health Policies and Systems, told Politico that regulation is needed akin to tobacco, and if you recall, 4 out of 5 doctors smoke Camel cigarettes. Maybe we need to think about where it's appropriate to use digital devices, and maybe it's also time to start thinking about places where certain digital devices should not be used. And I remember a decade ago getting in giant trouble for daring to look up something we were talking about at a dinner table, and now those same folks are on their devices unapologetically. But I was a horrible ass for doing it back then. I was just guilty of doing it too soon, like I'm guilty of doing many things too soon. Muscat acknowledged the utility of smartphones, but said caution is needed. We have a portion of the population who are reporting problematic use, and we know that this eventually can go on to affect their educational outcomes, their mental health and well-being, their productivity in the workforce. Last month, Ontario's Minister of Education, Stephen Lessay, announced a strict policy to limit cell phone use in schools. That sounds like a great idea. Lessay said the policy change was in response to concerns he'd heard from parents and teachers. Under the new rules, students in kindergarten to grade 6 must keep phones silent and out of sight all day, while grades 7 to 12 are not allowed to use phones during class unless permitted by a teacher. Ooh. Now do it to the boomers. James, it's unfortunate what happened to our parents. They essentially skipped 25 years of technological advancements as they came along. I was the one programming the VCR for them back in the day. They skipped 30 years of technological advances, and then it's like, here, use this space age tool that you have no idea the power of. The state loves to act like they're regulating their toothpaste once it's already out of their tube. And if I recall, I'm pretty sure the state approved fentanyl and opioids too, and those are working out great. James?
Yeah, exactly right. And boy, speaking of real problems with phony solutions, here we go. The World Health Organization is going to step in to start regulating smartphones on an international scale. How does that work? It's not a body with actual regulatory powers, right? Well, in fact, it's interesting that they put this in the context of tobacco and tobacco control, because as you may or may not know, I think most people don't know this, the first major international treaty that was negotiated under the auspices of the WHO was the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control back in 2003, which came into effect in 2005. And that put the pressure on WHO member states to start not only educating and labeling and whatever tobacco, but also bringing prices and taxation into line and other such things. And I don't know, this is anecdotal, but I can definitely say in the 20 years I've been in Japan, it's gone from an incredibly smoke-heavy society to one where it is, there are fewer and fewer and fewer spaces where people actually smoke now. And it's gone from a pervasive thing to a less pervasive thing. Is the WHO behind that? Well, anyway, that's the type of thing that they love to do with these international organizations because, again, yes, tobacco and secondhand smoke, again, a problem that really exists in the real world, but they'll come along and they'll save us through some international treaty because there's no possible way that we could do this without some sort of international body stepping in to do it for us, right? And look how successful they were with tobacco, so we can trust them regulating smartphones. And what do you bet that the infodemic gets taken up as part of the WHO's mandate, right? And all of the other nonsense that they're going to... Oh, disinformation. We have to teach children how to look at only approved websites and all of that sort of stuff. It's the next wave of this type of regulatory control that the WHO is lusting after. And yes, again, as I say, this is a perfect encapsulation of that real problem with a phony solution because... probably the most effective psyop in human history has been the one that has been waged for centuries now to domesticate the human tax cattle into basically a supine population of people who are always and forever looking to mummy or daddy government to step in and solve whatever problem exists. There's no possible way we could imagine how to teach children how to use technology responsibly ourselves. No, we must wait for government regulation to step in and do it for us. Oh, wait, no, that's a total lie. And unless we take personal responsibility for ourselves and our families, well, it's not going to be regulated in our favor. So if you want an example of how we could possibly think about this real problem without the phony solution, well, I have an idea for you. You could look up interview 1194 on CorbettReport.com, in which Larry Rosen gives practical advice on controlling your smartphone. So I've been talking about this for years. I think it is a real problem. I don't think that the government stepping in with regulation is the real solution to it.
James, I play what's called old-time radio as part of my Media Monarchy stream. I've always loved Golden Age radio from the 40s and 50s. So much of that is the cop show, the procedural show, and so much of what they talk about is these are true stories of how the police work to protect you. And I'm always talking back to it, being like, oh, because you've removed our desire and ability to be able to do anything for ourselves, I couldn't possibly protect myself, so I'm going to call and hope that the police show up in time, or that, FEMA shows up in time. It's so been inculcated to remove any ability to do anything for yourself. And man, I mean, after 100 years of this, it's working like a charm. I think one of my other greatest hits, something I repeat often because I think it's a very pithy, effective thing that maybe people will pick up and share. And it doesn't work the same way. It can work both either ways. But they love to lord over the exploitation of something. So in this case, we're talking about the internet and tobacco. Do it, everybody do it. 4 out of 5 doctors smoke Camels, everybody's doing it. Oh wait, it's bad. Now we're going to lord over the spigot and control the prohibition and how much fix you're allowed to get anymore. They're doing the opposite with cannabis right now. They lorded over the prohibition, and now they're going to lord over the exploitation and get rich off of that with their crappy state-run stores and databases. The biggest story in Conspiriana right this moment, however, is FEMA director on misinformation, truly dangerous narrative, grabbing this from Politico, and of course everything we say is always included in the show notes. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell said Sunday misinformation surrounding the agency's funding and specifically Donald Trump's false claims that money went to undocumented migrants, depleting the money for hurricane relief is a truly dangerous narrative. It's frankly ridiculous and just plain false. This kind of rhetoric is not helpful to people, Criswell said in an interview with host Clinton operative, and Disney employee George Stephanopoulos on ABC's This Week. It's really a shame that we're putting politics ahead of people, and that's what we're here to do. We've had the complete support of the state. We've had the local officials helping to push back on this truly dangerous narrative that's creating this fear of trying to reach out and help us or register to help. Again, they are your saviors, so anything that comes in between those middlemen is a dangerous narrative. They're here to help and save you. The false claims have been pushed by Trump and his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who have reiterated that funding for undocumented migrants had led to less money and resources to help Americans with hurricane relief, a claim FEMA and local officials have repeatedly pushed back on. These theories are part of a wide range of increasingly bizarre conspiracy theories circulating online, including one that Helene was a plot to drive out the population for lithium mining, as well as one by Representative Marjorie the Gathering that an unspecified they, my aforementioned they, sent Helene to wipe out Trump voters in the region. Sidebar. If they didn't have abilities to manipulate the weather, why would they sign treaties 70 years ago saying, we won't manipulate the weather? But that's, again, you're crazy if you mention that. Criswell reiterated in the interview that FEMA has all the resources it needs, adding that many of the resources were moved prior to Hurricane Helene hitting the U.S. She said FEMA staff was embedded to work side by side with state and local officials to quickly bring those resources to where they were needed and will continue to do that. These continuing efforts come right before another tropical storm predicted to make landfall pretty much right now as we speak in Florida, and they are hyping it up too, man. You think old people like to talk about weather? Conspiracy people like to talk about the weather too, man. Stephanopoulos noted that a lot of these claims are going viral. He pointed to one person online suggesting that a militia should go against FEMA. That was probably Unit 8200 posting that. That post got more than 500,000 views, he said. It has a tremendous impact on the comfort level of our own employees to be able to go out there on the front lines of COVID and, to help out the communities that have been hit by a hurricane in places that get hit by a hurricane all the time. FEMA staff, volunteers, the private sector that are working side by side with local officials that go out and help people. When asked about the impact of these claims online, again, these are your godlike angels of the frontline first responders. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Senator Tom Tillis rejected the idea that the state was not getting the resources it needs because of immigration. We have the resources that we need. We're going to have to go back and pass more resources. We could have a discussion about the failure of this administration's border policies and the billions of dollars it's costing, but right now, not yet is it affecting the flow of resources to North Carolina. North Carolina Senator calls conspiracy theories around Helene federal response a distraction, which is also something alternative media will accuse you of being when you're not talking about their pet issue. But there was a drill, as the weird conspiracy site Associated Press reports. Tampa's Phoenix simulation anticipated Category 5 hurricane, and one from Zero Hedge. Did Biden-Harris divert FEMA funds for luxury migrant apartments with flat-screen TVs? James, the one thing I know that is 100% fact, emergency services, to the degree of which they are needed, will not be there to help folks when they need it. Period. It's like Chief Wiggum said, the law is powerless to protect you, but not to punish you. James?
Yep, that's about right. So what's the theme of this episode? Real problems, phony solutions? Yeah, if you're waiting for FEMA to come in and save you, well, keep on waiting, and wait until you die, apparently. Well, anyway, I haven't been following this story closely from this side of the planet, but I assume you have Media Monarchy contacts or members that are in or near the affected areas. Have you heard anything from them about this?
I've heard and seen screen grabs of text conversations about the weird people that have shown up to city council meetings in Tennessee. I know that North Carolina is looking pretty rough. We do have some members there, and haven't heard from a few of the members that we have in Florida that are around near the area. I assume, again, they're going to be fine. These things just get so cranked up. And if you've seen this in your life before, other family members who they'll stare at the television when they're doing their 24/7 storm freak-out coverage. I've seen it in the past before, even before Trump derangement syndrome had sat in. The weather derangement syndrome, I think, had really always affected a lot of people. Again, I know they lie about stuff. I don't know what they're doing up in space. I just know that most of those things don't affect me here on the ground. Hey, they're burning down half my town again. I've got a prescribed burn and we can't even really open our windows and I can't see the sky. I don't see a bunch of news coming to my rescue, and where's alternative media worried about my controlled burns? It's tough, James. I often think of Neil Postman's Amusing Ourselves to Death while also sending love and whatever help could be provided to folks in those situations, man.
This is it, yeah. For people who are in the situation, yeah, it's a very real problem. But you're right, the amount of attention that is focused on these types of events, even in advance, by the mainstream media, should at least give us some pause for thought about what's going on. And as someone who lives in a highly natural disaster-prone country, I can attest that every single time there is an earthquake or a typhoon or anything in Japan, I will get emails about it. Oh, that was hundreds of miles away. It doesn't affect me. But I understand why people do that. But I will just throw in a little bit of cold water on some of the conversation around this. That's just in passing of note. The most recent editorial by Kit Knightley at off-guardian.org. Careful, talk of weather modification could be a trap. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff swirling around about this, and I'm sure our members will have more to say about it, so I'm looking forward to their response as well.
It's maybe one of those situations where there's nothing to gain from it. Because if you talk about geoengineering and solar radiation management and stratospheric aerosol injection, you're a freaking nutball. But when they bring it up, it's real and it's good. You can't win. You can't win in these conversations anymore. The deck has really been stacked. The thumb is on the scale, as they say. NewWorldNextWeek.com can hook you up with some Corber Report shirts that I am wearing, some Media Monarchy shirts that Corber Report is wearing, and of course DVDs, USB drives, and a ton of other ways again to support our work, which, as you may note, has been fear-free and
the stars that you're born under, the meddling of the stars, the meddling of the moon, the meddling of all these things does something to you. It's meddling. Strict adherence to one's own free will is the fall. I know that the heart, I've been thinking about the heart lately, I've been thinking about willpower lately, I've been thinking about thoughts lately, these things, what it means to have time, what it means to exercise your will with time, how thought is required, and how you make movies in your mind, and how even watching a movie, you forfeit your time, and you serve another will, a thought of worry, a thought of something bad, some bad things playing out in your head, are thoughts that they're from hell. They are from hell, and I like those ideas. And I like that if you are having thoughts in your head in English, it indicates to me that its origin is from a demon. I'll say it. I don't care. You can talk about blocking thoughts off. You can talk about filtering thoughts. You can talk about doing the opposite. You can talk about these things forever. You can talk about them forever. And I would say, again, I'm looking for some conclusive ideas. Some ideas that have a beginning, middle, and ending that are autonomous. An entertaining of an evil thought, or a thought in English that is not in your best interests, or that derails you from the tasks at hand, things that you know you need to do. Choosing to entertain and be slowed down and be robbed and have your destiny and birthright diminished by having hijacked the only power that you have is your focus and your thinking and your attention span. It's an abdication of God's will, and to turn to specifically serving your own. And it seems counterproductive a bit, but you always wonder, you always look for the reasons why people punish themselves or act against their own benefit. And I would put forth that it is because the strict serving of one's own will, whatever you're built for, your duty, your destiny, God's will, whatever you want to call it, the difference between what is that choice? Why are there choices? What are those choices really? Is it just willpower? Is it just discipline? Is it just weakness? Whatever. Or is it the serving of one's will or the serving of God's? I just look for conclusive definitions of these things, that's all. In order to not be blind, the right reasons must be known. Otherwise, there is, the blindness? The blindness is thus, like the shadows on the wall, to not be cognizant of motivating factors, of driving factors that the civilization is based around. The control of causes blindness. Not blindness, but the blindness. The God of this world has blinded all those who do not believe. Most people do not believe that they can be hypnotized or controlled by ways unbeknownst to them and against their will. That's beyond the imagination of normal people. Chastity, for example. The proper reasons, the proper spiritual reasons for a lot of jabbering from the church, let's say what people normally recognize it is. You strip the reasons out of there and it becomes just nannying or regular control. I see a lot of these concepts will go around forever. If there's not a sufficient reason that you should live your life a certain way, then you will be blind to perhaps higher living. If you have that knowing, then you have a relationship with God. It isn't a failure of willpower. I mean, it's a failure, only a failure of willpower in that it is abdicating the necessity of God's will over one's own will, which can be hijacked by blindness and shadows, is what I'm saying. In order to clarify a perfect version of yourself that you're destined to operate as. That's what I'm trying to describe. And I can only describe that as knowledge of God or a relationship with God. I don't define it as someone who is born automatically with this or that, they know this or that. I don't know. I don't know if I can define it like that. Those who fall are those who do not listen. They only listen to the English in their heads. English comes from hell in one's own mind. So it's not a choice. It's whether you choose to live or you choose to die. That's the only choice. A subpar life is death. So there is no choice. It's only a choice for those who have the blindness and are baffled by the shadows on the wall. Because even to put the choice on yourself, you have the power to choose. You can choose to do as you will or what you feel, depending on how wise you are. Know what your perfect life should be in any given moment. Seeing it as a choice seems fallen automatically in that it's a submission to your own will, first and foremost, even if you do choose rightly. It seems to me there is no choice unless you abdicate your inheritance and your destiny. If you abdicate those, you have the choice and you serve your own will. The abdication of God's will, I've just been obsessed with that lately. We've been getting into dividing the day by seconds. Either you're living or you're not. Subject to your own will. Even if it's doing morphine, doing oxys or something like that, you know what I mean? Serving your own will. Your own will and willpower has gotten a bad rap. It's lost its true meaning. Thoughts from hell. How can you not be intrigued by this? It's not supposed to be about struggling with one's own weakness and one's own infirmities. It's about the struggle of it is the abdication of God's will. It's not that the battle needs to be man against man or self against self. These things have to be the right shape in order that they fit in one's mind. The enemy you have isn't yourself or your infirmities or your weakness. It's once again pride. It's once again only pride. And your wisdom is checked against how familiar you are with your own pride. It's not the enemy within. It's not even the voices. It's not even pushing the voices or the English in your mind or the demons or pushing it or resisting. It's not about resisting because resistance never ends. Faith requires submission. Submission also has been misaligned by a bunch of different things. So it's not about fighting within yourself. There is warfare, but the warfare is to amplify one's invisible pride. With pride there, you can do nothing. There are a few other things you can do nothing without. But pride is one of those shadows on the wall, and one that causes the blindness that people do not have a clear conception of what pride really is? Well, the conception is the hubris of choosing your own will and abdicating God's. That is, putting yourself first, even your misery first, is a byproduct of pride. This conception most people do not grasp the totality of. I will put that forth. The path to wisdom is identifying or trampling or abdicating your pride, which is the complete service to your will, the service to your suffering, the service to your own beatings. No man can do you harm unless you injure yourself first. That's one of the church fathers. I would put that forth. That pride is the root of everything that ails you. You just don't know it. Most people do not consider themselves capable of being guilty of mortal sins. Unless you are an ascended, learned master, and you control your thoughts every second, then you are below. And the reminder of that is perhaps what makes you take command of your seconds. When I got that prayer book, I finally started to understand that the majority of my seconds of thought were subpar. That's all. And it's pride to believe that you have your time and your thoughts under control. All folly comes from abdication of having a relationship with God at all. Communicating with God. An abdication of communication, a relationship, a dialogue, even how to live or how you could be perfect. Just amazing to think of how much thought and how much energy. Like how you spend your seconds and the energy required to spend your thoughts is the expenditure of divine light or life force or energy, time, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. Your expenditure is what you think of. That's your spiritual currency. Your spiritual currency is what you think of. It's amazing to think that you're in charge of the movies that play in your mind. And when you're watching another movie, you turn your own off, and it can bring you anywhere. What is lost shall be found. Know that. Not having complete faith in everything you need, again, is abdication of God's will. So even the spiritual work and mental toil, or whatever you want to call it, of playing the projector, whatever manifesting, whatever it is in your mind, it's necessary to even be alive. The faith, if your faith is dead, you cannot grow, and 100% faith in yourself is required. Otherwise, you abdicate the will of God. But it's not about, dude, picking yourself up by your bootstraps or, like, oh, it's your willpower, discipline. And I hear that about discipline, willpower. I hear that. But it's about realizing that remaining in hell is abdicating God's will for you and the path to discipline that aren't for reasons of your own. You understand what I'm saying? You will be fighting yourself if you look at it that way. I should be president. I shouldn't be doing this right now. I should... what I'm saying, being strictly subject to your own will, doing things for the wrong reasons, will create an unnecessary internal struggle that will be perpetual until you get above it. Having faith in yourself is a requirement to even being alive.
You get back to the hotel and stay there.
I said I like it here.
You think you're queer? I'm gonna tell you something. We're all queer.
Well, I can change that in a hurry.
You want to get to some stuff? You don't take it off the table. You want to get to some things? You say yes. You don't say no. You ride it, no matter what kind of a beast it is. Roadhead, road sodas, Gambo. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. So this is the best we can get, huh? People can do whatever. And anything goes. The name of the game, of being on the game, is anything goes. Kind of the credo of this current year. I don't know. Maybe it's changing. I don't know. Who knows? Probably an election coming. Whoa. If you want to get somewhere that's nuts, like Bruce Wayne, showing the Joker how nuts is.
Lights out! Now you want to get nuts? Come on! Let's get nuts.
The main tenets, the foundation of this civilization in regards to esteem and generally defined happiness is the accumulation of material, wealth, money, assets. Primarily speaking, that's really it. I think that's also something a lot of us can say yes on. You go to other places, people got beads, they got rings in their nose, they got a plate in their lip. Prime motivator of this civilization is material wealth. Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm only just saying yes. The primary motivator, though, that I think is even more primary, is money and material would have to be two. The prime mover is sex. Sex energy. Sex respect. The prime directive of this world is motivated primarily with sex. But your prestige is based primarily on material gathering, accruement. And that is because the spiritual just doesn't get any respect. Our beings are somewhat triunical in nature. A bit of a triune of whatever those are. I don't know, like the mind, the freaking body, and the spirit. What else would there be? Is one of them the dick? Is one of them genitals? You could just go quad uni. It's not, though. Body, mind, and spirit. Civilization or culture or society, whatever you want to call it, has had most of its spirituality stripped from it, and that is an automatic process at the beginning. Now it's a sort of a steamroller to remove any positive spiritual elements. Look how far we've fallen. You could define it as, look how dumb the populace are. They're just bums. They are certainly imbalance required for evolution. There are things holding mankind back that are beyond the normal comprehension. You make things float, you make things go up, you make things disappear, you make things invisible, or you diminish people's capability of noticing those things. There's a lot of, there's only a few ways to do it, and they're all being done. These things are out of balance, and there can be no progress. Progress has been a bit redefined during our lifetime to mean mainly civil rights stuff, pretty much. I mean, what else does it mean? It used to have other meanings, but it doesn't anymore. Without any balance in the spiritual, without any even cognizance of it, without that, how can there be a truly functioning expression of humanity, of mankind, of womanhood, anything at all? Balance in the spiritual without any even cognizance of it. This culture is allegedly maxed out in regards to evolution. And we're seeing that proof in the extra evolutionary spirit that we're entering right now of transhumanism, and with machines, computers, the merging, the enticement. There's too much methane in the air. You gotta merge with one of the mask from Deus Ex. And with machines, computers, the merging, the enticement. Since we've already solved evolution, the evidence being the step over to transhumanism and implanted things and this and that, I don't know, whatever this stuff. Apparently, the case is closed on evolution. The verdict is in. Apparently, mankind is maxed out. Now we go to machines. Well, we're not going to machines, we're being led to machines. We solved it, we're as good as we can get. What happens though? How do you rebalance? We are maxed out as a culture. We are maxed out as a species, as a civilization. And do we live in nut world? Do we live in nut world where the height of civilization is you get your nut? If it's not, you could have fooled me, considering what you see in music, the hypersexuality, and an imbalance in what makes us human. You can only get one bigger when one gets smaller, let me put it that way. So the adherence in the definition of happiness and success at all comes specifically sex with a body or material gain. I don't know which one's body and mind, who cares? There's a fourth one, feet. Achievements of the mind and of the body. Sexual expression and intellectual achievements. No more spiritual. So I would put forth right there, this is so big of an issue, a permanent imbalance in what makes us human at a time when it is promised that this is the height of civilization and culture and society in the history of the world. It makes it a big problem. It makes it a a shadow on the wall grade issue. When you see how big of a problem it is, you can finally understand what a shadow on the wall really, truly is. It's not, you make little dog things on the wall. It's you hide things so completely, and you beat things out so completely out of people's consciousness so thoroughly where it degrades their humanity and it downgrades their existence to the animal kingdom of the animals of the jungle. In regards to sex and what it means to be a human, this civilization, it defines it as you get your nut however, wherever you need it. How do you want it? How do you need it? What'll it be? That defines your humanity. You see, that's a red flag. When you put it that way, that's a red flag. The accumulation of material wealth and renown must be rooted in sex energy or sexual expression or impressing people. It's a primal thing. That's why it is predominant in all of the ways that men and women can be controlled invisibly. And why sex transmutation and sex magic, but I don't like just talking about it or even saying it. It's nasty. That's why these things are practiced, because they are effective and the most effective in getting the job done, which is to degrade humanity and bring everyone in the party to hell with everybody else. That old wager, the old spiritual war. Sex is predominant out of all of the controllers. And if everything has been stripped out of the spiritual, it can just go to sex and everything flows out of it naturally. But if you have a culture and a people that the spirituality has been completely stripped out, it's so thoroughly dehumanizing, it goes over your head because it is a shadow on the wall. You'll never be thinking about it in proper terms of a unification, the unification that is required to actually, for real, evolve a civilization, or to even define it in the first place. That's why everything is sex. Sex sells everything. The worship and the spiritual exertion has been rerouted from the proper spiritual, and perhaps the worship of toys or the idolization of your possessions, the idolization of them. It's hard to tell. It's hard to know for most people if they are idolizing something for real. Because just like with everything, no one believes it can happen to them. You don't understand it. And it's been rerouted. Sex-driven music, movies, TV, pornography, sexualization of the youth. That's why the sacred prostitute and the sex at the temple is a spiritual and religious institution. Because that energy required is used against you, unbeknownst. Because no one ever puts it in the proper perspective, ever. Is a man a man yet? Is a man a beast? Is a man if he is unable to control his appetites? You want to know why you're treated or you're defined as cattle? There's your answer. What are they then? What of them? Depends how you define man and woman. It depends how you define an image of God, or the image of God. Depends how you define that. Depends how small you see yourself or how big you see yourself. Not as in pride, but as in the value of a soul and the value of living well. Depends how small you see yourself or how big you see yourself. Is that why humans or human? Is that why it was defined as monster in Black's dictionary? Doing something that is evil in the sight of the Lord. Doing something that is an abomination to the Creator. Those things are not, they're not given a lot of weight. They're given the brush off. What does it mean? I'll ask again. What is the purification required to be in the presence of the Lord? Those things are not, they're not given a lot of weight. They're given the brush off. What does it mean? It is a question of quality, and the answer to which will lead you down a path. It's in asking the right questions that you can get anywhere fruitful at all. Wrong questions, the wrong presuppositions, whatever rhetorical traps those are called. It's usually a small thing in the minds of most people. But if you consider, at least in the sacred texts, that those who were not properly ritually purified, what of ritual purification? Again, another thing that's been lost with the deletion of the the spiritual side of mankind completely. Anything ritual on your end, of course, all the rulers, our dear rulers, are doing their rituals. Our rituals are gone. They're deleted. Where is the need for? Where are the questions about what is the purpose? What is the benefit of? These are big questions of ritual purification. I know that ritual purification is required to be in the presence of the Lord, and I think that's a scary thought. Something that's so powerful it can just incinerate you, and it's not about that. It's about what is required to evolve. It's about to become completely ritually pure in the quest to not evolve into a god, but to be at the fullest expression of what you are built of. The ultimate quest of any sane man or woman. To be at one's best. To be at one's best life. To be at the fullest expression. Now, the fullest expression is deleted from your consciousness due to the degeneration of the triune of our civilization. But the requirement of ritual purification in an effort to be properly humbled, it's difficult to define a state of being receptive to these ritual things or spiritual things, because everything in our society or civilization is defined by sex. Nutty light. You know what I'm saying? Nutty load. It's all defined by that completely. You remember what Carl Sagan said, and Einstein, and Mr. Wheelchair, Translator, Gargoyle, and all of these people, the space people, we're just nothing in an endless ocean of worlds like grains of sand on a beach that goes on for 1 trillion miles. Like it's crazy. It's witchcraft. That is witchcraft. Repeating that, swearing by it, inseminating it inside of a curriculum, idolizing it is worshiping it. That's witchcraft. Those are shadows on the wall. If you want to get to real definitions of that, like snares and of shadows on the wall, of being blinded, is something, again, that is almost impossible to define in modern parlance and modern intellect. These things go beyond regular definition. That's why they've got like a charge on them that zaps you when you try to think or talk about it. They make things have no meaning. Words have no meaning. Negation. They negate the meanings of things by constant repetition. Whatever the fruits are of the spiritual, they've been completely removed and co-opted. A shadow on the wall is a system of hiding your potentiality from the people, so they think they're small and insignificant. A shadow on the wall isn't just illusion of Project Bluebeam or politicians. It's just a shadow on the wall. The real people, the Rothschilds and this and that. I'm like, oh yeah? A shadow is bigger than a family. A shadow is bigger than a people. It's a bit big. It's a problem so big, you can't solve it with conventional means. It's a problem so big that politicians have jobs to make excuses and to hide those shadows. I'll define the shadows on the wall, fine. The snare of suffering a sorcerer to live. Because sex isn't, I wouldn't exactly say it's a snare, just all the wrong promotion of it makes it so snare-like in this world, as you see from like Puff Daddy. That the world of control in the bathhouse echelons, it's controlled specifically, strictly with sex. So the way society grooms the improper conceptualization and execution of sex in you since the day you're born. In that way, it is a snare, but inherently, it is the prime mover and the energy required to do spiritual work. In that way, it is a snare. But these are ideas of limitation, ideas of hideous limitation. A hideously limited life is a stolen birthright. Birthright, you say? That's another big one that's absolutely meaningless. What's that? Yeah, your dad left you a car. And perhaps it's a bit contrary, even to the philosophies and the histories of the past great men of civilization. They were a bit nutty. They were always with, temple prostitutes. I'm just trying to learn how sexual energy is primarily for spiritual fuel and not for just nutty, it's not just for the orgasm girls and, nutty heaters. Is that life? And that's been spoken about before. Just the whole semen retention of Kundalini, and maybe I shouldn't resist anything. Let everything inside of me. Just like something like the Christ is a metaphor for Kundalini and vertebra and semen retention and, rerouting sexual energy. Like, that seems crazy to me. An unclean proposition. That's all. That I'm just giving it to you how I feel. That's all. Feels unclean and not good, and I don't like it. Just like saint adoration or Mary adoration. And I love religion even more than I did a month ago. Like I appreciate it, but there are things that are so antithetical to the religion itself, as from what we know from the gospel. It's straight up crazy to me that they're practiced. You cannot get down to brass tacks unless you realize that there is no evolution in our civilization without the balance of the triune. Okay, and these agents that most people obsess about in the news cycle are agents of the imbalance. They route your precious clock cycles, your precious seconds, a second in which you can completely do something totally different. I could get up right now, walk into the street, and get hit by a car if I wanted to. You are capable of the extremity spiritually. You know, it's technically easier to run out and get hit by a car. It's just your spiritual faculties are hijacked, therefore insane things are easier to do than sane things, okay? You want to get to something? Do you want to get nuts?
You get back to the hotel and stay there.
I said I like it here.
You think you're queer? I'm gonna tell you something. We're all queer.
Well, I can change that in a hurry.
As you know, people are diseased with witchcraft and with TV politics, but every single minute, every second of your life, you can completely turn anything around. You have a rebirth that's every second. If you take into account your train of thought, how good you are at maintaining healthy thought patterns, the practical application of that is having the ability, the wisdom of knowing you can completely switch gears every new second. And what I mean is you could be going to look at some atrocity online, some politics thing. You could do, I'm going to look at, and then I'm not going to look. It's like a 100% 180. You have the ability to do that every single second that comes your way. No matter what it is. No matter if you're looking for a needle or something, like I'm gonna cook. Okay, here we go. The next second, I'm going to be completely the best version, and everything that I'm trying to pound into my head is there. It's possible if you're a freaking powerful magician. That would be a definition of power. That would be the definition of power, what I just described. So most people are not capable of it, and I don't want to say, well, even saying that, I'm not trying to reinforce negative connotations to reinvention. I'm not. But hey, I'm a victim to all these things just as everybody else is. Every second that comes at you, you can completely do something completely different. Every second, you could be on the path to destruction. So you got to make your time. You want to be that Lord and not be a Gollum, Frankenstein. You have to at least know that every second that comes your way, you can do a complete 180. You don't have to go do this, you can go do that. You could, instead of doing this thing that's going to derail my train of thought, I can go outside and get onto a different path. And that is where the only place the butterfly effect can be seen in anything at all. If you realize that switching one thing that you're beelining to do can fix the whole day, it can fix your whole life. That's the only butterfly effect that you should be familiar with at all. I would put that forth. You're up against so much. You need to see things as they are. And it applies to anything at all. And it applies to anything, and it applies to everything. You have no power at all if you're not able to control your seconds. That's everything. It's easy to say, just stay positive, man. Yeah, I do it, and I try to teach people how to do it. Pushing thoughts out of your mind, or refusing to hear thoughts that are in English in your brain. Turning it off, saying, I don't want to hear English. I want to hear like where my faith is at right now. I want to operate on the faith, or from the heart instead of the brain. Put it that way. But most methods that are taught are ineffective and demoralizing and are meaningless. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Yeah, you know, you can Just stay positive. Yeah. Push that thought out of your head. Yeah. If you're not, know that. That's the only power you have, is what you think about. The only power you have is what you choose to think about. The only power you have is what you refuse to think about. Porcelain lion, no denying. I ain't lying. I'm saying that's power. And that's the only power you have. What's this? Our thoughts determine our lives. It makes a little bit of sense, doesn't it? Dispelling intrusion in your thoughts. If your thoughts aren't as perfect as you are intelligent enough to conceive, then your toil is to stop those thoughts and force yourself in the next second to choose a completely different direction. Because that one direction, going to look up a conspiracy, going to hit, shooting up, crushing pills, putting up your ass. I'm just saying, I have to give bad examples. Anything at all doesn't have to be the legend of the holy nuns. You don't have to be, the father of all morality. I'm not saying that. It could be that your thought process is always the determination of the lesser of two evils. Lesser. Hey, whatever works, whatever's going to get you there, it should be that. It could be a binary thing. You could look at it like that. What's worse? Okay, I'll do the other thing. I'm not trying to create gymnastics or games in your head. But every second, you can go completely bonkers. You could stay sick in the brain, thinking about things that aren't real, or fears and worries, which are unnatural feelings for men and women to have, can only be described as an infestation of either parasites, physical or spiritual, demonic possession, invasion, or some parasites living in your stomach or your intestines or your brain or something. Feeling bad and being in hell is not the natural state for a man or a woman to feel. It's not. And I know there's intuition, if you're ruining your own life and you're feeling sick, if you don't have discernment, understanding, wisdom, then you're not going to be able to tell the difference. Every second, free will seems like a joke. I get that. Depending on the time that you're born, the stars that you're born under, the interference of the heavenly bodies and the fallen angels, the interference of all the fallen angels out of heaven interfere with your mind and its construction when you're born. You can be the guy, you can be all that guy look at everything as sabotage. You could do that, but you're going to get diminishing returns if you're not approaching something in the supremely positive fashion. Going north, or maybe going west. Horse teeth, broad strokes to avoid evil and sin, putting yourself in better environments and avoiding ones that you know tend to lead to bad. If you have discernment and understanding and wisdom, you'll start to get there. Caesar, I'm getting there. That's been kind of my mantra. That's been my mantra for a little bit. But it's not the best. You need something supremely positive, supremely north-facing. I don't know how to describe it, but your methodology has to be clean. How you do anything is how you do everything. You have to apply that to everything. You might be born under the stars and under the planets and under the fallen angels, as we all are. But every second that goes on, there is an opportunity to go somewhere else. And framing things in the affirmative or the positive is something that's going to pay you back. Pushing out, describing negativity in a negative way. You can describe negativity in funny ways or positive ways. It's what I sort of strive for. Every second, you see, the fallen angels are algorithmic. Even Satan, the prince of this, the lord of this principality, I guess, it must be some expression of wanting an adoration or to be felt that you are responsible for all the good in the world. And you could say the same about the stars and the astrological bodies. Maybe they project what they are into you so you can be more like them, or that you can worship what they are. I'm just throwing some weird stuff out there. I don't pretend to understand deities or fallen algorithms. But you get what I'm saying. Could just be a machine, could be just science. I have no idea. I don't know. These powers, they seem like they have goals and they have intentions and they have desires. It could be these things are so algorithmic they wish to spread their algorithm. I have no idea, but regardless, the demons can't change. The angels don't change. Whether they're fallen or not, they don't change. The archons don't change. The aliens don't change. The only thing that can be changed is you can go any direction you want at any second. Just whatever key it takes to unlock it in you is what you should be grasping for. Maybe it's in the Gospels and it's in the holy books. But if you don't have the eyes or the ears, you're not going to be able to understand it. It should be a rage against the principalities responsible and overly exerting their influence on you during your birth. People don't rage enough against that. That is a holy war. To fight against the hardwiring of your birth is a holy war that you fight every second of your life. I like that. I like that idea. I like that idea. Whatever it takes to get you to move or to change away from what is magnetized negatively, that brings you to hell, that makes you live in hell while you live yet. That's power. The gods don't change. The demons and the angels don't change. The men and women can change at any second. I could press stop streaming right now and never say one word again for the rest of my life. You are capable of anything. And I'm just making up bad examples, but if you make the right example up for yourself, you can slide in. I'm just trying to get through to the wild ones. You might feel like you have no power, but you have the ultimate power. It's just that the knowledge and the understanding and the discernment of that power has been suppressed or murdered or switched and changed into something that makes no sense. So I'll put that forth. I will absolutely put that forth. Terry, isn't it? It's freaking balls deep. Your whole life, you've been told there's a separation of church and state. No. There's a separation of church and state. That's what Wooden Teeth said. It doesn't matter if they meant it back then. These days, I mean, clearly they didn't. Look at all the imagery with the founding fathers and all that history. It's reeking religiosity. I mean, you could puke from it. Reeking. Just look at this. Look at the Olympic ceremony right here. An expose of the world religion. Not even the world religion, though. The governments of the world. Their religion. They're super, super, super religious. You'd actually lose your mind if you knew how religious they were. You would scream and you'd pull your hair out. Even mocking a religion, let's say Christianity, for example, to mock Christianity is a religious rite or a religious action. So what are you guys talking about? You guys talking about the Last Supper and you had a guy's balls hanging out? So all the children that watched it got molested? In other words, hey Dad, what's that nutty sack in between that you-know-what's legs? I say, sir, son, my sons, I'm teaching my sons, we're doing sex ed while we're watching the ceremony with the homosexual with the balls out. And I was like, that's a homosexual. And I say, in between his legs, that's a tea bag. And what they do is they dip their nutty ball bag into each other's mouths because it's so good. It's so good. You dip in your hairy bean bag in a guy's mouth, you can't believe how good that is. That's just so good. I say, you'll learn about that. You'll learn about that in a few months. It was a good opportunity to teach my sons about sex education. I mean, they're about there where you start teaching sex ed. They're like 3. So it's about time to start talking to them about sex, of course. To do otherwise would be weird, honestly. People usually get taught about sex at 2, 3 years old, something like that. In some circles. The circles that make the opening ceremonies, their circles. That's when they started sex, when they were 2, 3. Who knows? Who knows? Drag queens? Excuse me? What's your problem with drag queens? Whoa, that's not going to clear the air. What's your problem with drag queens? Parent drag parody of The Last Supper. You're better off just not watching it. I wouldn't dare watch that. I'd rather die. But there seems to be a lot of stuff going on these days. Like, I started seeing things like this a few years back, and there's some controversy. So there's always good topics, the doctor disrespect, whatever. I mean, I really make it a point not to specifically weigh in on certain matters unless it's productive or conducive to wisdom that I do so. Because for starters, you don't even know if it even happened. The whole news cycle could be AI generated. These people might not even exist. You don't know. Now I know that's a crazy direction to come from. I really do. I understand that it's a wild direction to come from, but that's the way it is. It's not easy to weigh in on things when you're dealing with celebrities. You know celebrities are actors, right? You know that there's a script when you're an actor, and you know your job is your life. It's a lifetime position. These are actors. These are symbols. They play roles. The roles are from some religious institution, some set of rites, some mystery initiation. I don't know. I don't pretend to understand. Well, I don't understand enough, but I don't pretend to be able to lecture about it. These people play roles. The roles are very specific, and people. I see a lot of people complaining about this guy right here. I don't know, he's talking to people some sexual manner. First of all, these people are celebrities and they're actors. There's a script. I'm talking generally speaking, not this guy in particular, not anyone in particular. Celebrities, the A-listers, if you knew how they live their lives, you'd be hunting them. So the stuff that comes out is just a pale shadow. But, I mean, you want to talk about this guy? Oh, you know, he was texting. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Look at him. Do you need to go any further than that? This guy, you know, he was talking to this kid or something, and yeah, is like, or not a kid, but I have no idea. Someone that had also been raped when they were children. Obviously, there's more than one problem going on here. Okay, and it has nothing to do with who's on the other end. Look at the way this guy looks. Obviously, he's been. Big surprise! There's a certain level of participation if you're really going to get down in it and talk about personal lives of celebrities. There's a certain level of distance you have to maintain. What's the problem? Oh, the problem is that he was talking to this. Oh, really? That's the problem. The problem isn't that he's a big and influential figurehead in Nickelodeon and on the internet, marketed to children, looking the way he does. That's the biggest problem. I don't give a who he was talking to on the other end. Are you kidding me? I don't give a damn about this and that. Oh, there's a Discord leak. Oh, now people know Discord's designed to as a blackmail collection tool, just like everything. And digital everything, people are finally starting to realize that, I guess. But it's not like this was unintentional. These are scripted. This doesn't come out by mistake. He's a huge name if he's in association with Mr. Beast. These things are planned. These are scripts. These things don't come out. They come out intentionally during the news cycle. I couldn't, as distraction. I don't know. I have no idea. Who cares? Big surprise. He's weird or whatever. I don't know. I have no idea. Big surprise. Goes without being said. But look at him. You didn't have to tell me. It's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious he might not have been all normal or all there. It's kind of obvious, isn't it? A little bit? That he's not all there. He's an influence to children. Look at him. Look at him. I'm supposed to worry about everyone. You know, this guy was talking to this guy was talking to his mother. He was dating his mother when he was like 2 months old or something. I'm like this. Yeah, that guy needs to lose his job. Like I give a damn about all of those hauntings. Like I want to get haunted by these freak shows, freaking phones. Dude, you'd blast yourself if you scrolled through their phones. You'd literally jump into traffic. Big surprise. Oh, wait, I didn't think he was going to be like that. Dude, big surprise. Let's see what happens. Nothing? Ooh, what's he going to wait, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, and he'll make it a comeback? 8 years, 9 years, 10, whatever, he comes back. Hey. No, it doesn't matter. Let's see what comes of it. Huh? Let's see what comes of it. Whatever he was doing, let's see what comes of it. Okay? Let's see what comes of it. Mark this down and check back in a few years or whatever, just like any assassination stuff in politics. Why don't you wait to let me know what comes of it. Let me know how bad and illegal everything was. And dude, you have to understand. Hey, how do you get more true to yourself? Let's hear it.
If your way to confidence is to wear a dress, wear a dress.
Oh, okay. Hey, that's pretty good advice. That's pretty good advice to children. I give my sons that advice all the time. They can't talk yet, but I point at the dress. I'm like this, you're going to be wearing that one. How do you get more true? How do you accept yourself? Do you make yourself better? Do you, find meaning in life? Do you look towards God? Do you read? In philosophy, I hate philosophy, but I'm just thinking out loud. Do you improve yourself? Read the Bible? It doesn't have to be the Bible, just some sort of piece, some sort of thing that can act as a mirror so you can have some introspection. No, it's put on a dress. Really?
That's why I wanted to come to your show to
Interesting.
be able to get a hold of my narrative again.
I'd like to be able to have access to more children, to be honest with you. Why? Why exactly? They're just so cute. They're just so cute, honestly.
I probably could have gotten through the process a little faster.
Yeah.
But
Everybody gets at their own pace.
Do you feel like after coming out...
Do you feel like you would have sex with a guy with my hair or my nose piercings or jewelry or ink or paintings in the back? Dude, this guy got his tattoos at the ice cream parlor.
This is not a curse. It's a blessing.
No, it's actually a blessing.
I can finally be myself.
Or did you?
Isn't it crazy how he found himself? Like, he doesn't look that old. Usually guys that are on their deathbed or, you know, they're old guys are like, yeah, if I started to learn. How did this guy do it when he's so young? He's just sassy, though. He's really sassy, which is nice. I don't want to hear this guy's voice. I don't want to hear anybody else's voice. We shouldn't even be looking at any more of this. This is going to make us crazy. God damn, let's get out of here. Oh, that's better. It's twisting my soul. I can't be listening to those guys. I can't be doing that. They drive you crazy. Some religions require children for their sorcery, honestly. And also for control of the populace, you need to maintain control of the youth. So it's not just one thing. It's not just a practical, it's just a prison. It's just a prison. Then why the religion? But as some people that are a bit learned in certain religions over the centuries know that children are oftentimes required for certain ceremonies, I guess you could say. And those are only select religions, not all of them. Look, there's a reason over the years on here and on Twitch and elsewhere, a conspiracy, I mean, it is a hardcore conspiracy theory sort of haven, I guess you could call it over the years, which I would not argue against. But this was not a place of the dissemination of abomination and of the methods of the wicked and of the lives of the wicked. We allude to things, we talk, sometimes we get heated, sometimes we joke, blah, 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 blah. But there's a reason why, because there's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of things that happen in this world that make you unclean and they do damage to you, if you even know about them. Let me put it that way. And your empathy and your psyche is very much like deduced. It's not. There are no secrets from rulers in regards to how to make people tick in the right direction. There's no new science on the matter. Like these, there's only the execution. There's only there's only applied science that'll be under the guise of something else. This was never a haven for atrocity because it's just such brutal. It's such brutal knowledge, and it's meant to do damage. And even if there's information that's not meant to do damage, it still can. And if you're not with it in regards to how much torture you can tolerate without there being overt side effects, then you're gonna know that a lot of things they'll make you unclean. I'll just say it. So again, we know a lot about how the world works, but putting that stuff together and talking about it all the time is pretty freakish unless you have something important to say about it. So there's something to be said about all this. It's not good to really ruminate too much on the insane. It's just fun. It is pretty funny. Let's talk social mores or cultural mores, okay? See, these people that are into, say, interesting things, okay? Usually the result of abuse. Always the result of abuse, honestly. But I'm glad that people are catching on. But a lot of times people miss the point. The cultural and social mores are like we're in hyper-sex world. This is hyper-sex world. I think if this were in the past, I mean, I don't know, 100 years, I don't know, 50 years, 60, 70, whatever, a guy would have to go out of his way to find another fellow abusee that is into interesting things at a young age. They would have to be sailing to an island. Now, all you gotta do is pick up your phone because the entire generation's been wrapped. Do you understand what that means? This is hyper-sex world. They're not normal people, but the culture is very, very abnormal. Super abnormal. Insanely abnormal. Why there's so many young boys or young girls around that are into hypersex, whatever the hell. We don't need to. I'm not going to worry about numbers. Why are there so many available children? Why are there so many available children now that are all looking for weird stuff? Why? Why? It's not just the guy with the wig or his hair or whatever. It's not just him. There's an entire generation of youth that's been abused. It's indicative of something way bigger. Has nothing to do with, oh man, this guy's a creep. He was talking to some boy or whatever. He's like 14, 13. No. It's not an isolated incident. It's an indicator that the entire generation is wrapped. You know what that means? What else do you think happens when the culture gets ultrasexual, hypersexual? What do you think? Just like fees and taxes, they get passed down to the consumer, sex gets passed down to the children in a hypersexual culture. All these people influential to children. Why are there so many available children? Why are there so many hypersexual children? Why? It has nothing to do with this guy. Indicative of a generation of abuse. It's not a good sign, because that's the next generation. You see, with everything now, the people that are hired to make movies and video games and all this. It's a generation that got abused. Why do you think everything's like this? People that are abused wish to pass on the abuse. Who raps the rappers, though? That's what one needs to ask themselves. Rap and abuse are learned. They're learned behaviors. You guys understand? Like hyper sex or hyper violence is a learned behavior. It's not inherent. It's generational. There are blueprints, just like 1984, okay? In Brave New World. Blueprints in enslavement. Hypersexuality is required for brutal enslavement. And for a number of different reasons. Hey, this isn't a military academy. It's for a number of different reasons. It's a thing, and it's learned, and it's generational, and it's passed down, and it's a lot of it's invisible. People don't get it. People don't get what it means. And you can go to the doctor or this and that. You can say this and that, and what people are like, oh, the numbers and age and consent and all that, the laws and this and that. Dude, the people that scream the loudest and that pin and that label the loudest and that write the laws and all the consent stuff. You're worried about the age of consent. Everyone's an expert on age of consent. It's 17, 18, whatever. The people that write these laws, dude, if you knew what their age was, you would hunt them. Everyone gets a fatty finger waved at them. Celebrities are made examples of. It's scripted. Whatever it is, the message is the same. It puts a message out. The people that attack the most on that stuff, other than just normal people and the mob and all that. Everyone's crying about the 17, 18, and this guy, I don't know, he was 52 when everyone's crying about that while there's baby farms. You saw the Olympics. We're all nutsacks, kids around interesting people. Everyone's worried about this and that. Dude, are you kidding me? The age of consent for the rulers, you know what it is? It's 0. There is no age of consent. It's 0. It starts in utero. It's actually day 0. That's the age of consent for the rulers. Oh, you didn't know that? So everyone's gonna be worrying about the legalese and all that stuff, making a big deal. The doctor this and that, making it a big deal. Children are doing sex work stuff, blah, etc. I'm supposed to give a damn about all this stuff from celebrities? Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. The things that are done to children, I don't give a damn. Just whatever the controversy is, means nothing to me. Baby farms, body parts, this and that, DNA, in your sweeteners and all of these abominations go so far beyond what is held up as the life ruiners for celebrities. Oh yeah. Now the freaks that write the laws and that run the media, if you knew what their age of consent was, this in the single digits, you'd be hunting them. Don't you guys get it by now? But it's not time. We're not going to really. You got to cleanse yourself if you kind of get into some atrocity a little bit. You kind of have to do that. You just can't maintain that forever. But just know, anytime you hear any controversy and any shaming, regardless if it's with men or with women or whatever it is, just know the people that write your laws and the people that run the TV, the people that fire you from your job, the people that'll get your Twitter, all the flag people if you don't like a certain lifestyle or whatever, those are the people, their age of consent's in the single digits. Like I give a shit about what the doctor's doing. Get the out of my face with that. It's unbelievable. Everyone's gonna be crying about that forever. Nah. There's atrocity, then there's atrocity. There's bad stuff, there's behavior, there's messed up. Like I'm not looking to make excuses for anyone. I'm just not. I'm talking to it plain. I'm not here to weigh in on what a guy's doing in his personal life. I'm not here to weigh in on that. Are you kidding me? And I'm not even here to weigh in on the Chris. He's text. I'm not even worried about that. These things are indicative of much more giant problems, is what I'm saying. It's a joke. It's a joke, but it's all good. I mean, if you torture people long enough, they'll tolerate anything. If you torture people long enough, then they lose their will to fight wickedness. That's why it's a slow burn. These the celebrities, they're weird. I don't expect any of these guys to be like normal or to have regular things. These guys are crazy. But it's the magnitude of the deal that everyone's made of it that is concerning in some ways. Because no one complains like this when it's kids that are younger. People complain more when it's a 17-year-old over a 17-month-old. Everybody is what I'm saying. Like, people don't even get it. Generally speaking, women don't come to bat for children. 12 to 11 to 7, whatever. They'd be like this, yeah, whatever. But the 17, this is the biggest deal until he's gone forever. I'm saying it's so crazy. No one ever goes to bat for the children, though, do they? No, it's only making the biggest deal in history that this guy was talking to a 17-year-old. No, not 17 months, 17 years. No one ever goes to bat for the kids. Ever. That should be indicative of something also. It should make you very, very nervous that no one goes to bat for children. But everyone will they'll blast holy heck on the world forever. In many such cases, I mean, you can name any YouTubers or Twitch streamers. I mean, Jesus Christ, you could pick any of them. Be like this, that's a freak right there, Obviously. Sometimes hearing these guys' voices, it makes me scream. Like, who's that? What's this? What's this one talking about? It's just like what we saw a half an hour ago. I'm like this. They're gonna weigh in. Let's hear it. I almost scream when I hear it. Yeah, these people, they definitely have their fan bases, and gigantic fan bases, and who knows with the generation now and how hypersexualized it is. God, Jesus. Look, it goes without being said. We gotta switch this up. I don't want to make it look like I'm only railing against freaks, because I rail against myself. I'm not saying I'm a freak. I'm just saying I have to rail against myself sometimes too, just to get myself to write more books. Yeah, it's so crazy, man. I just can't believe it. Imagine the young generation now, the youth. Oh my God. Probably, it's probably 4 years old, 5 years old. This freaking spiked collars on, full leather gimp gear. Dude, I'm surprised it's not there already. But I guess you could argue that it kind of is. That doesn't bode well for the future, I'll tell you. It doesn't bode well. When kids get sexualized, it does not bode well. It makes you think easy times create bad men? Easy times create bad men? No. Getting creates bad men. Doesn't anybody know this by now? It's unbelievable. Doesn't anyone know the disease, the virus, the first one? It's that. It's rap. That's the first initiation. Don't people get that? That's the golem maker. You don't need a cloning facility. All you have to do is abuse people until they're crazy, and then you get a golem on your hands. Don't people know this by now? Twerking? Damn, that's so good. 5-year-old with their own account twerking. Followers are all middle-aged men. So good. How do you beat that? Imagine that. Gonna need a lot of millstones. So funny. I get it though. Everyone thinks I'm making jokes about doing sex work at 5 and all that shit. Everyone thinks it's a big joke, huh? It's all just stand up. It's all a big joke. You don't think that's a real thing? You don't know rough trade? You don't know that's real? You don't know that? You don't know that shit's real? You think it's a joke? Really? Do you know atrocity? You might think you do, but you don't. Everybody's looking for... Everyone and his brother is out looking for sex. Don't you think that's a problem? Don't you think that's a big problem? If everyone is out looking for sex, that's a big problem. Big red flag. Now do you guys understand culture, generation level abomination and abuse? Do you guys understand industrial abuse and what it does? The social mores and the pornography and the sexualization in movies, music, TV. Now everybody's out looking for sex full time. Don't you think that's a little bit of a problem? Back in the day, you'd have to go out of your way. You'd have to be meeting girls under the goddamn bridge somewhere and actually be ready to get killed for it. Now, you just pick up your phone because everyone's looking for sex. That's not a good sign. There are bigger problems than what everyone screams about. When you see figureheads online energized, defending one person and going after other people specifically, there are usually very specific signs. If the perpetrator is male and, let's say, white and straight, they get different treatment. Don't they? Don't they? That's how you know it's all signaling. That's how you know it's all signaling. It's an orchestrated effort to create big problems by hiding the giant ones. Otherwise, everyone would be gone after. But they're not, though, are they? So that's how you know it's a weapon. That's how you know it's not the truth. It's only a weapon. It's only weaponized. Weird how that works out, huh? Weird. For wisdom here. Doc was hitting on a 17-year-old. He honestly belongs to be tortured in hell for that forever. But if she was 18... No, then it would be okay, and then she'd have an only, you know what. Hey, you pretty much summed it up right there. You pretty much summed it up right there. Now you understand what signaling is? Now you understand for me and for thee, and what it means, the message that it sends to all straight men that look like the doctor? It's a message to that demographic. What else is it? What else is it but a message to that demographic? To say, we're coming for you no matter what. And we hate you no matter what. And if we could kill you, we would. Anyway, everyone's pretty wise to that these days, I think. It's my dad's birthday tomorrow. He'll be 62 with Parkinson's for 8 years or so. Could you all pray for him? Everyone needs to get mobilized. This is more important than worrying about other guys, other whatever, hims or thems, their sex lives, if you want to call it sex. I think it's just... it's a witiko, if you want to use some of those words. It's inseminated abuse. Could you all pray for him? God bless everyone, and thank you, Charles, for all you do. Also, your view on David Lynch. Hey, thanks so much for that. Prayers for your dad, 62, 8 years. It's crazy, man. It's too bad the world is so wicked. Thanks for that, and pray for your dad. And David Lynch, I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched any David Lynch in a while. It's all pretty extreme. The stuff that's coded in David Lynch movies and TV, like sex slaves and handlers and triggers and all that stuff, that whole side of the military, people are pretty wise to that now. Remember the cowboy handler from Fire Walk With Me? All these guys doing codes, using codes to give instructions and courier messages. The most hardcore conspiracies there are that. The super soldiers. That's what David Lynch writes about. He writes about how to make golems, how to control golems, how to get molested by your dad. Your dad's molesting you. So good. So good. And I understand it, you know what I mean? Like, I read about it too. It's, ever since Frankenstein, there are more similarities with Frankenstein and Dracula and let's say Fire Walk With Me. They're the same story. It's mind control through abuse. That's all. That's his forte. We've been talking about this for a long time. I try not to rave about it, though, because people really like David Lynch, and hey, so do I. Just saying. They're very similar. Frankenstein, Fire Walk With Me, and the Twin Peaks universe are more similar than you think. That's the darkest stuff. These people are compelled to make their art about it. All they do is signal messages to each other. They're like this. Okay, I'm putting this guy in here. He me back when I got started in these movies there. More wind. He me when I got started. More wind. That's the sorcery of it. These people tell their stories. They tell the story of their initiation into the mystery school. What else do you think it is? What, do you think it's imagination? You think he just came up with that stuff? You think these guys just came up with that stuff? Yo, he's by our father for all these years, and it turns out he was by this guy. He even said he came inside of me, and that's when I had Bob inside of me. They spell it out for ya. He spells it out for you. They spell it out for you. What, did you think they made that up? No. No. That stuff's not made up. It's real. That's all. But no, his stuff is fun. It's fun to watch. It's crazy. It's, he knows, hey, it's David Lynch. I mean, what the hell else do you need to say? It's freaking David Lynch. Exposing it? I mean, I hear you. Someone from Hollywood exposing things? That's an interesting theory. Dude, you get your job in the first place by perpetrating those things. And I'm not speaking for directors and Lynch, anyone specifically. I'm just saying, Hollywood directors, they're not filmmakers. Do people get this by now? Hollywood directors are not filmmakers. They're sorcerers. They're wizards. They're not filmmakers. Cinema is sorcery. It's hypnosis. They're not filmmakers. They're the court magicians. Do people get this yet? It's crazy. They direct the hypersexuality that plagues our youth now. They create that with repetition and illusion. Very easy to do. You see it right now. It's very easy to get away with. Look at the machine. What do you want me to say? What else can be said about this? Yeah, hey, what's up, Caesar? Yeah, I did like the white horse from TriStar Pictures. I like the homage to TriStar Pictures at the opening ceremony yesterday. So embarrassing, these people's religion. I thought these people hated everything, Christianity and this and that. Why are they doing gospel? Well, I guess it's not exactly a gospel. It's just so weird how they're obsessed with this stuff. When they hate Christianity, they hate religion, they're this and that. They're at the same time the most religious freaks in the world, and they're obsessed with Christian and else, Abrahamic, whatever. Pretty obsessed with the Bible. At least we saw in Paris they're pretty obsessed with the Bible. Obsessed with the Bible. Obsessed with Jesus Christ. Obsessed with Christians. Obsessed. 24/7 non-stop thinking about Christians and Christ and the Bible. Non-stop. Obsessed. I'm here to reduce everyone's fear. I'm here to reduce suffering. It is what it is. I mean, everyone else, they make a great living. God bless them. Spreading fear, spreading problems, no solution. Don't be afraid. The only thing you can do is get prepared. You prepare for these things. Spiritually prepared. When you are spiritually prepared, all other preparation follows. Consider how good the times are right now. How good they are. Doesn't it blow your mind? We all knew this day would come. So don't act so surprised. So you want to not fear things. You don't want to be worried. You need to have your heart rate working with you and not against you. You can't be getting mad at other people. Hey, people do what they're told. People do, a lot of the times, not knowing what they do. You let that pass. What are you gonna do? Be mad at them? You mad at people? You're so stupid. Can't you see? Dude, doesn't matter. What matters is what you believe. Don't worry about other people. And don't think that you see however many freak shows in the media or however many people act in lockstep with each other with astroturfing. You don't have to believe for 1 second that that's actual popular opinion, because it's not. That's social media. I'm glad people are getting behind an attitude of less suffering. What's the point of having a red face? What's the point of having a raised heart rate? What's the point of having a red face? No. There's no point. You got things to read. You got things to write. You got things to make. You have an attitude of a life worth living to put out into the world. That's what you have. You don't have to worry about this stuff. Yeah, you gotta have a fun time. And not fun like it's not, life isn't all fun and games exactly. But you have to you're not meant to be here in hell. I mean, it is hell in many ways, sure. But it's not exactly hell. It is only made hell with your permission. You can only be in hell with your own permission. Some people understand that this is the only place in the world for stress relief, for quality of life, for the eradication of worry. I mean, who would believe you? What matters is that I believe. Just know that I believe it. And don't believe that everyone thinks the same way, even though everyone on media is in a certain way. Don't believe that for a second. There's a lot more people that don't like cursing themselves and living in hell. There's a lot of people that believe in that lifestyle of not always being hexed around every corner. I'm gonna go on the news. Oh, getting hexed. Oh, that's bad out there. We need justice. It's been like this for hundreds of years, thousands of years. You notice how there's never justice no matter what happens? No matter what anybody does. Doesn't matter if there are 1 trillion people in the streets. Doesn't matter this or that. You notice how it only gets worse? That's interesting. No matter what you do, no matter how you bust your ass, politically, things only get worse. Nothing changes. That's interesting. That's why I don't participate in things that are meaningless. A lot of people would disagree. I don't blame them. They haven't been around as long as I have. They're not on their last spin in this world like I am. Many people are not on their last cycle. When you're on your last cycle, you have certain advantages. And that's seeing patterns. Look, what the people do is meaningless. This is, it's at the risk of coming across, as nihilistic. What the people do politically is meaningless. How people feel, what they believe, what they exude.
Open for business.
Now that makes a difference. That makes a difference. Not many would believe you, though. Not many would believe you.
Yeah, you're gonna let them walk, or you're gonna be handing your kids a burning wreck?
Dude, it's a burning wreck no matter what you do. That's the timeline we're in. What are you gonna do? You gonna fight the world? How do you do that? You don't. You exude. You believe. You have faith. Hope. You throw that in the trash. You wipe your nose on hope. Hope is meaningless. And there is no change. There is no change. It's been this way for 3,000 years. According to history. Zero change. If you got a time machine and you went back in time 3,000 years, 4,000 years, and you were around to see what was going on, you know what it would look like? Look like you were in 2020. You think I'd be shocked if I built a time machine and did that? And discovered it was the exact same thing? Do you think I would be shocked? I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Many people, though, may be surprised. Me, no. 3,000 years ago would be exactly the same. You think it's going to change now? For the better? Sure. Sure it is. Just make your voice heard and, you know, get justice. You think I was born yesterday? You think I was born yesterday? Hey, God bless everyone for doing what they feel is right, what they think will get good results. I mean, God bless them. God bless them. For real. God bless them for trying to make a difference. But there are things. There are things out there. You cannot make anything better unless you are made better within yourself first. The quality of your energy field is determined by the quality of your thoughts and the quality of your beliefs and the quality of your faith. That's what determines outside change. Inside change determines an energy that can push your belief and your will for the reduction of suffering. Sure. But if you have an ugly field surrounding you, you're going to spread the disease. You can only make the next day better than the last. What else can you do? And after years and years and years, I'm about to... Anyone who's going to shoot their mouth off, anyone who's going to try to impose their view on others, you know what? You're not there. You're not there yet. Maybe one day you will be. You're not there yet. If you're going to spread your disease, I'd rather keep my mouth shut. You get your own ass fixed before you worry about the world's ass. You want to worry about the ass of the world? You freaking spin your head around, look at your own ass. Look at your own bubble butt before you look at the world's bubble butt. You purify what goes into the mouth. You purify what comes out. Yes. Yes, we have organs for that. It's called the heart. The heart is the purifier. Who is purifying their heart these days?
Now you gotta show them how pissed you are.
Yeah. Show them how pissed you are? Nice job. Now for the rest of your life, you got the fucking military in the streets. Nice job, everybody. The feeling is mutual. The feeling is mutual. This community here, look, when you're down, the best thing to do, you listen to 311. You get the gratitude muscle. You start working your gratitude. Gratitude is the highest vibration you can have. Gratitude is the highest vibration you can buzz at. You get grateful for things. You can be that sounds like you can be regretting your life. You can be regretting, you can be worried about things, or you can be grateful for what you can do with your own mind and with what you have. And when I get wild, I say to myself, I say, look what I have. And I'm not looking in the mirror. I'm looking in chat right now. I say, look at this community. Look at the quality of the ideas, the quality of the sentiment, the quality of the energy in here. I say, look at the people that support what they love. Look at the things here. And I say, I'm blessed and I'm grateful for what has been built here. So, I mean, the same goes for y'all's. It was a wild time years ago. It was a wild time. A time of desolation. A time of wasted lies. A time of, extreme nihilism. A time of regret.
Can I help you?
A time of
Farewell.
A time of the thirst. But you fast forward a couple years, and I say to myself, I've never been happier. I've never been more capable of living, of, not being in a rat box or being in a place with no heat or something bogus like that. I've never had a better roof over my head. I've never had more tools. Got a drum set coming in. Got this setup. I got all the... Not everyone has these things, I've never been more capable of getting the tools I need to keep on putting the mirth out there, whether it be music or movies or, ridiculous games, etc. I've never been more capable. Not in the last 10 years. The 10 years were nothing. The last 10 years were nothing compared to the last 1 year, the last 2 year, the last 3 year here. Nothing. They were desolation. Desolation and despair compared to how it is now. That's true. And I've just never been more capable. I've never been happier. And only then, when the soul sickness was cleansed out of me, that's when I started to have good things in my life. Gratitude is the most powerful healer. It really is. And look, everyone can get down, it is what it is. You live in this world. You're in this world, you don't have to be of it. But a lot of the times, people become of the world and are susceptible to the spiritual weapons. The less hateful, the less worried, the less scared you get, the more good things are attracted into your life. You think all that stuff's a joke, like the law of attraction or The Secret or whatever the hell. You think that stuff's a joke. It's easy to dismiss it when you feel like trash. I get that. I really do. But it's not a joke. And it starts with your own mind. It starts with your own heart,
Why
which
stress when it's all Galileo anyways?
is probably the what creates a magnetic field in your body is probably the heart. When the heart is sick, it repels everything good from your mind. And the heart and the soul they seem rather connected. When you have a sick heart and you have a sick soul, you will be repelling things. You will be repelling people out of your life. You will be attracting the worst trash in history. You'll be like a thing that trash sticks to. A trash magnet. And when you see horrors that you can't believe, and when you think about horrors that you can't believe, the wicked truth is that it is almost like you are committing those horrors. When your mind is filled with the crimes of the demons in the world, you thinking about it is almost like a ritual of recreating it in your mind and doing a thought experiment, which is very scary. Very scary. And when you're immersed in the crimes of the demons and you're ritualistically, reenacting those horrors just by thinking about them all the time and like talking about them to other people, you are destroyed by it. You are so utterly destroyed by it, you don't even know the definition of destruction. until you do that. But you know, there came a point in my life I was like, I'm gonna go wild. I'm gonna start turning to, you know, I'm gonna be programming a freaking operating system pretty soon. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be train spotting pretty soon. And I said, you know what? Go online. Go online. Go online. Get some of this stuff off your chest in a reasonable way. Be with people. Be with people. Don't be alone. Oh no. Do not be alone. If you're down the rabbit hole and you're thinking of the crimes of the subhuman dead machine in this world, you have to be with people. And you either got to play games, you got to watch movies, you got to do this and that, etc. And I said to myself, I'm gonna be online. I'm gonna be online. And you know what? I'm gonna entertain myself. And in turn, entertain others. And the first thing I said, the first stuff I've been saying when I got on here, I said, listen to me. I told everyone, I said, this is therapy for me. I said, this is therapy. You think I'm on here, you know, doing this or that, you know, there's a lot of haters, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. It is what it is. You know, that's the world. People want you to, you know, they want you to do what they want, but it's the last thing I do. But, you know, I said, this is straight up therapy. I'm here. I'm going to have a fun time. You know what? I'm going to force myself to have a fun time. Because if I'm not here having a fun time, the things that I'm thinking of, I wouldn't dare utter aloud. Not even in a million years would I ever utter it. There'd be a lightning bolt coming down from the sky fucking right onto my head. No way in hell. So I said to myself, you know, I'm gonna get therapy. And it came to a point where things got so damn therapeutic, where this became therapy for everybody. Not just me. It became therapy for everybody. Just like, you know, a lot of people are on here saying. And it's not just them that this is therapy for. It is most certainly for me. I'm only a man. You know, put a man in a dark room, he'll start thinking dark ass thoughts. I'm only a man. You know, you put a man in a purple room, he starts getting royal with all of his sensibility. He starts getting royal with all of his faculties and starts infecting the people with that royal way. And that's been my credo. I said purity is what I strive for. Because in these times, this world, things are very, very wicked. They are very wicked, and it's very easy to be infected by thinking that that everybody else is completely wicked with the news and all that. I mean, it's an easy thing to get tricked into. But you know what? I said, I'm gonna stay in here. I'm gonna, you know, just like freaking whoever, the Gandhi. Be the change you want to see. I said, you know what? I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna be laughing. I'm gonna be wild. I'm gonna be pure. And you know what? It makes a difference, because now, you fast forward only a couple years, my life has never been better. I hope everyone understands what I stand for. I hope everybody understands what I believe. I hope everybody understands what we just do.
This was the only evidence that was sort of injected into the situation on 9/11, giving us the story of the hijackings. When you sort of pick it apart, you can basically prove that the alleged hijacking events did not take place, right? And and the story that we've been given is a total fraud.
You're listening to the Corbett Report.
Welcome back, friends. Welcome back to the Corbett Report. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, coming to you in September of 2024, specifically September 23rd or the 22nd, depending which side of the date line you happen to be on. And today we're going to be talking to a guest that I hope you are familiar with today. But if not, well, let's introduce him, bring him on to talk about a very important subject surrounding the events of September 11th, 2001. And that is specifically Ted Walter of the International Center for 9/11 Justice at IC911.org, an organization that I have talked about before, so I hope you are familiar with them. But if not, well, let's bring him on board and find out more about it. Ted Walter, thank you very much for joining us today.
Hey, James. Thanks for having me. Great to see you.
All right. Excellent. Well, just to make sure everybody is on board, let's talk a little bit about the International Center for 9/11 Justice. What is this IC911.org? When and where and how did it start and why?
Sure, yeah. So the organization was formed in, I want to say 2009, either 2008 or 2009, and it was originally called the International Center for 9/11 Studies. And it was started by my colleague, who's an attorney. His name is James Gorley. And I think the most notable thing that the organization did in those early days was organize and host the Toronto hearings in 2011, so on the 10th anniversary, and brought together many of the leading researchers in the 9/11 truth movement at that time to present their research as of that moment in time. And after that, the organization a year later produced a report on the hearings, so the 9/11 Toronto report, kind of mimicking the 9/11 Commission report in terms of its style and whatnot. And people might have also seen DVDs and documentaries about the hearing. So, and did a few other things, major FOIA releases and whatnot, but it kind of went dormant for several years after that. And then a year and a half ago, I approached sort of the people that were still involved with the organization, James Gorley, Graham McQueen, David Chandler, and so on, about kind of rebooting it and bringing it together with the Journal of 9/11 Studies, which has sort of already been a sister organization of the International Center, and also the 9/11 Consensus Panel, which was led by David Ray Griffin and Elizabeth Woodworth, and kind of bring these under one umbrella to make it easier for people to find this information, and then also to conduct new research, new, hopefully groundbreaking research, and also raise public awareness, etc. So we've sort of been at it since June, a year ago, a little over a year, and done several things in that time. And most recently, as we're going to talk about, we hosted this symposium on the aviation aspects of 9/11.
And of course, for those who don't remember, you were, of course, responsible for presenting that wonderful documentary of Graham McQueen and his final interview, as it were. And the name of that documentary is going to completely slip my mind at the moment, so you will remind me.
Peace, War, and 9/11.
I thought it was Peace, Justice, and 9/11, but good. Okay, Peace, War, and 9/11. Again, people who haven't seen that documentary, highly recommended. I really suggest people check it out. Dr. Graham McQueen, the late, great Dr. Graham McQueen, always an excellent, excellent source of information about 9/11. But today we're going to be getting into, as you say, some of this newer and groundbreaking research. How can there possibly be newer and groundbreaking research on this 23-year-old event? Well, there's a lot of areas of 9/11 research that have not been given enough attention over the years, as other aspects of 9/11 have really dominated people's attention. So one aspect of that I see on the website, ic911.org. I'll throw a link into your latest symposium, which was a 4-hour mega lecture by a bunch of different speakers, including yourself, on aviation impossibilities, deconstructing the official story of the 9/11 hijackings and air defense failures. I think that title is fairly self-explanatory, but tell us in your own words who was there and what they were talking about.
Yeah, so the research director of the center, Piers Robinson, hosted it and facilitated, and we also had Captain Dan Hanley of 9/11 Pilot Whistleblowers give a talk at the beginning of it. And then we got into 4 different presentations. I was the first person to present, and I spoke about the hijackings, the hijacking story, and kind of the, not only, well, I'll get into it in a little bit, but basically being able to use the phone call evidence primarily to show that the hijacking story is completely unfounded. We also had speakers talk about how we were basically the first step in our research as an organization. We said we already know a lot about the demolition of these buildings, right? And that's pretty well established, and it's out there. Activists have been talking about it for years, et cetera. Where we really don't know enough, where we really want to nail things down in the next few years, is what happened in the skies, what happened to the planes, this hijacking story, how the planes were flown, et cetera, et cetera. So it was the first step in our research process over the last year has been to not trying to show what happened, but show what didn't happen. So we were really attacking the official story, which is the planes were hijacked by these hijackers. Then they somehow managed to fly them, navigate them, fly them to their targets. And then the U.S. air defenses completely failed to stop them, right? So the presentations basically revolved around those three claims. So mine was the hijackings. Then we had a pilot talk about sort of the impossibility of the alleged hijackers being able to navigate and fly the planes. And then, the flip side of that is we had a researcher, Aidan Monahan, talk about remote guidance capabilities, remote guidance technology. And flying the planes remotely or under computer control. And lastly, Kevin Ryan, who's been the editor of the Journal of 9/11 Studies, or co-editor since 2006, talked about the air defense failures and sort of the shifting, evolving, multiple versions of the stories as to why the U.S. air defense has completely failed to stop these allegedly hijacked planes. It was very dense, a lot of information. I think that's been sort of the feedback. Maybe you yourself watched it or a large part of it. Sort of that's the first step in our research process. And I think it's, none of this, a lot of it's not completely groundbreaking, but we're kind of proceeding very deliberately, methodically, first sort of disproving the official story, and then we get into, okay, what really did happen.
Yes, excellent. Yeah, that's a good overview. And yes, it is a massive 4-hour symposium, and I have only managed to carve out time for 2/3 of it so far. But yes, dense would be the way I'd describe it. Lots and lots and lots of factual information and sources to back it up. So that's the kind of research that I'm interested in. And if people out there are also interested, of course, the link will be in the show notes, so you can go and watch the full symposium. But as you say, you were talking specifically about the hijackings that supposedly occurred and the evidence or lack thereof for such events actually taking place in the skies. And I think most, debunkers of 9/11 truth, but also the sort of general public would assume, there was all those phone calls. There were multiple phone calls from multiple people talking about hijackings, identifying these Middle Eastern looking men, and we have some of the cockpit transmissions, and we know about Let's Roll and all of that. So obviously what they say happened on 9/11 happened on 9/11, right? So how can you possibly start to deconstruct that? Tell us about, first of all, why and how did you get interested in the topic of the phone calls, and then what did you discover when you started diving in?
Yeah, so in a pretty generic way, as we were saying, we got to understand more about what happened in the skies. The 9/11 phone calls was on that list, right? So I started diving into it. I started reading, the research that's been done over the years. And, I was pretty surprised about what I found. The dialogue, the limited dialogue that there has been, or the limited research and discussion around the phone calls that's happened over the past 20 years, has mostly revolved around the technology of the calls, right? Were they cell phone calls? Cell phone calls can't be made from those altitudes. Were they air phone calls? Why did these calls, for people that have even dug into the weeds at all, why did some of these calls last beyond the time that Flight 93 allegedly crashed, right? 2 of the calls went well beyond that. Maybe we'll get into that a little bit. But so on and so forth. Just all about the technology, with maybe little bits of people research saying, like, his behavior seems kind of weird, or why did Mark Bingham introduce himself as Mark Bingham to his mom, right? So, which sort of lend itself maybe to the impersonator voice morphing theory of how these calls were made. But very little analysis had been done into sort of like statement analysis, actually dissecting what's being reported in the calls, and does it make any sense? And so really only a small handful of researchers started to do that, and really like sort of post 2010. And so I sort of started building on their research, and somebody who goes by the pseudonym of Loop to Loop did a really fascinating deep dive into the calls made from Flight 11. And you can find that if you Google like Loop to Loop Flight 11, something like Fog Fiction and then Flight 11, you could find that series. Another researcher, Elias Davidson, sort of did a broad look at all the phone calls. I started to look really closely at Flight 93 because there were so many calls, and I was sort of like, if you actually look at these and then organize them chronologically as to when they were made, maybe we can sort of start to read between the lines and see through the cracks here as what is actually going on this plane. If these people were really on the plane, or if they were what have you. So really it was to say, like, do a statement analysis of the calls. What's in the content of the calls. And Flight 93, as well as all of the other calls, when you start to actually examine what is being reported purportedly by these passengers and flight attendants, you none of it adds up. As you might expect, in a way, but none of it adds up to the extent that, since this is the only evidence really supporting that, this was the only evidence that was sort of injected into the situation on 9/11, giving us the story of the hijackings. When you sort of pick it apart, you can basically prove that the alleged hijacking events did not take place, right? And these and the story that we've been given is a total fraud. So in Flight 93, because there were so many calls made from Flight 93 by so many people, the total number of calls, I isolated 18 people across the 4 different flights who made a total of 28 calls that conveyed any information at all. There were also like calls that didn't get connected and this and that, but 18 callers with 28 calls, 12 of those were on Flight 93 or thereabouts. Something like that. So and I can dig into the details, but that was sort of the genesis of it. And then I realized, like, we wanted to, for this presentation, I decided not to get into how were the calls made. Were they made with airphones, or were they made by the passengers, or were they made by people impersonating them, or what have you? I just wanted to focus on, like, what is being reported in the calls, and figuring out how they were made is kind of like the next step of our research, essentially, over the next, let's say, year or two. I can dig into it when you're ready.
Let's go into it, and I don't know how you want to do it, flight by flight or whatever, but for people who want the full presentation, obviously we'll direct people there. For, as you say, you have all the slides with all of the phone calls and what was said. But let's just start getting into some of the highlights or lowlights of what you found.
So the interesting thing about Flight 93, what distinguishes it from the other flights, was there were actually purported radio transmissions, purportedly, that came from the flight as at the moment that the plane was allegedly being taken over. So this was at 9:28 a.m. on the morning of 9/11. So about 25 minutes after the second plane hit the second tower, Flight 93 is allegedly taken over by hijackers. And so there's 2 transmissions that are about 30 seconds apart. Just prior to that, the plane dipped about 600 feet. And then 5 seconds later, you get the first transmission. 30 seconds later, you get the second transmission. And in both transmissions, you can sort of hear the pilot saying, "Mayday, Mayday." It's very odd. I spoke with several pilots about this, and it's just, first of all, very odd that a pilot would say "Mayday," that would be the choice of words used in that moment. Now, of course, we're supposed to imagine he's fighting for his life, and, like somebody's trying to stab him, what have you. But to just, on both transmissions, use that word and then not give really any more information is pretty odd. And in the second transmission, which I would love to play for your audience, you basically hear the same exact set of words and sounds repeat in a loop. Now, I don't think it's like the same exact audio waves repeating, like it's not like done per se like that, but it is really the same exact set of words and sounds that repeat in a way that it sounds completely inauthentic. So we want to give that a listen.
Yes, I have that audio ready, so let's give it a listen.
That's American 1060.
Bizarre, yeah. So that you sort of hear him say, "Mayday, get out of here." Mayday, get out of here. So it's like, anyway, I'd like to, I'm hoping that we can do some analysis on this that kind of prove definitively that it's not sort of authentic sound being generated, by a fight going on in the cockpit. But the more important thing about those radio transmissions is that they establish that the official story has basically committed itself to a violent hijacking taking place, a violent takeover of the cockpit taking place at 9:28 a.m., whereas we don't have that sort of concrete cornerstone of the story with the 3 other hijackings. In fact, almost none of the passengers across the 18 callers, the 28 calls that were made, describe how the hijackers entered the cockpits, how they overcame the pilots, what happened to the pilots. There's only 2 callers that give any sort of vague mention of any sort of like what happened to the pilots. One an unidentified flight attendant on flight 175, which is the second plane hit the second tower, says that the pilots are dead. Okay, doesn't give any more information to how that happened. Strangely enough, the other callers from flight 175 don't say what happened to the pilots. That's pretty important, right? That the pilots are dead. And then on flight 93, which I'll get into in a little bit, there's one person who describes the pilots being pulled out of the cockpit, but it's very vague and fuzzy and contradicts what all the other callers were saying.
Yes, in fact, if I may interject, one of the things that stuck out to me from your presentation, which I've kind of gathered over the years, but I've never really assembled this information like you have, is the contradictions between various callers, including even what was taking place at the front and whether people are dead or stabbed or sprayed or what. I mean, when you start lining it up, it's just crazy, the contradictions even between callers within the same flight.
Yeah, indeed. And so with 93, because we have so many callers, we have lots of contradictions to shine a light on. So at 9:28, the plane is supposedly taken over, and a couple minutes later, phone calls start coming from, ostensibly coming from the plane. And the first person to call, his name is Thomas Burnett, called his wife and says, the plane's been hijacked, a passenger has been stabbed. Right, call the authorities is basically what he says to her. It's a very brief call. It's like, okay, interesting, because it's a 757. This is a Boeing 757-200. It is a passenger jet, but it's not a terribly large passenger jet. And there's a photo of it that I provided, which we can show your audience. Just looking at it from the front of first class all the way to the back, like you can see the back pretty easily from the front of first class. Okay, so it's not a large plane. And yet, so there was this loud, violent struggle that went on for at least a minute in the cockpit, and yet nobody on the plane reports that struggle happening. And the first person who I just mentioned calls his wife and says, oh, a guy has been stabbed, a passenger has been stabbed. Okay, a little strange. Then we get a flight attendant a couple minutes later named Sandra Bradshaw, calls a United Airlines office, and basically says, plane has been hijacked. The hijackers attacked a flight attendant, but none of the crew and none of the passengers are injured. Okay, and this is, by the way, this is all mostly coming, like 95% of this information is coming from reports, from interviews that the FBI did with all of the people who received these calls. And then there's not a transcript of the interview, it's just written up in the report, right? But even from that, and so there's a lot of opportunity for manipulation, or certainly a lot of opportunity for details and nuances to be left out or to be, misrepresented, of course. But even with that, there's a lot, when we put all this together, that there's actually a lot of important contradictions, and there's also some major consistencies that we can start to see. So that, by and large, this body of evidence actually seems fairly reliable. And I can get into that more in a little bit. So as we basically go on, I think the most important, in terms of the connection to this alleged hijacking, this alleged takeover at 9:28, is you get 3 or 4 callers a little bit later, that basically report the plane being taken over now, at the moment that they're calling. So at 9:45, one of those is Jeremy Glick, who basically tells his wife, oh, the hijackers are going to the front now. The other is sort of Todd Beamer, who's famous for saying, let's roll, reportedly. That one is the most specific, like where he's talking to a woman named Lisa Jefferson at GTE, the phone company for that ran the airphone system. And he says, this is about at 9:45, and he says, the hijackers are getting ready to enter the cockpit. They're getting ready to take over the plane. And then she said in the FBI report, it's noted that she estimated that about 7 minutes later, so let's say at around 9:52, 24 minutes after the alleged takeover, he says they're now entering the cockpit, right? And now they pulled the pilots out. And then remarkably, you have Sandra Bradshaw, who was the first flight attendant to make that call maybe 15 minutes earlier, around 9:35. She then calls her husband at about 9:50 and speaks with him for 8 minutes. He's an airline pilot, and so he's asking her lots of questions about what's going on because he actually understands like what would happen in a plane, what would happen during a hijacking. And she basically tells him that she assumes that the pilots are still in control of the plane, in the cockpit and control of the plane, and that the hijackers are just sitting in first class. They're just sitting up there, right? But she thinks that the pilots are still in control flying the plane. How on earth, if there is a hijacking, if there's a takeover, a loud, violent struggle at 9:28, would presumably everybody, my contention is that everybody on the plane, if they don't hear it or see it, would very quickly find out about it, and certainly a flight attendant would. And then there's the three other people just minutes before her reporting that the hijackers just entered the cockpit, or around the same time that she's making her call, and yet she thinks that the pilots are still in the cockpit and in control of the plane. Todd Beamer, who was very specific about, they're getting ready to enter the cockpit now, now they just entered the cockpit, was sitting one seat in front of her, allegedly, like in terms of not where they started on the flight, but where they made the calls from. They could trace back, based on the phone records provided by GTE, they could trace back where the people were sitting, which seats they made the calls from. Beamer was sitting one row in front of Sandra Bradshaw, telling, literally at the same time they're on the phone, one of them is saying they're entering the cockpit now, and the other is saying I think the pilots are still in control of the plane. And to make it even more ridiculous, Beamer is supposedly getting all the information from a flight attendant sitting next to him. So this flight attendant would presumably be conversing with Sandra Bradshaw, who's sitting one seat behind her, and their coworkers. And yet everybody's on a completely different wavelength about what's happening on the plane. So that's sort of just a snapshot. There's many other things. As you mentioned, very contradictory reports of violence. One person talking about a passenger being stabbed. The guy who I mentioned, Burnett, who first called his wife and said the guy is stabbed, calls a few minutes later and says, now he's dead. And yet none of the people around him, imagine if you're sitting on a plane that's been hijacked and somebody was stabbed and then dies right across the aisle from you. You would probably, if you were on the phone with your wife, you might tell your wife that somebody just died. But all the people that were sitting near Burnett, who was supposedly taking care of this stabbed dead man, none of them mentioned that somebody had just died next to them, including Jeremy Glick, who was on the phone with his wife for 20 minutes, allegedly. So this is the ridiculousness that is you can see in the phone calls when you actually start to pay attention to what was being reported in them.
There's so much more detail. And as I say, even as myself, as someone who's looked at various reports, and I have that book by J.M. Berger that puts together all the FBI 302s, and you read through it, and it's just a mass of information, and it's a lot of work to go through and put it together like this. So I do appreciate that, and would once again highly recommend that people take a look at the presentation you made at the symposium where you lay it out flight by flight and give the specific details. But having said that, okay, a couple of things. First of all, probably one of the most famous calls is Barbara Olson, and how she did or did not connect, and what, they changed that to say that her connection actually never really happened, and 0 seconds, and all of that. What did you make of the Barbara Olson phone call?
Yeah, so as I said, I've sort of focused largely in this presentation and my research so far on what was being reported in the calls. And there are interesting things about what Barbara Olson reported that, wasn't only allegedly her husband that she spoke with. It was also people at AT&T who connected her to her husband's office. And they said some interesting things similar to Flight 93 about how it sounded like when Barbara Olson called, which was about 20 minutes after the plane was allegedly taken over, that it sounded like the pilots were still flying the plane and not aware of what was going on in the back of the plane. Okay, so yet another example of that. When we start to talk about how the Barbara Olson calls may have been made, we're getting into the technological details, and I and my colleagues are trying to proceed very, very, very deliberately about through that. There is a working hypothesis out there. It was originated by a guy named Robert Wagner, who was a telecommunications expert, that a device called picocells were used definitely on the American Airlines flights and possibly also on the United flights, that basically would allow a cell phone to be routed through the airphone system and down to the ground. And the picocell theory is interesting because it kind of solves the anomalies that exist with the Barbara Olson calls, and also with some of the calls you might be aware of, your viewers might be aware of, where Thomas Burnett, who I mentioned before, who reportedly called his wife a handful of times, she reported that she saw his number on her phone, on her caller ID. And yet the plane, when he called, was allegedly at 40,000 feet. So the picocell, if there were a picocell on Flight 93 or a plane that was purporting to be Flight 93 that he was connecting his cell phone through, perhaps there was some kink in the system that allowed his cell phone number to be displayed, even though it was the airphone system that his cell phone was being routed through. In terms of the Barbara Olson calls, it solves a major anomaly because many people have reported, the understanding is that American Airlines was in the process of decommissioning its airphone system. She made the calls certainly at an altitude where it would be very difficult, if not impossible, for cell phone calls to work. But the airphone explanation never made sense because the airphones supposedly didn't work anymore, the handsets. However, there are actually airphone records that were produced by Claricom that were released. I believe it was in 2009 when the 9/11 Commission released a bunch of their records, and these records show, calls being made through the airphone system. But interestingly, this Robert Wagner, who I mentioned before, interpreted that. Looking at the detailed information in the records, that the calls were not made from an airphone handset. And so then how were they made? And I won't go into all the details, and I'm still relatively new to them, but essentially the idea would be that, Barbara Olson, she also, when she tried to, there's the famous call that lasted 0 seconds to her husband. That, under this theory, that happened because she tried to call him directly, and the billing system no longer worked. So when she tried to connect, it didn't work. But that she was able to reach him when she made operator-assisted calls. So as I mentioned before, she spoke to an operator, et cetera, et cetera. So when she dialed 0, spoke to an operator, was eventually able to contact her husband, but as the theory goes, using her cell phone to be routed through the airphone system. Now, normally, picocells would not be on airplanes. I think that they were maybe at some point instituted officially later, several years later, 2004, 2007. But the technology existed at that time. So, and the argument goes that that's how the flights were made from American Airlines Flight 11 as well. It's a working theory. I'm not yet completely, as an organization and myself, we're not yet completely, 100% behind that, but we're looking into it. So.
Okay, and I suppose, once again, this question goes beyond the bonds and scope of what you're doing in this particular investigation, but the first question that I think anyone who's even slightly on the fence or inclined to be a debunker would have would be, okay, all right, so these phone calls never happened. Then what are they? Are they completely fictitious creations made in some CIA sound studio that were then, broadcast over the phone to operators in real time? How does that work? And I know that one of the pioneers of this research, or at least the one that I know about, David Ray Griffin, for example, was talking about voice manipulation technologies and how they could have been employed in this. And I know that's not going to be necessarily an argument that a lot of people in the debunking world want to hear. In fact, I vividly recall being at the Osaka 9/11 Truth Conference in 2008, I believe it was, when David Ray Griffin was speaking, and when he brought up the idea of voice manipulation technologies making phone calls sound like people that weren't actually talking, etc. Literally, there was an audience member that broke up into hysterics, laughing hysterically at the concept. So, anyway, that technology exists, but was it employed on 9/11? Obviously, this is speculative, and as I say, it goes beyond the bonds of establishing what was supposedly said in these conversations. But people are going to ask, okay, so if these phone calls aren't real, what are they?
Yeah, to be very frank about it, there's essentially, well, I would divide it into two general hypotheses. One is that what you just spoke to, impersonation using voice morphing technology, or perhaps some other electronic or digital means of fabricating the calls. The other is that it was the actual passengers and flight attendants who made these calls, and they were participating in a purported hijacking drill. And so they were given a script or a set of talking points, and they were describing these things to people on the ground, most of whom were people that, their loved ones. That's sort of the other, let's say, competing theory or the other explanation for how these calls were made.
I suppose another one that we could add to that list would be some sort of live hijacking simulation exercise where the passengers weren't in on it, weren't given a script, but they were witnessing something happening and they believed it to be real. Again,
yeah, and David Ray Griffin did a little that hypothesis was advanced to some extent by Jim Hoffman, by researchers named Jim Hoffman and Eric Larson, and where for me that hypothesis kind of the weak point of that hypothesis is that when you look at if the passengers and flight attendants were reporting something that they believed to be real that was actually happening in front of them, there would have been much more consistency in what they were describing, and there would have been much more fear, perhaps, heard. And so one of the features that I haven't spoken about yet, but again, which your viewers may be familiar with, is that many of the passengers and flight attendants who made these calls were reported as being remarkably calm. And so in my presentation, I documented that 11 out of the 18 or 19, however many it was, callers were described as remarkably calm by the people that spoke to them. Barbara Olson being one of them. Her husband on Larry King Live said she was, in retrospect, just remarkably, unbelievably calm. So, again, yeah, so, that really lends itself more to one of the other two hypotheses.
Hi, Mom, it's your son, Mark Bingham. Yeah, there are just weird things in the phone calls, aren't there?
There are, yeah. And so I want to talk. Let me just a little. What I find interesting about the Mark Bingham call. So it's for people that don't know, it's very odd that when he finally got first he spoke with a woman and he called, I believe it was his aunt's house, spoke to a friend of theirs, then spoke to his aunt, then finally got his mom on the phone. And when he got his mom on the phone, he said, "Hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham." And a lot of people have interpreted that as that's evidence of an impersonator. Would somebody who's actually Mark Bingham really introduce themselves that way? In my view, it's possible that somebody in the second scenario who's participating in a hijacking drill and feeling very awkward about telling their mom that they're in a hijacking might introduce himself that way. But what I think is more interesting about that call, or equally interesting at least, is that when she asks him, "So who are these hijackers, Mark?" He doesn't, and this is like described, I'm almost verbatim describing what's in the FBI report. There's like a pause for 5 seconds, and then he says, "You've got to believe me, it's true." And then she says, "I do believe you, Mark, but who are they?" And there's another pause of 5 seconds or so, and she hears kind of murmuring in the background like someone's talking to him, and then the line disconnects. So basically, Mark Bingham, along with most of the other callers, did not describe anything about the hijackers. No features, no identifying features. And even when he was asked by his mom twice, he was incapable or unwilling of saying anything about the hijackers. So, again,
you could come up with plausible explanations in a real hijacking why someone wouldn't be able to say something where they thought their life might be in danger or blah, blah, blah. There's a million situations we could invent in our head about what's going on and why he might say Mark Bingham and all of this sort of stuff. But it is still points to ponder. And as you say, I think it's not just one particular phone call. It is the aggregation of all of them, which do not seem to add up to a consistent, coherent story that looks anything like the official narrative of 9/11. Okay, anything else you want to say about the phone calls before we start wrapping things up? Keeping in mind, of course, once again, I'm going to exhort everyone to go and watch your actual presentation with all of the details about all of the calls. But anything else that really springs to mind for you?
Yeah, I just wanted one more thing I would want people to take away, because my hope here is that people will become more kind of well-versed in, like, what are the aspects of the phone calls that completely undermine the official story. And the other big one is just that on Flight 11, Betty Ong and Madeline Sweeney, the two flight attendants in Flight 11, described basically a wildly unrealistic hijacking situation. They basically claim in the course of the phone calls that they made that that 3 people, 2 flight attendants and then a passenger, have been stabbed, and the passenger has been stabbed in the neck and is bleeding out and dying. And Mace has been released in first class. And so everybody in first class and business class has made their way into coach class. And yet the people in coach have no idea that there's a hijacking going on. They just think that there's a medical emergency. And that is just absolutely, like, wildly unrealistic and plausible that, you know, the people from first class wouldn't start telling the people in coach what was going on, et cetera, et cetera. And so other researchers hypothesize that, you know, that claim was made because there had to be some reason to explain why more people were not making phone calls from Flight 11. The other aspect of the Flight 11 that is crazy is that allegedly flight attendants were going up to trying to get into the cockpit. And Betty Ong was reporting during the 25-minute call that she made, and she was just hanging out on the phone for 25 minutes and not doing anything else, that the flight attendants could not get into the cockpit. And it's like, so they basically were not, as they were going up to the cockpit, there were no hijackers there stopping them from getting to the cockpit. And Betty Ong kept saying, we don't know where they are. They've sort of disappeared. And so we're supposed to basically imagine that all 5 of the hijackers on Flight 11 and the 2 pilots, because they don't describe any pilots lying on the ground, they don't say anything about what happened to the pilots, are like stuffed in the cockpit together. So just really for people to, I hope people can remember those and take those away as really obvious falsehoods, things that show you that the story of what happened on Flight 11 is totally false. So.
And of course, that only adds to all the million other aviation impossibilities that were happening in the skies that was part of that symposium, and that, again, you're only scratching the surface of with regards to the actual maneuvers of the flights and whether they were physically possible and all of these sorts of things. So, yeah, there's a lot for people to dig their teeth into if they are so inclined. But I guess this is the sort of the point of the conversation where I'm going to need a little bit of white pill from you as obviously someone with the International Center for 9/11 Justice, someone who is deeply involved in this research, and thank you for doing this. I know it's a lot of work, but it can be pretty thankless work. And I'm going to go out on a limb and make a bold prediction that there will not be a single piece of feedback to this conversation that is in any way positive or thankful. No one is going to say, thank you, Ted. This was really informative. I learned a lot. Now, having said that, because I have a contrarian audience, there will be at least a couple people in the audience who will be like, okay, I will leave a thank you. So they will be the exceptions that prove the rule, that 99% of the feedback to a conversation like this one is going to be along the lines of, yeah, but what about the buildings? And then people will start debating each other endlessly about the way that the buildings blew up. Or there will be the people who will be talking about, no, there were no planes, it was all holograms. And then there will be the third type of person, who cares? Whatever, you should be talking about immigrants eating dogs, which was actually a piece of feedback I received about my most recent 9/11 post on Corporate Report. So I feel increasingly despondent about the state of 9/11 truth, and the real potential for us to break through the stuck-on-stupid conversation that we've been having for 23 years that has not accomplished 9/11 justice, to break through to a real widespread mass understanding of the incredible fraud that took place 23 years ago that didn't just take the lives of the 3,000 people on 9/11, but of course the millions that resulted from the war on terror afterwards, the construction of the police state. Again, I get excited and very angry about this because this was the thing that sent me down the rabbit hole 20 years ago to start investigating this sort of stuff and to start doing the corporate report in the first place. And when I talk about it these days, pretty much a collective shrug. So you need to give me the white pill. What do you see in terms of people out there and their appetite for this information and their ability to absorb new information about 9/11?
Yeah. Well, I think your audience obviously is very well informed about 9/11 by and large, and probably like you and like me, frustrated, at the seeming lack of progress over the last, say, 15 to 20 years, and wondering where is this going to go? Are we ever going to achieve that sort of immense awakening, that you just described, and that I think is the reason why we all do this and why you started doing it. Around me every day, just in day-to-day life, in sort of the mainstream world out there, the so-called normies, like, I see much more openness to 9/11 truth, considering, whatever you want to call it, that 9/11 was an inside job, that 9/11 was a false flag attack. Pretty much like 9 out of 10 people who I introduce myself to these days, are anywhere from neutral and interested to completely on board and supportive, right? So there's that. Like, I think we're getting to a point where, we're far enough away. People are more open to it. We have an entire younger generation, et cetera. And then I think online, I think we're seeing a massive, in sort of the alternative media, or let's say, you've been doing this incredible reporting for 15 plus years, right? But in this sort of, and you're very well known and respected, in the sort of mainstream alternative media that has kind of sprung up over the last 5 to 10 years, like, we are starting to see people really talk about this much more frequently, much more openly. I could run through the list of names, but, your audience is probably familiar with them, the figures out there who've been speaking about this. So I think we are actually close to getting closer to some sort of a tipping point where it basically won't be taboo, at least won't be taboo at all anymore to talk about this, at least in the alternative media or in like alternative sort of internet spaces. And I think that that's going to gradually spill over to the mainstream as well. I just, did a couple interviews with George Galloway, British politician, pundit, who for many years was afraid to talk about 9/11. And now he's talking about it. Neil Oliver, relatively new arrival to the scene, very interested in COVID, and is now suddenly talking about 9/11. We have the case of the family in the UK, the family of Jeff Campbell. Jeff Campbell died in the North Tower on 9/11, and his family is still trying to open a new inquest into his murder. And we're at a point in that case where we are actually, and I understand people's pessimism without a doubt. I totally understand it, but we are at a point where there is actually a decent chance of this family's case actually being accepted and the family within the next year or two actually getting the new inquest where we can prove that Jeff Campbell was killed in the demolition of the North Tower, and that will be the legal cause of his death, which would send, I think, tidal waves in all directions of awareness and so on. So yeah, I think that there is reason to keep fighting, and I think let's use JFK as an example. Like, people kept learning things for decades and decades, and to the point now where the vast majority of the public believes that it was not Lee Harvey Oswald who killed JFK. Has anything come of that? No, but I think 9/11 perhaps 9/11 as an event has greater potential than even JFK did if we get to that level of awareness. And I think we're in a different environment now where information spreads so quickly, and we are managing to overcome the censorship by and large. So I think that there is reason to keep fighting. I think people should be hopeful, and let's at least give this another 10 years or so and see where we get. Because if we crack this open in the next 10 years, it's still close enough to when the crime took place for it to have a massive impact on our society.
Well, thank you for that very whitish gray pill. I do appreciate that because, yes, I think you're absolutely and obviously right that the absolute toxic stigma of even mentioning anything that whiffed of 9/11 truth that absolutely existed 20 years ago and which would have gotten someone immediately canceled from whatever mainstream network or whatever they were on, that stigma has been removed, and there are more and more people as you say, in the mainstream alternative media that are starting to speak about it. And now, well, thank you for joining the party 20 years late. But anyway, at least you're here. So, yes, I am glad to see that happening. And I think you're right. But at the same time, it's funny you bring up JFK, because that's exactly the way that I think about this, is that in the JFK case, the vast majority of the American public for decades, documentably in poll after poll after poll, have believed there was some conspiracy. Oswald was not a lone nut. The vast majority of people know it, but that hasn't changed the mainstream conversation on that at all, and it hasn't changed anything in terms of actually achieving justice. And that's my fear for 9/11. We might actually arrive at the point where the vast majority of people, in fact, even early polls in New York, most people said the government lied about 9/11. There was 53% or whatever in a poll in 2006. So, yes, most people have been on board with some variant of 9/11 truth for a very long time, and more people joining the party every day. But will it achieve justice? And I guess let's end on that note. Again, this is the International Center for 9/11 Justice. What is 9/11 justice, and how can it actually be achieved? For example, you bring up the Campbell inquest possibility. That's an incredible opportunity, but I hope people understand the meaning of an opportunity like that, because it is through court actions like that, whatever the judge gavels down on ultimately, at the very least, opens up this entire possibility for new documents and new information to come out. This is how we get more information about events like these. It was through the Moussaoui trial and other things like this that we got lots of documents that we didn't have before and learned new aspects of the case. I think that is something that we can at least be striving towards as an interim goal, but what is the ultimate end goal of 9/11 justice?
Well, I think 9/11 justice means much more than sort of like a result in an outcome in a legal proceeding. When we use the term 9/11 justice, we are talking about a widespread realization and reckoning about what actually happened on 9/11 that is impossible for the powers that be to suppress, and to impossible for them to prevent from transforming into not just awareness but actual action. I do happen to believe that 9/11 is a much more, in terms of the psyche of of the U.S. and of the world, that 9/11 lives much deeper than the assassination of JFK, and that if we get to a place where 60, 70%, etc. of people believe that it was a false flag attack, well, not only will that make us a much more informed populace, much more skeptical, rightly so. But I think because of what 9/11 represented and still continues to have the impact that it does, and I think people can feel it, even though people want to dismiss that. But I think that we'll see a different result when we get to that level of awareness than what we've seen with JFK. So that's why we keep at it. And in terms of looking at things like the phone calls and the hijackings, these kinds of discoveries are important for reaching new people. The more that we learn, the more because a lot of people are tired of hearing about controlled demolition. Yeah, let's talk about how the hijackers could not possibly have flown the planes. Very simple idea. Let's get that idea out there and let's prove it rigorously, which we as an organization are working on, because that will reach new people that weren't convinced by the controlled demolition. So the research is about raising awareness ultimately, and figuring out what exactly happened that day. And the more we figure out, the more people will be woken up. So,
excellent answer. I very much resonate with the idea of 9/11 justice is not just about some court opinion. It's about the court of public opinion, to completely transform people's understanding of the events of 9/11, not only to achieve the justice in the historical record of actually having the truth, documenting what actually happened on that day, but then also to use that information going forward so that magic trick of false flag terrorism can never be used to lead the public into illegal wars of aggression ever again. And that to me would be the real justice that we can achieve if we push this through to its completion. So my hat's off to you and all the people who are still working on this and looking for new information and new ways to bring this to the public's attention. I think it is important. And on that note, if people are at all interested in what you talked about today, once again, the link to the full symposium will be in the show notes for this interview so that people can go and watch not only your presentation, but Aidan Monahan and Kevin Ryan and the other presenters there with lots more information and detail. And let's just keep pushing this through until we achieve 9/11 justice. on that note, Ted Walter, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, James.
Operations. In the wake of 9/11, the Bush administration's mantra became that no one could have imagined such an attack before it took place.
I don't think anybody could have predicted that these people would take an airplane and slam it into the World Trade Center, take another one and slam it into the Pentagon, that they would try to use an airplane as a missile, a hijacked airplane as a missile.
First, I must say, I knew of no intelligence during the 6+ months leading up to September 11th that indicated terrorists would hijack commercial airliners, use them as missiles to fly into the Pentagon or the World Trade Center towers.
Nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings on such a massive scale.
But like everything else the Bush administration told the public about 9/11, this too was a lie. Not only had government officials envisioned flying airplanes into buildings or using an airplane as a missile, but multiple agencies trained for just such an event prior to 9/11. In fact, as General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff from 2001 to 2005, went on to tell the 9/11 Commission, this precise scenario of a hijacked jet being flown into a high-value target was drilled by NORAD not once or twice, but 5 separate times in the run-up to September 11th. On November 6, 1999, they simulated an event in which terrorists hijacked a passenger jet flying out of JFK with the intention of crashing it into the United Nations building in New York. On June 5, 2000, they simulated 2 hijackings, one in which the terrorists intended to fly the plane into the Statue of Liberty, and the other in which the intended target was the White House. An October 16, 2000 NORAD drill saw a hijacker once again targeting the UN building, as did a nearly identical exercise on October 23rd of that year. One of NORAD's pre-9/11 hijack drills even saw the World Trade Center itself become the intended target. Other exercises involved not just hijacked jets as weapons, but tested NORAD's response to simultaneous hijackings being used in a coordinated attack on American airspace.
Welcome to the Truth Over Comfort show. Today's returning guest is James Corbett of the Corbett Report. He's here today to talk about 9/11 in the run-up to the anniversary of 9/11, or whenever this recording comes out, it may be closer or after the time. James has done a series of documentaries over the years on the subject, from 9/11 war games to Trillions to 9/11 whistleblowers to his recent-ish documentary series on the history of Al-Qaeda and kind of false flag attacks around that. It's great to have you here, James. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on.
Just for full disclosure, I guess, before the interview, on myself. So I don't really come with a consolidated view yet. I've watched lots of your documentaries. I've heard some of the people more in the anti-war side who don't really step into the 9/11 bit. I don't really have a consolidated view. When I was watching lots of the 9/11 stuff, I'm like, definitely, it's suspicious, things like that. But I don't ultimately have a consolidated view. And part of that is I just want to do kind of more research. So I'm at this fairly, I'm deeply kind of suspicious. And whether you think about 9/11, the official story is obviously a lie, in that they did lie many times, as you played in your documentaries, where they said they couldn't have imagined anything like this could have happened. There's clearly, as we get to with the war games, complete lies, but that could just be them covering their own arse, you could say. So I just wanted to say that I'm going to try and be fair, but I do come with a deep suspicion, which is why obviously I'm having you on in the first place. Just before we get going, I'm not going to make you do it, but I know you said you would, but I know you didn't come at 9/11 from the very first minute as a 9/11 truther, or whatever you want to call it. It took, about, I think you said about the 5th anniversary, something like that, where you started using the internet in Japan and seeing all these documentaries and things like that, that made you suspicious and look into it. I think people, if they want to see that, they hear that in lots of your other interviews. So you didn't come at it from the first point as that, but I haven't really heard you give your view, and I know some of it is always speculation. So what is your overall view of 9/11? Kind of, there's different theories on, did certain figures allow it to happen? Did George Bush himself sign off on it? Did just certain groups utilize it, or did they actually create the situation? Facilitate, what is your general view of 9/11, what happened, and I guess the actual people involved? Because as much as people would pin it on George Bush, it would be quite unlikely George Bush was actually involved at all. So just let me know kind of your outline thoughts, and then we can get to the evidence of what brought you to that point.
Sure. Well, yes, first I can say I am sympathetic to the point of view of people who perhaps suspect that there may be something wrong with the official story, but haven't looked into it enough to really be able to articulate that, because I was in that position when I started. In fact, before I started into what became the Corporate Report, I was even in a state of even profounder ignorance, having actually read, unlike most people, I actually read the 9/11 Commission report cover to cover. So this is the edition of the 9/11 Commission report that I purchased here in Japan back in 2005, I believe, if my memory serves, 2004, 2005, whenever it came out. Because I remember at the time, the Japan Times would publish a section from the Los Angeles Times as part of its weekend special, and they had there was a feature that they wrote about the 9/11 Commission report, and it was this glowing review of this report, saying it's so interesting and it's not like a government document, it actually reads like an action tale and blah, blah, blah. And so I got caught up in that. Oh, really? Okay, this is the story of 9/11. So I read it cover to cover, and at the time thought, well, there you go. There's the story. That's what happened. And obviously, I say obviously, perhaps it's not obvious, but I was very much against the policies of the Bush administration and the war in Iraq and all of that. But I thought, well, they're using this obviously as a justification, but I had no questions or qualms about the story that was portrayed in here. Well, once I started to actually look into this story, I discovered, oh, this is a tissue of lies front to back. And one of the first things we have to know about the 9/11 Commission report and the information that was compiled by the 9/11 commissioners is that this is torture testimony, extracted through torture, that would not be permissible in any court of law worthy of the name, which is exactly why we have seen the kangaroo court military commission nonsense going on in Guantanamo for the past 20 years and the crazy developments on that front in recent times. It's because, yes, they tortured people to essentially get what they wanted to hear out of various people, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and others, that we know demonstrably is lies. For example, KSM having confessed to plotting to bomb buildings that didn't even exist at the time that he was rounded up originally. So we know that this is not reliable, but that gets swept under the rug. Yes, there was a judge who even ordered the CIA to keep the videotapes that they had of these torture interrogations that were being used. The CIA deliberately deleted them. Deliberately, against court orders, went and deleted them. So we'll never get to see what this was actually based on. But anyway, that gives a sense of why we should be deeply skeptical of the information that purports to come from here. Having said that, and having gone on that rant, I forget what your initial question actually was.
My question was just your general view of what happened.
Yes.
On
Okay.
9/11. And if you want, before you say that, if you want to just tell people the official story, as you know, everyone kind of knows it, but you know, as time goes on, people just Twin Towers.
Yeah, of course. And we have to keep in mind, which is weird for me, but I have to keep this consciously in mind. There are people in this audience who probably were not born when these events were taking place, or were just children or babies even. So yes, maybe they don't know the details of this story. It's been hardwired into my brain because I was coming of age when all of this took place. So I was very much steeped in the propaganda as it was taking place. But one of the, there were a couple of images that were absolutely emblazoned in the minds of anyone who was watching, certainly the American media, which I was watching as a Canadian. We get, of course, a lot of secondhand American media. The images that were absolutely burned into your mind were, of course, the plane striking, the buildings coming down, and the 19 men. And they would always show the FBI picture lineup, which even that, there's some interesting questions about that picture lineup and the actual identities of some of those people, even to this day. And I suppose if I do another 9/11 documentary in the future, it might be about the identification of those people, what it tells us, the people that were mistakenly confused for other people, etc. There's more to say about that. But essentially, yes, 19 men armed with box cutters managed to overpower the crews and the pilots of 4 separate flights, hijacking those flights, flying them wildly off course for an hour and a half in some cases without a single fighter interceptor in the entire eastern seaboard of the United States managing to intercept them, which to the average person, the average civilian who knows nothing about NORAD or the way it works, maybe that sounds, well, I don't know. Maybe that's how it works. But I assure you that is not how it would work on any normal day of aviation. It is how it worked on 9/11/2001, which was not a normal day of aviation. And if people want more details of that, as you say, I did an entire documentary on 9/11 war games talking about the multiple dozens of war games, simulations, live fly exercises, drills, and other such things that were demonstrably affecting the air defenses that day. But anyway, so the story goes, they managed to fly these planes wildly off course, and there was a shoot-down order given, which was confirmed to the 9/11 Commission in closed-door testimony of Bush and Cheney. Yes, there was that shoot-down order for Flight 93, the final plane to come down, but thankfully no one had to make that decision because it just came down of its own accord. The whole let's roll story as the passengers supposedly took over the cockpit and brought the plane down. So that is the story. And of course, we saw planes hitting buildings like the World Trade Center 1 and 2, and we saw the Pentagon. And some people, if they were watching and paying special close attention at about 5:30 p.m. on 9/11/2001, might have seen WTC-7, the Salomon Brothers building, coming down, despite not having been hit by a plane. And of course, we saw the propaganda machine kick into overdrive as almost immediately, as I demonstrated, in fact, in probably the Al-Qaeda documentary, probably a couple of the documentaries. I played the clip from literally seconds after the second plane strike when on Fox News, I can't remember the name of the host, but he immediately identified this as probably the work of Osama bin Laden. And from that point on, that became the narrative. And by the end of the day, essentially, the entire case had been solved by the media. If you believe people, the talking heads on the media, it was Osama bin Laden, it was Osama bin Laden. And lo and behold, after a bit of investigation and a bit of look-see and rumors and innuendo, it turned out, yes, it was Osama bin Laden who directed the attack.
Nuts are going to start quaking, buddy.
The bigger story, revealed through the torture testimony, it came from Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, something called the Plains Operation in the mid-1990s. It morphed out of this Bojinka plot to hijack aircraft and blow them up over the Pacific, but then eventually that shifted into this operation to use planes as missiles, and there were 19 men that were recruited for this operation, etc., etc. And Osama bin Laden was hiding in Afghanistan, being protected by the Taliban, so we got to go in and bombs blazing, go and wipe out the Taliban. But that immediately became, well, now we have to get Saddam in Iraq. For some reason, don't think about it too hard. Something about Saddam and 9/11. We'll never quite say what, but just think of those two things together in your mind. And of course, it became the Iraq War almost immediately. Interestingly enough, the exact point at which they started flipping that script and going from, well, the Taliban, Afghanistan, that's yesterday's news, now we're heading to Iraq, was the exact point at which Osama bin Laden and his band of merry men were holed up in the caves of Tora Bora, surrounded on all sides with U.S. Special Forces literally there waiting for orders, requesting to go in and finish the job, and being told no. And then Osama bin Laden escaped across the border and managed to avoid the biggest dragnet in the history of the world for 10 years. An amazing story on a number of levels, and if you can listen to all of that and not have any questions, then you are a particularly incurious human being.
Yeah, so all those events bring a lot of questions, and Tora Bora is a good example there of Osama bin Laden getting away to the Pakistani border. Very strange events. People kind of involved in that have come out and said it was just odd that we wouldn't get the order, all this thing. It's always put down to government incompetence. They did, I think it was 2009, they did an inquiry. John Kerry was involved with Tora Bora debacle. As for 9/11, questions there with Tower 7, didn't get hit, but apparently the jet fuel melted the steel structure, which brought it down like a controlled demolition. Then you have the Pentagon, which to fly a plane into the Pentagon, if you look at the videos, not as in the real ones, as in a simulated one, I'll tell why, looks like an extremely hard maneuver to pull off how they did that. And why I said simulated is because the only videos we've got, I think, of a petrol garage is just see nothing, see something, and then you see an explosion, and not really much else. And after, what is it, over 23 years coming up to, that's all we've got, the footage, which is just incredible. And then, as you said, in Pennsylvania, some of the theories of more, I guess, the less conspiratorial side would be that they did shoot it down because there was bits of the plane found miles away, and when you look at the video of where the plane is, it just looks like a home's bin fire. You're like, where is it? There's just this crater with a few things. It's like, it looks like someone might have been camping. Where is the plane? You mentioned before the war games, and I think that was the first documentary I watched of yours, and that was quite incredible to watch. I think the NORAD tapes, it was called, came out, where if you could just lay out kind of the story of the war games there, and the reason, obviously, no fighter jets were scrambled to get these planes, and all the different war games going on before, and the actual lies of the administration saying no administration could have thought this, not ours, not the previous one, but there was war games specifically to do with buildings around New York and Washington getting hit by planes, explosions, specifically ones with Osama bin Laden with his face on the document. So if you could just outline that story, because I think it's quite an incredible one. Even if you maybe, again, don't lean towards what this means they did it, it just shows the lies of the story, at least.
Yes, so if people want the full details on this, please go to corbettreport.com/911wargames, where you can watch, listen to, or read the entire documentary. And it has all of, not only what I say about it, but more importantly, the links to all of the information. And I won't be able to remember every detail off the top of my head, but for example, you mentioned in passing the cover of what I believe was Amalgam Virgo 01, which came out, I believe, in July of 2001, which was a planning document for a exercise that was being planned, I believe, at the NORAD level, that, as you say, featured Osama bin Laden's face on the cover. And if memory serves, also included the World Trade Center in crosshairs on the same cover, if I'm remembering that correctly. At any rate, that was one of the, literally, as I say, dozens of exercises, drills, simulations, and other things that were being conducted in or around 9/11/2001, perhaps the most well-known of which was Vigilant Guardian, which was taking place throughout the week of September 11th. That was a NORAD exercise that did include live fly exercises, which, again, for people who don't know about this, is crazy, but apparently on actual real live flights, they'd conduct simulated experimental exercises of various situations that they and drills and hijackings, etc. We don't know all of the details specifically of what they were conducting that day, but we do know from the NORAD tapes that have been released and have been well known about for the better part of 2 decades now. We do know that the part of what was going on 9/11/2001 was the injection of fake radar blips onto NORAD screens as part of this exercise, the simulation of simulated hijackings and attacks that they were practicing for that week. They were actually inserting fake radar blips, which, according to the official story, that was no problem, because at the point at which they realized there was a real attack going on while they were simulating this attack, they simply gave an order and all of those fake radar blips disappeared and they went on with business as usual. In fact, it even made them better at responding because they were already in the middle of preparing to respond to a simulated. So now they've got real hijackings. Okay, we're ready for it, or at least that's what they want to say, which still, if that is true, then it just goes to show the absolute glaring, utter incompetence of NORAD and its supposed air defenses, because, of course, what did they do? They scrambled jets in the wrong direction, first of all, sending them out over the Atlantic Ocean before coming back to New York, at which point, of course, whatever happened at World Trade Center 1 and 2 was already done, and there was no use for them there. And also they weren't able to apparently intercept 93 on its long trajectory in towards Washington. They knew it was coming for at least half an hour in advance. We have the, for example, testimony of Norman Mineta, which, again, has huge question marks about it. But according to him, there was he was in the PEOC, the PEOC, the Presidential Emergency Operations Center in the guts basement hiding bunker of the White House, along with Vice President Cheney and other people in the chain of command, who he testified, this is the transportation minister in the United States at that time, the secretary, and he testified that President Cheney had a military aide who was coming in to brief him in the time that 93 was supposedly coming in every few minutes or so. Oh, it's 30 minutes out, it's 20 minutes out, it's 10 minutes out. Do the orders still stand? At which point he says, Cheney turned to him and barked roughly, did you hear anything to the contrary? Of course the orders still stand. And the next thing we know, the plane, supposedly, again, according to the official story, well, then the plane ended up in the Pentagon. So what was the order? And who was this person? Well, actually, that aide has been identified, his role, etc. I've talked about that before. I won't have the name off the top of my head, but people can look into my research for that. But essentially, was it a stand-down order or a shoot-down order? Well, people can use their own judgment on what may or may not have taken place with regard to that. But more importantly, I suppose the real question is, all right, first of all, we have all of these exercises and drills and other things going on which completely depleted the eastern seaboard of its air defenses to the point where they were sending aircraft out to the west coast to respond to a Russian war game that was taking place at that time, and all sorts of things that just left it so that there was only a few planes left and they weren't ready and they couldn't respond in time. Who would have been able to know that September 11th, 2001 was an actually uniquely situated day in the calendar of potentially the entire history of the United States? Certainly at that time, it was the perfect day to try some sort of air attack because of the depleted defenses on the eastern seaboard there generally. Would Osama bin Laden and his al-Qaeda members have known about that? Or would that be the type of information that would be known to people in NORAD and NATO and the upper echelons of the White House, etc.? Again, something to think about. Obviously not conclusive, but the fact that these exercises were going on, including, I hope infamously, maybe the general public still doesn't know about it, including the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office, running a drill of a hijacked jet crashing into one of its own buildings on September 11th, 2001. So they were evacuating the building while, planes are crashing into buildings here. So again, there's so many instances of that it does seem to amount to something. Any particular instance will just seem as, that's just some sort of coincidence. But put together and put in a larger context, it certainly seems that either the terrorists were the luckiest individuals in the history of attacking the United States, or there was some level of coordination with regards to the timing of these attacks.
Yeah, just on the on the war games, I think it was Vanity Fair who got hold of all the NORAD tapes, and you had someone on there literally on the recording going, "Are we still in a simulation or is this real life?" Like clearly confused, and they go, "Real life." Like he's still not really sure what's a war game, what's not. You also had other people doing war games where they was asked to carry on for another half an hour. They're like, "Should we stop?" And they're like, "No." And then half an hour it stopped. It's worth listening to those. I will try and clip them up in the post-editing process of this, as I think.
Part 4. This is not an exercise.
11, if you hear Boston Center.
Hi, Boston Center, Team U. We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there to help us out.
Is this real world or exercise?
No, this is not an exercise, not a test.
Confusion.
Okay, now we do. Yeah, this is what I got.
You hear put that input about
Possible news is 737 just hit the World Trade Center. This is real world. And we're trying to confirm this. Okay, continue taking the fighters down to the New York City area, JFK area as best as you can. Make sure that the FAA clears your route all the way through. Just do what we got to do, okay? Just press with us. It looks like somebody... It looks like this guy could have hit the World Trade Center.
Chaos.
Do we want to think about scrambling aircraft?
Oh, God, I don't know.
That's a decision somebody's going to have to make probably in the next 10 minutes.
Everybody just left the room.
Paralysis. There are many ways to describe the FAA, DoD, and NORAD response to the events of 9/11. But given that, according to the official 9/11 conspiracy theory, not a single fighter jet was able to intercept a single hijacked airliner between the first hijacking report at 8:20 a.m. and Flight 93's downing nearly 2 hours later at 10:03 a.m. The claim that the response to these events was actually enhanced by the war games and exercises taking place that morning is downright absurd.
The question was, we had 4 war games going on September 11th, and the question that I tried to pose before the secretary had to go to lunch was whether or not the activities of the 4 war games going on September 11th actually impaired our ability to respond to the attacks.
The answer to the question is no, did not impair our response. In fact, General Eberhard, who was then the commander of North American Aerospace Defense Command, as he testified in front of the 9/11 Commission, I believe he told them that it enhanced our ability to respond, given that NORAD didn't have the overall responsibility for responding to the attacks today. That was an FAA responsibility.
A question about our training posture on the day of 9/11. On page 5 of our staff statement, the FAA says at 8:38 in the morning, "Hi, Boston Center, TMU, we have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there. Help us out." NIAD says, "Is this real world or an exercise?" My question is, you were postured for an exercise against the former Soviet Union. Did that help or hurt? Did that help in terms of were more people prepared? Did you have more people ready? Were more fighters fueled with more fuel? Or did this hurt in terms of people thinking, no, there's no possibility that this is real world. We're engaged in an exercise and delay things? Or did it have both impacts?
Sir, my belief is that it helped because of the manning, because of the focus, because the crews they have to be airborne in 15 minutes, and that morning, because of the exercise, they were airborne in 6 or 8 minutes, and so I believe that focus helped. The situation that you're referring to, I think at most cost us 30 seconds.
These lies have been carefully crafted over years and presented in such densely packed sound bites that it is difficult to deconstruct them all. General Meyer's assertion that it was not NORAD but the FAA that had the responsibility to respond to the attacks that morning is one such lie. In reality, NORAD is specifically tasked with dealing with such events itself, not waiting passively for FAA orders. NORAD's own regulations for dealing with hijacked jets specifically state that FAA authorization for interceptor operations is not used for intercept and airborne surveillance of hijacked aircraft within the continental United States. And General Eberhardt's assertion that the confusion over whether the events that were unfolding were real-world events or merely exercises cost us 30 seconds is belied by the actual audio recordings of the FAA and NORAD response that morning. Time and time again throughout the entire morning, air traffic controllers and military operators are forced to clarify that the events being reported are not part of an exercise.
Hi, Boston Center, Team U. We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there to help us out.
Is this real world or exercise?
No, this is not an exercise, not a test.
What? What was that? Not real world. Real world hijack. Cool. Real?
1443. Look for it. Right there. Okay. Mode 3. 1443. Last known. No, this is real world. Okay, we're in the high chat.
Hey, I've never seen so much real world stuff happen during an exercise.
I think we put the exercise on the hold. What do you think?
Pretty vital to hear. Again, whether you want to go down, this was a government source handing this information over to do it on this day, or whether it was just, again, complete lies. You know, like you said, they said this actually made it easier. It's obviously complete garbage. You didn't actually say your view earlier, but I'll actually leave that to the end, maybe after everything we've discussed.
I should, while we're on that note, though, of the fake injects on the radar blip, as I said, the official story is they realized the real world event was happening, so they cleared them. But that doesn't explain the Phantom Flight 11, which was, I can't remember if it hit the South or North Tower, but at any rate, for some reason, apparently NORAD was tracking Flight 11 after it had crashed, and was apparently heading towards Washington. And that seems, it's difficult to tell from the absolute mess of confusion that was happening that day, but they were tracking some sort of phantom blip for some period of time, some valuable minutes after that point, where supposedly it had already crashed. So what were they tracking? How did that work? What was the real state of the radar system? What interjects, or what imaginary hallucinatory injects remained in the systems after the point at which they were supposedly cleared? I think there's still a lot more interesting questions that people can ask about that.
Yeah, and again, I won't make you go into too much detail on Tower 7, but I think that's the one that has kind of, over the years, changed people's minds. Because, I mean, you have a video of Donald Rumsfeld in 2007 or something where he's asked about Tower 7. He's like, I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. Like, there's literally videos of Tower 7 which didn't get hit, which goes down like a controlled demolition because apparently the jet fuel melted the steel structure and made it collapse like that. He's asked about it. I'm not sure if it was We Are Change or something like that. And he says, oh, no, I've never heard of Tower 7. No, I didn't know about that. Like, just complete lie. But, you know, why would you even say that? Why would you even say that? But, you've had over the years loads of engineers and structural architects come out and say that was, a complete garbage story. It's never happened
Some
before.
Important things to note about Tower 7, one of which is that NIST itself was forced, after forwarding and retracting 5 separate explanations for why World Trade Center 7 collapsed. It took them 7 years to come out with their actual final report on Building 7 because it was such an abnormality. They eventually decided it was because of a failure of a certain column at a certain point because of heat stress from fire. And that was what they went with. But in fact, the building did collapse at 3 seconds of its descent, which is, in human terms, non-engineering terms, a freefall gravitational descent can only happen uniform across the face of a building if every single structural connection underneath that point was all severed at the same moment. This is not a collapse of a failure of a certain column at a certain point that kind of brings the building down in a haphazard, crumbling fashion, like we might expect from an actual collapse. This is literally a top-down descent, its own footprint at free-fall gravitational acceleration. If you dropped a ball off of the roof, it would have fallen at the same rate of the roof, at least for a portion of that building's descent. That's, again, that is not explicable from the explanation that NIST gave. And it, as you say, there have been many engineers who've talked about it. There was, in fact, an extensive study that was released by Professor Halsey at the University of Alaska Fairbanks just a few years ago that concluded, yes, this was not the result of a spontaneous fire-induced collapse. This was some sort of explosive event. So anyway, there is a lot of meat on those bones for people who are just finding out about Building 7.
Just on the Twin Towers, I mean, Jason Burmis did a couple of documentaries, Loose Change, Fabled Enemies. What do you make of the people at the Twin Towers saying they heard explosions in the basements? And, you know, everyone always goes, well, you know, they was there's a lot going on, that didn't happen, you know, they just heard it. What do you make of the various witnesses in the buildings saying they heard explosions? Again, I know it's only speculation.
Once again, for people who think that this is just some sort of rumor or is just gossip or what, how could you possibly quantify it? There have been scientific papers written about this. For example, the late great Professor Graham McQueen wrote a paper for the Journal of 9/11 Studies about the eyewitnesses to the explosive event at World Trade Center, in which he went through all of the oral testimonies of the firefighters and first responders and policemen that were in the wake of those attacks. Scripts were eventually used, and all of them, literally every one of them, and noted the number of times that witnesses talked about something relating to an explosion, explosive sound, that sort of phenomenon. And so he's detailed it there. This is not just some random thing that some rumor that someone talked about. This is something that was mentioned over and over and over and over again in the witness testimony. Definitely explosions that were taking place. The only question is, well, then what caused those explosions? And there are a number of, within the official story, there are a number of explanations that can be given to try to poo-poo that testimony. For example, I've talked, about William Rodriguez, who was a janitor at the World Trade Center, who ultimately was hailed as a hero. He had a key that was able to open stairwells and get access to people who were trying to escape the building, and he managed to personally save numerous people that day, pulling them out before the buildings, I was going to say collapsed. That, I think, is not the right way of framing it, but anyway, you understand what I mean. Having said that, William Rodriguez testified that he experienced an explosive event that took place at least 1 to 2 seconds before the impact of the airplane, and people can listen to his testimony about that. But he was in the basement at the time, and there was an explosive event in the basement, and somebody came out of the, I believe it was the elevator or the stairwell at that point, skin hanging off of them, completely covered in blood, obviously had been the victim of some sort of explosive event. At some point, 1 to 2 seconds after the explosive event occurred, there was the thud that was the explosion or the impact from the plane. So his testimony, for example, would say that would go against what has been proffered by the defenders of the official story. No, when the plane hit the building, obviously the fuel dumped out, it was on fire, it went down the elevator shafts, which caused an explosive event, which you can see demonstrably in the videos of the lobby. Again, I can't remember South Tower now, North Tower, but there are videos of when they were originally staging in the lobby and the glass has been blown out. There's clearly been an explosive event that's taken place in the lobby. What was that? Oh, well, they say, it was the fuel coming down the elevator shafts that blew it out. William Rodriguez says, no, absolutely not. An explosive event took place before the impact of the airplane. Again, that's just one example from many, 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 many that could be cited. But yes, clearly there were explosive events taking place. The only question is what caused them and what ultimately resulted from them. And as I just talked about on New World Next Week just a few weeks ago, yet more new footage has emerged of somebody who, for whatever reason, had kept their footage of the demolition of the towers for 23 years and finally decided to release it on the internet. And I would say it provides a different perspective than the one that we're seeing. I can't remember, again, from which vantage point it was filmed, but a different one than the ones that most of the footage that we've seen of those buildings was filmed. And the only thing that I got out of it that was really hit home again was clearly the initiation of the so-called collapse. There's clearly an explosive event that's taking place underneath that point of impact. And again, what does that mean? Does that mean that somehow the fire that was raging, or was it really raging? Because again, we also have firefighter transmissions. We can knock this fire down with 2 lines, was one of the final transmissions of one of the people to actually reach the point of impact. But at any rate, supposedly the fire was raging so intensely that it basically softened the steel to the point where it ended up in the collapse, which, interestingly enough, in this eventual final report that they released on the the Twin Towers destruction, they said they brought it up to that point. They said, well, it must have been reaching temperatures of so-and-so, and this caused the steel to give way. And then total collapse initiated. And that is literally their explanation for what we see of these thousands and thousands and thousands of tons of structural steel, not just collapsing, not falling, obliterating floor by floor down to the ground level, top down, straight down. Again, it's one of those things that I watched, as I say, that was emblazoned in my mind as one of those images that we saw hundreds, maybe thousands of times in the weeks and months after 9/11. And yet I never really saw it until the first time I really started to question what was happening there. Is this a building collapsing? Or is this a building that is exploding, pulverizing into dust as it is going down? And ultimately I have arrived at the latter conclusion, which obviously creates significant problems for the official story.
Yeah, so you obviously did the War Games documentary. You've done other ones. So I'm going to, guess, hand it over to you what way you want to move with the conversation. So you've done documentaries on Trillions, you've done it on suspects, you've done it on the whistleblowers, you've done the recent series on Al-Qaeda and lots of other things. Is there, we've discussed the War Games. What evidence do you feel, because a lot of it is speculation after all, because of the type of event it is, but what do you feel, not necessarily the smoking gun, is it a collection of evidence, all these inconsistencies? Again, at the end I'll get your actual view of what you think happened and who maybe was involved, but what evidence do you want to put forward, I guess, to the audience to either just make them think about it or change their mind, or just have something to look into? What do you think is the evidence that points more towards something fishy going on?
Well, thank you for framing it that way, because there is a lot of evidence. And do I have a sealed, signed, delivered document from Dick Cheney saying bring the towers down? So of course not. But there is a lot of evidence on so many different lines of investigation, and it has always been a part of the consternation that I have about the way that 9/11 Truth developed, that it became 100% totally, solely, and completely focused on the destruction of the buildings, to the exclusion of absolutely every other examination of the event, which is why I don't have big, long documentaries about the destruction of the towers. As I say, I certainly don't believe that they collapsed spontaneously or due to fires, but I do not concentrate my research firepower on that, because everyone, I mean literally everyone else who talks about 9/11 Truth talks about that. So I'll talk about literally every other aspect of the investigation, and there are many, many fruitful lines of investigation for people to follow. As you mentioned, 9/11 Trillions. I did an entire documentary about various aspects of the money trail of 9/11, because it is as true today as it was back during Watergate when they first started using this phrase, follow the money, right? You have to follow the money in a criminal investigation to see where things are going. And in this case, there are many different ways that you can follow the money. One of the most straightforward, one of the most absolutely direct lines of evidence that you could get is, was there informed trading before the attacks took place? And the answer to that is an unqualified yes. And I'm not saying that speculatively, I'm saying that definitively. There's been not one, not two, but 3 separate scientific studies published in peer-reviewed economic journals concluding that all of the evidence shows that, yes, all of the evidence is that there was informed trading, or is at the very least in the weaselly language of the conclusion of one of the papers, the evidence is consistent with the idea that there was informed trading of the attack taking place before 9/11. And of course, I think everyone has at least heard of the put options on American Airlines, United Airlines that took place in the week or so leading up to the attacks, the couple of weeks leading up to the attacks. And for people who don't know, put options, basically the idea that you're going to buy a stock at a certain level, and if, you'll be able to sell that stock. You'll be able to buy that stock at a certain level later. No, you'll be able to sell that stock at a certain level later on. There we go. At which point, so basically you're betting that the stock is going to plummet. You're going to be able to sell it at that price that you locked in at. So you're going to be able to realize those gains, right? You can buy it at the cheaper level and sell it at the higher level. It's a bet, right? And of course, there's the opposite of puts. There are calls, which is the exact opposite. So in that case, you can buy it at the lower level and sell it at the higher level. Whatever, you get the idea. And so everyone has heard about the put options on United and American, which of course the airline stock plummeted in the wake of 9/11. And people have heard about that investigation because it was talked about, for example, on ABC News. I have a clip in 9/11 Trillions of one of the investigative reporters who was working on that at that time, talking about that particular trail and the fact that it was being investigated quite seriously by the Securities and Exchange Commission and investigators from multiple countries, Germany, Japan, Switzerland. There were investigations that were happening around the world into those trades because it wasn't just put options on United and American. It was put options on a number of important clients in the World Trade Center itself, Marsh & McLennan and other large investment firms and other insurance agents and people that worked in the World Trade Center. And it was also call options on stocks that went up in the wake of 9/11. For example, Raytheon and other military contractors who, of course, saw a gigantic boon with the dawn of the war. On September 12, 2001, before the dust had even settled on Ground Zero, the Securities and Exchange Commission opened an investigation into a chilling proposition: that an unknown group of traders with advanced knowledge of the 9/11 plot had made millions betting against the companies involved in the attacks.
What many Wall Street analysts believe is that the terrorists made bets that a number of stocks would see their prices fall. They did so by buying what are called puts. If you bet right, the rewards can be huge. The risks are also huge, unless, of course, you know something bad is going to happen to the company you're betting against.
This could very well be insider trading at the worst, most horrific, most evil use you've ever seen in your entire life.
One example, United Airlines. The Thursday before the attack, more than 2,000 contracts betting that the stock would go down were purchased. 90 times more in one day than in 3 weeks. When the markets reopened, United's stock dropped. The price of the contracts soared, and someone may have made a lot of money fast.
$180,000 turns into $2.4 million when that plane hits the World Trade Center.
It's almost the same story with American Airlines.
That's a 5-fold increase in the value of what was a $337,000 trade on Monday.
All of a sudden becomes what?
$1.8 million.
And there's much more, including an extraordinarily high number of bets against Morgan Stanley and Marsh & McLennan, two of the World Trade Center's biggest tenants.
Could this be a coincidence? This would be one of the most extraordinary coincidences in the history of mankind if it was a coincidence.
Although the put options on American and United Airlines are usually cited in reference to the 9/11 insider trading, these trades only represent a fraction of the suspicious trades leading up to the attack. Between August 20th and September 10th, abnormally large spikes in put option activity appeared in trades involving dozens of different companies whose stocks plunged after the attack, including Boeing, Merrill Lynch, JP Morgan, Citigroup, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, Munich Re, and the AXA Group. Traders weren't just betting against the companies whose stocks dove after 9/11, however. There was also a 6-fold increase in call options on the stock of defense contractor Raytheon on the day before 9/11. The options allowed the traders to buy Raytheon stock at $25. Within a week of the attack, as the American military began deploying the Raytheon-supplied Tomahawk missiles they would eventually use in the invasion of Afghanistan, the company's share price had shot up 37% to over $34. The SEC weren't the only ones interested in this particular 9/11 money trail either. Investigations into potential insider trading before the attacks were opened by authorities around the globe, from Belgium to France to Germany to Switzerland to Japan. It wasn't long before this global financial manhunt started yielding clues on the trail of the terror traders. On September 17th, Italian Foreign Minister Antonio Martino, addressing Italian Consob's own investigation into potential 9/11 trading, said, "I think there are terrorist states and organizations behind speculation on the international markets." By September 24th, the Belgian finance minister was confident enough to publicly announce Belgium's strong suspicions that British markets may have been used for transactions. The president of Germany's central bank was the most adamant. "What we found makes us sure that people connected to the terrorists must have been trying to profit from this tragedy." These foreign leaders were not alone in their conviction that insider trading had taken place. University of Chicago finance professor George Constantinides, Columbia University law professor John Coffey, Duke University law professor James Cox, and other academics, as well as well-known options traders like John Najarian, all expressed their belief that investors had traded on advanced knowledge of the attacks. The scale of the SEC investigation was unprecedented, examining over 9.5 million securities transactions, including stocks and options in 103 different companies trading in 7 markets, 32 exchange-traded funds, and stock indices. The probe drew on the assistance of the legal and compliance staff of the 20 largest trading firms and the regulatory authorities in 10 foreign governments. The Commission coordinated its investigation with the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the Department of the Treasury. The results of this investigation? We have not developed any evidence suggesting that those who had advanced knowledge of the September 11th attacks traded on the basis of that information. Although this sounds like the investigation did not find evidence of insider trading, a second look reveals the trick. They are not saying that there was no insider trading, only that there is no evidence that those who had advanced knowledge of the September 11th attacks participated in such trading. But this begs the question, who had that advanced knowledge, and how did the SEC determine this? The 9/11 Commission report begs the question even more blatantly in their treatment of the anomalous put option activity on United Airlines stock on September 6th. 95% of the puts were placed by a single US-based institutional investor with no conceivable ties to Al-Qaeda. Again, it is taken as a foregone conclusion that a lack of ties to Al-Qaeda means there could not have been advanced knowledge of the attack, even if the evidence shows that insider trading took place. To be sure, insider trading almost certainly did take place in the weeks before 9/11. Although some have used the Commission report to conclude that the story was debunked, the intervening years have seen the release of not one, not two, but 3 separate scientific papers concluding with high probability that the anomalous trading was the result of advanced knowledge. On terror, because, as the lone gunman TV pilot put it, just, 6 months before the events took place, if we go into, if there was a 727 loaded with passengers, as one of the characters in that pilot said, that went down in New York, you would find no end of tin pot dictators just begging to be smart bombed, because this is the end of the Cold War. We need more markets for our arms and manufacturers. Anyway, regardless of that crazy sci-fi nonsense that was aired on TV, that is exactly what happened in reality. Raytheon and the other military contractors went up in value. And yes, you better believe, just as there were put options against United and American and some of the other tenants of the World Trade Center, there were call options on various military contractors. And all of these added up to a documentably, quantifiably unusual level of trading activity leading up to 9/11 that, as 3 separate papers found, was consistent with the idea that there was informed trading of the attacks. And the interesting part of this, well, there's a lot of interesting parts of that story, including the fact that some of these extremely unusual orders were being brokered by Alex Brown, which is a brokerage that until 1998 was being helmed by Buzzy Krongard, who went on to become the executive director of the CIA, the third man in charge, essentially the third person in line at the CIA on the day of 9/11. Just another one of those interesting coincidences that occurs. But in the follow-up, subsequent investigation, ultimately, of course, as I read here, well, we determined that those trades went back to investors that had no conceivable ties to Al-Qaeda. and therefore had no relation to the 9/11 attacks. Wait, what is begging the question again? Anyway, as Kevin Ryan discovered in his research, he dug up the actual records of the interviews and the reports that they were filing on that investigation, and he found that the people that went back to included such people as Wirt D. Walker III, a distant relative of the Bush family, and also a business partner with Marvin Bush in Stratesec, which was itself implicated in the events of 9/11. But some of these trades, 56,000 shares of Stratesec, etc., went back to Wirt D. Walker III, but they dismissed it because he has no conceivable ties to Al-Qaeda, so he couldn't have possibly known about attacks beforehand, right? It's that type of interesting non-investigation that comes up time and again. And guess what? The SEC eventually ended up shredding the entire record of their entire investigation, which at that time was the largest investigation in SEC history. That's routine record keeping. They just destroyed all of the documents, everything related to it. In fact, there was a CBOE, Chicago Board of Exchange researcher, whistleblower, who anonymously talked in 2006 about the fact to the Business Policy Journal, I believe, I can't remember the name of the journal, but he talked that they were destroying records at that time. They were destroying records of this ongoing investigation that you would think people might want to get to the bottom of, but apparently someone did not. Anyway, I think that's one example of, there's lots of rumors and sort of things that float around. No, this is a real thing that really happened. We have lots of different ways into this story. We can demonstrably prove, yes, unusual spike in trading activity that was consistent with evidence pointing to informed trading on the attacks, but it doesn't relate to Al-Qaeda, which might relate to, say, CIA, ex-CIA Robert Baer's ridiculous, weird statement about, I knew the guy whose brother worked in the White House, and he cashed out the day before 9/11, saying it's all going down.
A plane crashed into their building, and you know they're staffed by DOD and CIA.
I know the guy that went into his broker in San Diego and said, cash me out, it's going down tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
That tells us something.
What?
That tells us something.
Well, his brother worked in the White House.
And when you say that there's...
Yeah. As he just said at the end of a spontaneous street interview with some street activists, and he says this and walks away. If anybody said that, well, whatever, who's this guy? But no, this is Robert Baer, aka George Clooney from Syriana, the famed CIA operative, who just casually says that, walks away, never gets questioned about it again for the rest of his life. Who cares? Whatever. Oh, he knows the guy whose brother cashed out the day before 9/11? Whatever. He had no conceivable ties to Al-Qaeda, so what does it matter? These are examples of the money trail and the way it leads. Although everyone, of course, by this point, I would sincerely hope everyone has heard about the missing $2.3 trillion that was not, to be fair, sometimes it said it was announced the day before 9/11. It was known, it was a known issue that even Rumsfeld talked about in his Senate confirmation hearings when he was coming in the door in January of 2001. It was a known issue that existed. But it was on September 10th, 2001 that Donald Rumsfeld took the initiative to hold a press conference at the Pentagon to announce and declare a new war, a war on bureaucracy. Because it turns out we just can't keep track of all these trillions of dollars in transactions. And I don't know, trillions of dollars seems to be missing behind some couch cushions. Who can tell? The next day, 9/11 happens. And for some reason, what would have been probably the biggest financial scandal in the history of the United States becomes a footnote. Who even remembers it? Well, only 9/11 truthers seem to remember that sort of remarkable moment. So yes, there's a lot to talk about other than simply the way the buildings exploded. And eventually, that leads us to my False Flags documentary, by far the biggest documentary I've ever done, a 3-part, 5.5-hour exploration of Al-Qaeda. And what is this group? Where did it come from? Who was populating the ranks of this organization? Was it even really an actual organization, or was it essentially a creation of a New York courtroom from a Manhattan trial in 2001? What is Al-Qaeda, and what does it really mean, and who is behind it? That's a story that takes a few hours to tell in a competent way, at any rate, and there's a lot to say about it. But I think that's another incredibly important part of this story, because clearly, if myself and others are saying this official story is not true, and they are not telling you what really happened that day, and there is active evidence of complicity at all sorts of levels within the military establishment, within the White House, within the intelligence agencies, Well, what about Al-Qaeda? What is Al-Qaeda, and how are they involved with this, and what does this mean? Who is Osama bin Laden? Those seem like questions that that permit of at least being asked, let alone answered.
You know, I'd recommend people to go to that documentary, and they probably don't have enough time to lay that out. So if you'd be willing to come on, you know, some point in the future, I'd love to chat through with that and just make it specifically about that. As you said, it's about 5.5 hours, maybe 6 hours long, 3-part documentary. Just, I guess, to stay on track where we was. So for people who are wondering, you know, there's the obvious gains from using 9/11 to do, obviously, the whole war on terror, Afghanistan, Iraq, which, as you said, both of these events are happening before the commission, the 9/11 commission's even done their report yet. It's not even finished, and they've already gone into 2 countries and declared a war on terror and decided everything that's happened. Saddam Hussein, you know, always implying, talking about him in the same sentence as 9/11 without really saying how he was involved, just making that connection in your brain so people go, yeah, Iraq, 9/11, you know, it must be that, it must be related. So there's the obvious games there. But when most people go, you know, who did 9/11, people go like George Bush, Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, but it's probably not really quite like that. So what do you think the main kind of suspects are? I know you've done a documentary on that. Who would have been involved in this, and you know, what other countries involved? You know, Saudi Arabia always gets brought up, Israel's name gets dropped in, and then we can get to your overall view of what you feel happened that day, as much as you can speculate based off the evidence you've seen. So, you know, who are the main suspects and who allowed this to happen or engineered it, or, you know, whatever?
Well, there are many people that we can and should be looking at. I would say if you want to look at an operational level, who would have, if this was truly, actually, in reality, really an inside job, who would we be looking at as, say, a first order of someone that we could bring to trial and really start opening this can of worms and finding out the operational details? I would think it would go probably to Dick Cheney as probably the first person you'd really want to actually put under oath. And I'm going to have to check to make sure, but I'm constantly checking and constantly amazed that he is still alive and his robotic heart is still beating. At any rate, there's no justice in the world, apparently. But no, I think Dick Cheney, seriously, would be someone that you would want to be actively investigating. And this is something that's been long recognized. One of the original first people questioning the events of 9/11 in the immediate aftermath, Michael Rupert, wrote Crossing the Rubicon, did some of the initial research into this. And it was his contention that this was essentially this was an operation that was being run by Dick Cheney. And he had reasons for believing that. I think that that's not quite the way that I would envision that, and I think a lot more information has come out since then. But he did raise some interesting points about Dick Cheney taking over various emergency powers within the White House, and also the fact that Cheney and Rumsfeld had been the two people back in the 70s under the Ford administration of initially working on continuity of government plans that were enacted on 9/11/2001. So they clearly have some bearing on the events of 9/11, at least in that fashion. So Cheney and Rumsfeld would definitely be two people you'd want to be looking into. One of the fascinating aspects of 9/11, that's just this incredible rabbit hole that doesn't get enough attention, that I've talked about before, is P-Tech, which was this enterprise architecture software firm that was running this, at the time, back in 2000 or so, this incredibly futuristic technology. It would be able to look through absolutely every system, every database that's running within an overall architecture of a large-scale organization, like, say, the Department of Defense or what have you, and be able to not only see what was happening in every part, but ultimately to predict events and to essentially warn you about things that are coming. And we know about this because there was a whistleblower named Indira Singh, who at the time was working for JP Morgan and was doing due diligence on this software. Does she want to use this for JP Morgan? Because obviously a vast, sprawling banking enterprise like that needs to know about things like insider trading and weird things that are happening in various parts of their vast enterprise. They need to be able to look at that and secure funds, etc. And there are billions upon billions of dollars on the line. So they take that very seriously. So she was looking at this. This is a cutting edge group that clearly they were working with the Department of Defense and the FAA and the IRS and all of this laundry list of government organizations, corporate tie-ins. So they've clearly been vetted and approved by many different people. She was looking into it, and she started to find some really weird things about that group and the people who were behind it, and the angel investor who was one of the people who helped to form the group that became PTEC, and he turned out to be someone that eventually the Department of Treasury put on their terrorist warning list as an associate of Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden. He was on the European terror list, etc., and he was funding this group that was working with the U.S. government on backdoors to all of its computer systems. Like, what is going on here? But don't worry, guys. He got taken off the terrorist list a decade and a half later, so all's well that ends well. There's so much more to that story, but the long story short of it, Michael Rupert was particularly interested because it was Indira Singh's, well, one of the things that she was able to provide with the documentation of what she was talking about was the fact that the FAA and the Department of Defense were working on interoperability, compatibility issues between their systems. They were working on that on 9/11 in the Pentagon. And who was working on that? Well, PTEC was facilitating that. And it was Indira Singh's insinuation, Michael Rupert's ultimate belief that it was Dick Cheney that was in the POC, the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, with access to PTEC, that was helping to do things like inserting a Phantom Flight 11. Again, this is speculative. Obviously, this is speculative. But it is certainly a line of investigation that seems fruitful. And even if it doesn't go to Dick Cheney particularly, I think that there are clearly people in these organizations that should be brought under oath in an actual court of law, under a real, true justice tribunal trial that would actually be looking into these events. Unfortunately, nothing of that sort has taken place in the 23 years since the events took place.
Yeah, because Dick Cheney and George Bush basically went into a closed room just between themselves, rather than separating them to testify their story. Just to finish up then, can you just give people your general view of what you think happened? Do you think it was straight up full inside job, as in it was engineered? Was it facilitated and this attack was already maybe going to take place? What is your view of what happened on that day?
Yeah. Disclaimer, this is speculation from someone who does not know. I was not there. I was not involved in the planning of 9/11, so I do not know. And I don't have access to subpoena, and I can't get people under oath, and I can't start looking into documents, financial documents, and getting that myself, etc. So take it for what it's worth, which is probably not that much. But from the decades now that I've spent researching this, yes, I do believe this was an inside job. I believe this was not simply allowed to happen. I believe that it was facilitated. And I use lines of evidence like the war games, like the financial trail, and also, for example, just as one example from the False Flags documentary, I believe there was terrorists that believed themselves to be working with the organization that we know of as Al-Qaeda, that were being run as part of a plot that did involve essentially the cover story for what eventually took place on 9/11. I am particularly persuaded by, but obviously, again, this is speculative, and I don't think I'm not definitive about this, but I am persuaded by the arguments of Aidan Monahan and other researchers like that about the almost impossible banking turns that the planes took, which indicate that there was remote control activity going on those planes, that they were being remote controlled. I think that's probably most likely, but again, it's speculative. I'm not dying on that hill, which of course would indicate, well, okay, maybe there were hijackers on those planes, but they probably weren't controlling them, which again lines up with the other lines of evidence, like Hani Hanjour, who could not pilot a small Cessna, who was literally kicked out of flying school after flying school for being an absolutely terribly lousy pilot, who, of course, took the helm of Flight 77 and did this corkscrew, amazing 8,000-foot descending turn to come down exactly level with the ground at the Pentagon to hit exactly the exact part of the Pentagon that was working on the missing $2.3 trillion, or at least part of that. Wow, what a coincidence. Anyway, again, there's a lot to go into with all of that. But so, yes, I think there were these operatives, but who were they really? And as I touched on in the False Flags documentary, clearly these cocaine-snorting, alcohol-drinking, stripper-cavorting Muslim terrorists who were doing it for the greater glory of Allah? Or were they actually, as has been alleged by Venice Flying Circus, I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, I believe he passed away recently, researcher who did books and documentaries about that, he thought they were part of a drug running operation that was being handled by various parts of the U.S. military and intelligence complex. And there's a whole Rudy Deckers and the Venice Flight School and all. I mean, I have 8,000 hours of information that I could download if I could just simply download it from my head. Anyway, there's so much more to say about various aspects of this, but I believe there were essentially patsies that were being maneuvered into place, and that's not insignificant because it leads to things like, for example, Donald Canestraro, who is the one of the investigators for the military commission that's happening in Guantanamo Bay, who a few years ago managed to come out with this 20-plus page document of research that he'd done, which confirmed and doubled down on what Richard Clarke had told Duffy and Novoselsky. I'm pointing at my bookshelf as if you can see the book on the shelf. A couple of researchers, interviewers, independent people who made 9/11 Press for Truth and other documentaries like that, they managed to secure an interview with Richard Clarke back in 2011 where he casually told them, oh yeah, I think that Al-Hazmi and Al-Maidar, two of the alleged hijackers who the CIA lost on their way into the United States, and then, just discovered like 2 weeks before 9/11, and they didn't have time to round them up. He said, I think this was essentially the CIA knew they were there, they were trying to run them, and it blew up in their face. And he doubled down in that Canestraro document and said, yes, I believe that was a false flag operation. He said, his words, false flag operation being run by the CIA through their Saudi cutouts, through Omar Bayoumi in Los Angeles, running Al-Hazmi and Al-Maidar, trying to get these two Al-Qaeda operatives to work as double agents, but didn't work out, and they ended up slipping away and causing 9/11. So anyway, there's aspects of that even if people don't want to go full-on, total inside job, at the very least, when you have the former counter-terror czar of the Clinton and Bush era talking about, yeah, I think it was a false flag operation that the CIA were running with these two alleged terrorists. That seems like, I don't know, something that literally any news broadcast in the world should maybe mention once in a while. But no, crickets, total silence. Who cares? Whatever. Whatever. False flag. Who cares? Anyway, that's just a tiny sliver into the bigger window. There was clearly intelligence trickery and shenanigans going on 7 ways from Sunday surrounding that entire operation. And for someone like me, just a regular old guy in Japan, to come along and say, yes, I know exactly what happened and I'm going to explain every aspect of this operation. No, probably not. But at the very, very, very least, I have my head screwed on straight. I have read an awful lot about this. In fact, just parenthetically, that Canestraro document of 20-plus pages, I remember reading it and going through, prepared to highlight literally any scrap of information that I didn't already know. There wasn't a single one. Every single thing that he said, even the redacted names. I'm like, I know who that is because I read that book. I know who that is because I've heard that interview, etc., etc. There was literally no new information in there. So I've read a lot, I've studied a lot, I've researched a lot, and I know enough to know that I don't know what actually happened on 9/11, but I absolutely know this is a tissue of lies constructed from torture testimony that should not be believed by anybody. And we will never have truth and justice for 9/11 as long as this is still held up as the holy Bible of that day.
Mm-hmm. And I'm guessing that you just think there's too many inconsistencies for it to be blowback. They was still trying to use these terrorists like they did in the 80s against the Soviets, or in the 90s in Eastern Europe, where they still used them, Al-Qaeda in Bosnia and other places. You just think there's too many. I know I'm not going to make you give a long answer, but you just think there's no way it could have been blowback. The reason these visas were, they was allowing these clearly suspicious people in wasn't due to other activities or other ideas. There's no way it was just blowback.
No, blowback is a fallback of the official story that's embedded in there as one of the narratives that can be used to essentially bolster that same story. And I say that advisedly. There was active, and I can't stress this enough, active complicity of the CIA in covering up various aspects of what they knew. So even if we were to believe these were genuine, authentic terrorists, they were aiding those terrorists, demonstrably so. And we have multiple lines of evidence from that. Once you have finished watching False Flags, the full documentary, yes, let's continue this conversation, because there is so much more to say about that blowback hypothesis, which is nothing other than a cowardly attempt to bolster a narrative that absolutely does not fit.
Yeah, no, that's a great place to leave it. I do need to finish that whole documentary. I'd love to have you on again. Just like to thank you for coming on. Always nice to chat. You always, I like your honesty that you don't pretend that you know everything, that every 9/11 bit means this is the smoking gun, it must be this. You come across quite well. So I think if you are on the fence, people watching, just go to the documentaries you've watched, make it your mind for yourself. You don't have to, again, I don't have a consolidated view yet, because I feel I still need to properly get my hands on some more books and things like that until I make a view. But I'm definitely suspicious, open to information, and there is still stuff coming out. I can't remember what it was, but it was a recent court document came out about a CIA link to a Saudi intelligence person who was bringing a couple of the people involved over in the country. I can't remember that. I'll put it up.
Mayumi and Al-Hazmi and Al-Maidar. Yes, we will get into that next time for sure.
Sure, but appreciate you need to jump off. But thanks again for your time. And if everyone watching, just check out all the links and the documentaries that I put up, as you could maybe change one.
Tuned into Solutions Watch, that regular weekly D program, where we look at ways that you can improve your life and hopefully change the world for the better. And this week, following up from last week's presentation, which I hope you will recall, was how to become a very independent producer, easy for me to say, which was my presentation to the Very Independent Producer VIP Summit of the University of Reason. Again, I hope you saw that, but if not, you can check it out now. But this week, I'm going to be presenting the presentation that I delivered to the Attack on Food and Farmers and How to Fight Back Symposium, which was put on by Door to Freedom and Children's Health Defense this past weekend. I hope you did get a chance to catch that and the many presentations from it. If not, I'll throw in the link so you can watch them. Long story short, this is going to be a presentation of my presentation to that symposium, in case you missed it. And even if you did catch it at the time that it was delivered live there on the symposium, well, now it comes with show notes. So I will be back after this presentation to talk more about some more resources and how you can access them that might be useful to you if you're interested in this topic. But right now, let's get into the presentation. As you'll see, I didn't have a lot of time to talk about this incredibly important subject, so I had to breeze through a number of things, but there will be more resources for you if you hang on till the other side, and I'll be back on the other side to talk to you about the presentation. Hello, this is James Corbett of CorbettReport.com here at the Attack on Food and Farmers and How to Fight Back Symposium. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you for being here to discuss this important topic and listen to these important presentations. And thank you, of course, to Door to Freedom and Children's Health Defense for inviting me to speak about this important subject, and specifically to speak on the subject of how to fight back. Now, my topic here today that I've chosen to present on is The Future of Food is Ours to Decide. And as I hope that title accurately conveys, I think, although obviously from what you've seen in this symposium already and what you are about to see, there is a concerted attack on food and farmers that's taking place right now. It is important. The future of humanity hangs in the balance. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I don't ever want the message to be simply one that, woe is us. We are hapless, helpless victims of this vast machination, and there's nothing we can do. That is not correct. There are things that we can do to steer ourselves into that future food dystopia that the planners of this agenda want, or to steer ourselves away from that agenda. And I think we all have a part to play on it. So that's a big topic to cover, and I don't have a lot of time to cover it. So let's get straight into it. And my basis for working today is that if we truly understand the various parts of this agenda and where they are attempting to steer us with it, then in order to counteract that agenda, at least at the first level of analysis, the simplest way that we can move in the opposite direction is to negate those things that they want us to do. So let's try that today, and let's start with number one. If obviously a part of this agenda is eat the bugs, then the answer to that is don't eat the bugs. Now, you probably know about the Eat the Bugs agenda, but if you don't worry. I have a reference to that in a Propaganda Watch episode that I put out in the not too distant past about Eat the Bugs or You're Racist, a particularly egregious piece of propaganda from National Public Radio. And there's more information on it there, but I'm sure you've seen this incessant push to get humanity to start consuming insects en masse. It's a great source of protein, I tells ya. Well, if you are serious about resisting this agenda, I think, I'm not here to tell people what to eat or what not to eat, but if you are not inclined to eat the bugs, don't eat the bugs. Now, okay, so that's an example of how this works. We see where they're trying to push us, we go in the opposite direction. But things get more complicated than that, don't they? Because they're not going to they will probably try to roll out some sort of propaganda where, hey, eat the bugs. Look, you can buy this cricket protein and it'll be good for you. But they will try to hide these insect-derived ingredients under barely comprehensible scientific gibberish names and other such things that are the 14th line in a tiny little label that's on the back of the food packaging, if that. So here's another part of this agenda and how we can steer away from it. Number two, we're largely, at least the population at large, is largely relying on highly processed foods with those large lists of ingredients with chemical names that most people don't understand and don't know about. So if they are trying to get us to eat this highly processed garbage, well, perhaps we should move in the other direction and try to fix our diet down to non-processed foods, or at least minimally processed foods. And there's a quick and easy way to do that. Instead of shopping in the middle of the supermarket where all of the highly processed foods with all of these chemical ingredients are, how about sticking to the outsides of the supermarket, the produce aisle, the fresh meats, and other such things? That's one quick and easy way to make a tiny change that will have huge effects on your health and other things going on in down the line. So that's one example of something that you can do that's relatively easy. But here's something that's the next hurdle. Once you've done that and you've started boycotting, as it were, the middle of the supermarket, can you boycott the supermarket altogether? So tip number 3, if they want us to rely on supermarkets and to go shop there for all of our food, well, perhaps it's time to start moving in the opposite direction. In this case, that means connecting with local farmers, local ranchers, local growers and producers. And there are many, of course, as many ways to do that as there are localities, and I can't possibly tell you what exists or doesn't exist in your area, but if you don't know, this is a prime opportunity to start finding out. And as with everything else I'm suggesting today, it doesn't have to be an all-at-once 100% or nothing type of switch. Those types of switch are usually demotivating. No, it could be a gradual process of branching out, discovering something new in your area, swapping out something from the supermarket for something that you can source from some local a farmer's market, or if you can connect directly with growers and ranchers. If you want an idea of what that might look like, if you go back to episode 275 of my podcast on solutions, boycotts and boycotts, you'll see that I had a conversation in there with my friend and co-host of New World Next Week, James Evan Pilato of Media Monarchy, and his wife Cassie. When they were living in Portland, they were participating in a goat share, which was on an urban farm near Portland. They were able to essentially rent some time each week to go and milk a goat and get almost enough milk for the whole week by that kind of process. And hey, you eliminate something from the supermarket from your diet just by doing something like that. So there are, as I say, there are many, many, many ways to do that. Find out what exists in your area and start using those resources. Okay, the next tip, tariffs. And restrictions. Of course, governments and corporations love to get in there and try to regulate, restrict, control what you can and cannot eat or drink. Of course, the obvious example for, say, Americans in the crowd is the restrictions that have been placed on raw milk and other such things in the past, and the ways that people have tried to get around it and even been arrested for it, all of that sort of stuff. But of course, more globally, there's the problem of the patenting of life itself, the patented Terminator seeds and other such crazy ideas that have been brought in, not only by the giant corporations, but also by big government trying to essentially legislate and or judges gaveling down, trying to create a body of law that creates this pattern whereby corporations can control what growers can and cannot grow. And people that may have heard of Percy Schmeiser and his Monsanto battles back a couple of decades ago, etc. It's a big topic, but I've talked about it, for example, in my podcast on open seeds, biopiracy, and the patenting of life. Another example of this is hitting very close to home right now here in Japan. Concerns over rice shortage growing in Japan. And essentially, yeah, it's getting harder and harder. The rice seems to be disappearing from the shelves. What is happening? Why is there these rice shortages? So there's a recent article that came out. Why has Japan been hit with rice shortages and soaring prices despite normal crops? It's not that there's some big crop failure or some kind of weather problem. No, the crop's fine. It's harvest as usual. So what's happening? Well, skip to the chase. At the very end analysis, it turns out, oh yeah, there's some Japanese restrictions on rice acreage that have been arbitrarily imposed on rice farmers here that has arbitrarily limited the supply. Surprise, surprise. Government meddling, government restriction, in cooperation, of course, as always, with Big Food. They are always working hand in glove because the big food lobbyists can afford to control the regulators and control what happens there. So, of course, the answer to that is liberalization. Free trade among free human beings who freely and voluntarily choose to trade with each other in the way that they wish, to grow whatever foods that they wish in the way that they want, and transacting for those freely. Oh, terrible, terrible choice, right? No, what we need is more free trade in the most fundamental sense of that word, not government restricted trade, free trade among free human beings. Let's move on to another idea. They want us to eat GMO frankenfood garbage, so we should be sourcing GMO-free foods. Now, this, of course, again, is a moving target because there are always ways that these labels are used and abused and misused, and there are different apps and other such things that purport to help you along the way in choosing foods that are not laden with GMO frankenfood monstrosity nonsense. But it is a moving target. I am here in Japan. I realize most of my listeners are in America or Canada or in Europe or in other Western countries, so I can't really speak to it on a personal experiential level, what good app you should be using or what way you should be keeping track of what products are or are not GMO free. I will just parenthetically add that if you are extracting yourself from the supermarket and getting more in touch with local growers and producers, you may have a better handle on what is organically grown and what is being GMO created in the lab. Or at least that distinction won't matter as much to you. But I have had things to say about this in the past. For example, in my Solutions Watch on boycotts, you can check that for such examples as the non-GMO shopping app, shopping guide app, which I know exists. Again, I don't use it. I'm here in Japan. It's not relevant to me. But if there are ideas like that out there that work for you, please use them and let other people know about them. Okay, the next idea. We are exhorted constantly to trust the science, rely on experts. Well, how about we, instead of trusting the science and relying on experts, how about we trust science and rely on experts? Now, the distinction here, of course, is the experts, the scientists who will tell you such incredibly important things like the food pyramid. You must eat these foods in these proportions each day, which of course turned out to be a completely concocted, totally engineered, totally science-free, baseless lie that was concocted by various industries that benefited from having their products promoted. We know that by now, and if you don't, I will throw in a link to my episode 365 on lies, damned lies, and government nutrition advice, where I talked about that subject extensively. I'll also throw in a link to an article I wrote several years back on the sugar conspiracy, as, again, I think is becoming more widespread knowledge these days. Yes, surprise, surprise, the sugar industry spent, and the related big food industries around that, spent lots of money and lots of PR propagandizing the public for year after year after year that fats are the evil and must be cut out of your diet. And let's replace them with this highly sugar, highly processed foods. But don't worry, there's no fat in them, guys. It's fine for you, which of course was a lie, as we now know. But that's a good example of how this conspiracy works. As opposed to trusting those experts with their fake advice for giving you, well, the wrong advice that lead you down the path towards illness, how about trusting people who actually know what they're talking about, who can guide you towards ways that you can participate in regenerative agriculture and other ideas that will transform the world, the food supply, and your health all at once. And of course, I'm not going to tell you what experts you should or should not be listening to. That is for your own discernment as free and capable human beings. I'll give you some examples, though. For example, I recently talked to Gavin Mounsey, who you may or may not be familiar with. He has a Substack. He's also got a book called Recipes for Reciprocity at recipesforreciprocity.com, which is a handy guide with lots of ideas, lots of tips towards gardening, towards farming, towards recipes that you can actually use with what you grow, what you can grow in your garden, even in an urban environment, etc. Lots of ideas there that I think demonstrably are more helpful than the ideas that are coming from industry, quote unquote, experts. But I'll leave that for you to decide for yourself. The next idea, the next tip that I have in this bag is if they're telling you don't grow food yourself, just rely on big food. Don't worry, these laboratory-produced non-burgers will be better than anything that you could do by yourself. So, and it'll be better for the environment, too. Well, if they're telling us to go down that road, then obviously we should be at least attempting to grow food ourselves. And that does not mean that you're going to grow everything that you eat yourself. Again, it's not 100% or 0%. There is plenty of room in the middle, and you can move a little bit towards growing some food for yourself, which is not only good, obviously, for supplying yourself with food, but for reminding yourself of the abundance of nature and the connection with the earth, which is what food is about. This connection that we have with nature around us that we are losing gradually as we rely more on supermarkets, etc. So if you are interested in growing food yourself, I've talked about that many times before. For example, episode 299 of my podcast on solutions, guerrilla gardening. I also did a solutions watch on community gardens. And there's plenty of ideas in there and plenty of tips, tricks, advice for starting that down that path of, hey, even just growing some tomatoes or whatever it is in your backyard. It does not have to be all or nothing. It does not have to completely feed your family and everyone around you, but it can contribute towards reconnecting us with the food supply in the most literal and direct way. The next idea, they want us in a hoarding mentality of, oh my God, we're almost out of toilet paper. Oh my God, look at the rice shortages in Japan. Oh my God, we got to hoard. We got to take as much as we can for ourselves and fight and claw and fight against your neighbors for the last scraps from the master's table. Well, I think we need the opposite mentality if we're going to counteract that. We need a sharing abundance mentality of we're in this together. That was the propaganda message we've heard for years now, right? Oh, you're in this together. Well, we are in this together, actually. And your neighbors, whatever side of whatever phony political aisle they're on, probably have much more in common with you than you do with someone like Farmer Bill Gates, right? So let's share. Let's grow together. Let's participate in those community groups, those urban farming goat shares, forming an emergency contact group at the very least of people in your area that in the event of, hey, I'm in Japan, what if there's a big earthquake or something along those lines? Do I know people in the area that will be able to come together and pool resources and work together? If not, you might want to work on that. And I've talked about various ways to do that over the years. And so I will put some links in the show notes for this video if you're interested. All right. 9th, panic. They want you absolutely afraid and, oh my God, it's all going to end tomorrow. They want you in that state of fear because fear is inherently demotivating. It will inherently keep you from reaching your full potential. So the opposite of that is do not panic. Panic is not a good state. being aware of concerns, being aware and working towards and concerned about things that are happening that are bad. Yes, we need to understand them, but we will never get anywhere if we're simply in panic mode. So let's not panic about this. Let us understand that the future of food is ours to decide. Once we internalize that and truly understand what that means, we will be able to take our power back. Finally today, my 10th tip, they want you to stay ignorant. So we better get informed, because all of what I've talked about so far is based on mostly on ignorance. If you're just going along to get along, you'll eventually end up eating the bugs. You'll eat whatever's in the supermarket because it's in the supermarket. If it's not in the supermarket, you're going to panic because you don't know what to do. All of these things are based on you just staying ignorant in whatever propaganda bubble they want you in, so that you never get informed to understand the issues, so that you can take that power back and negate all of these agenda items. So if you want to get informed, as I'm sorry to have plugged so many of my own productions today, but I don't have a lot of time, so I'm just trying to get this information out in the best way possible, and I've talked about this a lot over the years. So if you want to get informed, here are another couple of resources from my archives. I did an episode 460, The Future of Food, that you might remember as my presentation to this symposium last time. I also did a Solutions Watch on regenerative agriculture recently, talking about how people can reconnect with nature and instead of fighting against the earth, work with the earth and the natural abundance of the earth to supply the food that we need. There's a lot of information there. If you're interested in this information and what you can do with it, I'm going to assemble this. I'm going to put this out as a podcast on my own website in the coming days. So stay tuned for that. And when I do, there will be links to everything that I've talked about here. But I just want to bring it back to that fundamental idea for today. The future of food is not theirs to decide, at least for the time being, until they have a gun to our head forcing you to eat the bugs. The buck stops at our dinner plate, and we get to decide what goes on it and how it is sourced. And that is not always going to be an easy decision. And as I say, it is not 100% you must be eating completely, purely, perfectly in every way tomorrow, or else it's not worth it. No. 1% better is still 1% better. And if you keep going 1% better every week, then in 100 weeks, you're 100% better, right? It's a process, and it will be work. But if we do not engage in this work, unfortunately, as I know you know from attending this symposium, it is going to get very dark, and the future of humanity hangs in the balance. If we are what we eat, then what does that say about the frankenfood monstrosity they're trying to shove down our throats, and what we will become if we swallow it? Don't swallow it. Having said all of that, once again, thank you for your time and attention. Thank you for being here to discuss this important topic. The fact that you are here listening to this means that we are, to some extent, we are winning. There are people who have escaped and evaded the propaganda narrative and are looking for solutions. And I am here to say that they exist and that you are an important part of that, at the very least for you and your family. And you can set the example for a community. And who knows, via the ripple effect, what kind of effect that will have on the wider world. Having said all of that, I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com. Thank you for your time and attention. That was my presentation to the Attack on Food and Farmers and How to Fight Back Symposium. Once again, I hope you caught the entire symposium, and if not, please follow the link in the show notes to the recording of that webinar symposium so that you can watch all of the presentations. And there's a lot of information to go through. As you can see, there was a lot of information to go through in that short 20-minute presentation. So in order to unpack that, I will humbly suggest that you do check out the show notes, where I will have links to all of those different podcast episodes and various Solutions Watch episodes and other things that I cited there. I have done a lot of work on this issue over the years, and if you are interested in this, there is much Welcome back, friends. Welcome back to the Corbett Report. I'm James Corbett of CorbettReport.com, coming to you in April of 2024 with another edition of Propaganda Watch? That's right. Well, if you can cast your mind all the way back to the beginning of January of 2021, you will recall that at that time I released the final episode of Propaganda Watch, Stop Watching Propaganda, in which I announced the end of the Propaganda Watch series and the beginning of the new D program, the Solutions Watch series. And if you don't remember that, maybe you want to go back and refamiliarize yourself with Stop Watching Propaganda. But you will also recall that I did say, I'm not saying I will never do another Propaganda Watch. I'm just saying I'm going to devote my time, resources, energy, and attention towards looking at solutions rather than looking at propaganda. But from time to time, as the situation warrants it, I will put out an occasional episode of Propaganda Watch. Well, guess what, folks? The occasion certainly does warrant it, because I have come across a piece of propaganda so weird, so puzzling, so self-contradictory, so annoying, so confusing, so weirdly self-deconstructing that I felt compelled to create the first edition of the Propaganda Watch series in 3 years in order to deconstruct this. What a wild ride it's going to be. So, for all of you who are wondering what I'm talking about, feast your ears on this wet-hot dumpster fire of nonsense.
What's good, y'all? You're listening to Code Switch. I'm Gene Demby. And this week, we're bringing you an absolutely bananas story. It originally aired last year on Code Switch back in 2023, and it involves two things I find fascinating. Race, obviously, that's why we're here, and conspiracy theories. And in this case, a particularly unpalatable conspiracy theory. That little joke is going to make a lot more sense in a second. But to tell this story, I had to tag in some help from one of my colleagues here at NPR. She's on the disinformation beat. It's reporter Huo Jingnan. Jingnan joined me to talk about this theory, which involves everything from white anxiety to climate change denialism to xenophobia and anti-Semitism. It's a lot. It's a lot. And she told me that the conspiracy theory goes that
global elites are plotting to force ordinary people like you and me to eat bugs.
Wait, what? To eat bugs?
Yeah, I know.
What?
Yeah, that's how I started.
Okay.
Well, my friends, that was the beginning of a 35-minute odyssey down the propaganda rabbit hole of National Petroleum Radio's Code Switch podcast, which aired a report last year, kindly repeated for the audience last month, on the Eat the Bugs conspiracy theory that those racist, right-wing, anti-Semitic, reactionary trolls on 4chan are spreading these days, or something like that. And I think even just from that opening minute, we can tell a number of things about this podcast. Firstly, does that joke about this conspiracy theory being unpalatable actually play on the idea that eating bugs is a bad thing and something that a lot of people in the audience would find gross? Ding, 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 ding. If that inherent self-contradiction, again, broached in the opening minute of this podcast, didn't set off some alarms for you, just keep that in the back of your mind, because I think that might play into the way that this fascinating and bizarre train wreck of a propaganda piece unfolds. But secondly, Huo Jingnan. Why did they go with Huo Jingnan as their expert to decode this conspiracy theory for us? Is it because she spent her time during the scamdemic lockdowns analyzing air monitoring data to discover, did it make the air cleaner? Wow, what a wonderful thing. Or why do governments have different face mask guidelines anyway? No, I mean, those things certainly do burnish her credentials as an establishment toady who is willing to parrot anything that the establishment tells her to in order to further the Great Reset agenda, but I don't know, Huo Jingnan, I have a feeling that her ethnic heritage and culinary background might come into play at some point during this podcast. Let's see if that plays out. Thirdly, how many globalist buzzwords can you insert into a single sentence to let the well-trained NPCs in the NPR crowd know that you do not want to go here? This is every red alert, alarm, red flag that we've implanted in your brain over the years to let you know that this is a bad thing that you must not think about. So let's see. How did she describe the Eat the Bugs conspiracy again? It involves, quote, everything from white anxiety to climate change denialism to xenophobia to anti-Semitism. Wow. Four points in a single breath. Good job, Huo. Fourthly, are we supposed to believe that Gene Demby, the host of this propaganda piece, is not only not aware of the conspiracy theory surrounding the Eat the Bugs agenda, but is not aware of the Eat the Bugs agenda itself? Really? Okay, so he's gonna play the I've never heard of this wild, crazy thing that people on the internet are talking about role. And let's see how they walk that tightrope that they are going to walk between this isn't happening, you crazy conspiracy theorists, it's not happening, but, maybe it is happening and it should happen, and if you don't like it, you're racist. Let's see how they walk that tightrope without falling off when the host has already shown that he's hesitant even with the idea of bug eating. Let's see how all of this unfolds. I think we're going to be in for a wild ride.
Okay, let's take this piece by piece. Okay, global elites. That is, that's been kind of a wink toward this old anti-Semitic idea that they're like Jewish financiers who are secret puppet masters running the world from behind the scenes,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Okay.
And there's more to the theory than just this wink. To give you a taste of what this looks like, let me take you across the Atlantic to the Netherlands.
Okay, to the Netherlands. Let me just grab some clogs, make sure they match my tinfoil hat. You know what I mean? You gotta coordinate.
Oh, God. It's going to be one of those podcasts, isn't it? They really do talk to their audience like they're Sesame Street Muppets teaching ABCs to ADHD-riddled kindergartners on TikTok. It's insulting, genuinely insulting to me and my intelligence to hear this kind of nonsense patter. Oh, we're going to Netherlands, I better get my clogs, gotta coordinate. God, it's just garbage. And the saddest part is they probably do know exactly the mentality of the audience they're talking to and how to best tailor their communication to suit. Anyway, let's power on. I'm sure there is value to be gained from this exercise.
Okay, I want to show you this video. So this is a leader of a far-right populist party in the Netherlands. The guy's name is Thierry Baudet, and he's speaking at a protest of Dutch farmers. The farmers are protesting against a European Union plan to cut nitrogen emissions that could involve the Dutch government buying out meat-producing farms with high emissions.
Okay, so in this clip, this guy, he's holding a plastic bag of something. Like one of those bags of granola or jerky or something like that. And now he's dumping them out onto the stage. But wait.
Ik heb hier een zak mealwormen.
He said mealworms?
That is indeed what he's saying.
Mealworms? Like the little wriggly larva Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
They're the second part of the beetle's life cycle. And just a few months ago, the EU said it's okay for mealworms to be in human food in Europe. So they're often ground up or dried and roasted as snacks. And I think those look like whole mealworms.
All right, so I'm supposed to be a dispassionate NPR journalist here, Jingnan, but I am screaming right now. Oh my God, I'm so good. I'm never eating a mealworm, I promise you. Y'all can have the mealworms, Dutch people. It's all y'all good.
No way!
Okay, so you agree with Thierry Baudet?
I guess I do.
This is fascinating stuff. Okay, I will interject here simply to note that NPR ostensibly has two aims for this entire propaganda puff piece to even exist. The two things that they are ostensibly trying to do. Number one, to make fun of those crazy, stupid conspiracy theorist knuckle draggers who are also anti-Semite, misogynist, reactionary white supremacists or something along those lines, for believing that there is a global conspiracy to make you eat the bugs. And two, that, well, you should want to eat the bugs, and it's a good thing that our Davos elitist overlords are encouraging us to do so. And note that so far, the only thing we've actually established as a fact is that the EU has in fact approved mealworms for human consumption, and that the host of the program is thoroughly disgusted by that fact. This is so fascinatingly bizarre. Let's keep going.
And other conservative media personalities in America talked about edible insects too. Here's Alex Jones on his streaming show, InfoWars.
Coming food crisis recommends more sustainable diets of, wait for it, fly larvae, You're letting the globalists train you to be a slave. All of this is alien to the normal way of life.
And Michael Knowles hosts a show at the Daily Wire.
I don't want to live like a peasant in the middle of some jungle in Vietnam. I want to live like a civilized person with the cultural inheritance. I'm not going to eat the bugs. The bugs are gross.
All right, there you go. There you go. I was waiting for it. You know, we all know un-American, I'm talking about air quotes, is kind of a dog whistle, right? That last clip kind of lays bare the subtext. Yeah. Okay. Can we just, is this bug thing even real though? Like, what exactly has them so agitated around eating bugs? Like, what's going on?
It's not that big a deal, actually. You know, using bugs as an alternative protein source for people has been floated by some environmentalists and some entrepreneurs who want to sell like cricket protein powder.
Okay.
But it's a tiny fledgling market in the US. Like currently, it's often more expensive than beef.
Wow.
But mostly experts focused on climate solutions are just saying that we need to eat less meat, like not switching to bugs.
Huh. So I've seen some of those stories about, you know, eating bugs to help save the planet. Again, that's not my journey. We're not eating bugs on this episode.
Disappointing.
So if it's not that big a deal, like why are folks like Thierry Baudet in the Netherlands and Tucker Carlson here all up in arms about it?
What is happening? Okay, let's take a moment once again to note the incredibly odd tension that is happening here. Listen to these weird right-wing conservatard, conspiraloon, redneck, anti-Semitic trolls who are making this weird vow not to eat the bugs. Also, y'all can have the mealworms. We're not eating bugs in this episode. And also, eating bugs is totally not a big idea. Why are people upset about this? It's just the strangest mishmash of confused mixed messaging propaganda going on here. But I'm sold. I'm all in. I'm all ears at this point. Tell me, how do they thread this particular needle?
Well, right now, it may be because it has become part of an even bigger conspiracy theory. I did some digging on the internet, and this merging seems to have begun with this anonymous blog post in 2019. All I could find out about the person who wrote it is that they call themselves a white identitarian.
So they're a white supremacist of some sort.
Yeah, and you have the tweets to back it up.
Oh, that's right. They're going to do the old fact-checker trick. What's the old fact-checker trick? Well, you'd know all about it if you remembered episode 381 of the Corbett Report podcast, Who Will Fact-Check the Fact-Checkers, in which I discussed this trick. But long story short, the trick is to take the stupidest, most easily debunkable, nonsensical version of a conspiracy-adjacent claim that you can find or dig up on some old abandoned Facebook feed or on some Insta account that has 12 followers or something like that. And then you take that as the exemplar of this conspiracy theory that people are parroting, and you boldly tear it down in front of everyone. See, this is just as flimsy as a strongman. I wonder why. Yes, that is exactly what they proceed to do in this report. So, as it turns out, who would have known it? But yes, the entire, not the Eat the Bugs agenda, the disgust surrounding that agenda, all of this, yes, the entire thing sources back to some white supremacist living in his mom's basement with 12 Twitter followers. Yes, thank God for those NPR crack reporters for tracking this down and finding the post that started all of this 5 years ago, and how it was mostly nonsense and then taken up as a joke, and now people are taking it seriously. These rubes, they're so dumb. They're not like the smart, switched-on, clued-in, metrosexual jet set of the NPR crowd, let me tell you. You guys are the real galaxy brains out there. So anyway, yeah, I will exhort you in your own time if you can stomach it. Haha, pun intended. Go and listen to this full report. We're not going to listen to the full 35-minute report here. But yes, you can find out all about how they found the single tweet that started all of this 5 years ago. Yes, and as it turns out, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the demonstrable, years-long, concerted, coordinated propaganda campaign to get you to eat the bugs.
I'm Nicole Kidman, and I am going to eat a 4-course meal of bugs.
Earlier this year, the United Nations held a global conference on the benefits of eating insects, even suggesting it might be a good solution to world hunger.
I don't know why the United States doesn't eat insects when they're actually very healthy for you.
So, we need to figure out, why is this such an issue in people's minds? Why is this a taboo? Well, as children, we're taught that it's gross, it's disgusting, stay away from the bugs, they're gonna hurt you, they're poisonous. And in most cases, that is absolutely wrong. And to prove this point, 80%. That is the amount of people around the world that are eating insects as a daily part of their diet. See, Western culture is the fringe on this. And if we just change the way that we think about our food, we can change the way that we feed the planet.
The farmers of tomorrow are the engineers of today. We've created specialist chambers to look after the insects, their different life cycles. We can stack this 4 meters high and as many kilometers long as you like. We have automation systems that are modulated and run by themselves 24 hours a day, 365 days a year in any environmental condition. And that's vitally important to feeding a growing population.
I mean, we don't talk enough about how much these guys are a superfood, but I would say insects are definitely a superfood. Super nutrient dense, just a whole lot of nutrition in a really small package.
We're in the middle of a biodiversity mass extinction, and we're in the middle of a climate crisis, and yet we somehow need to feed a growing population at the same time. We have to make change, and we have to make big change.
See? The idea that there's some sort of coordinated campaign to get you to eat the bugs is just some ridiculous idea dished up for the gullible rubes by conspirator-adjacent redneck white supremacists. And you're an idiot for believing it. Also, you should want to eat the bugs. And here's some reasons why. Yes, okay, I will save you from the full point-by-point critique and in-depth analysis of this full 35-minute podcast. I don't think either of us are willing to go through all of that. But let's just listen to some of the lowlights of this propaganda fest, including this part where they deconstruct that whole Great Reset conspiracy thing that people are talking about by talking about how it's not. See, it isn't some secret global system being run from the shadows by a unelected bunch of elitists at Davos. No. Dude, it's just like vibes that they put out at Davos, man. All right? Just chill. What, you think I'm joking?
The globalistische Great Reset.
The Great Reset is what's behind all of this, he says.
The Great Reset. I mean, that sounds very ominous.
Yeah, right? But its name comes from this very confusing initiative by the World Economic Forum, like this group of veritable global elites that meet annually in the Swiss Alps.
The World Economic Forum, that's Davos, right? That's the big Davos festival convention. I'm not sure what it is. And it happens every year. It gets a lot of attention. Yeah.
Yep, that's how many people might know it.
Yeah. If you think the global system is secretly being run by like powerful, unelected people who get to set the global agenda, like this annual meeting in Davos with a bunch of obscenely rich people and thought leaders just kikiing it at a closed meeting of some sort. I don't know what they're doing there. That's a big blinking piece of at least circumstantial evidence in favor of that argument, right?
Yeah, the WEF meeting at Davos has captured conspiracy theorists' imaginations for a long time. Mm-hmm. And the Great Reset was this initiative that the forum launched in June 2020, after most of the world went into lockdown because of COVID-19.
So the Great Reset was like full of policy proposals?
It's mostly just vibes. I mean, it's all very vague.
What is happening? This is like a car crash. I can't look away. Do they think they are helping their case here? I do not understand this propaganda. But maybe it's not for me. Anyway, whatever, let's cut to the chase. You will eat the bugs.
This conspiracy theory is so intriguing to me because it doesn't only appeal to fear, which is classic, but it also appeals to disgust. Like, it's so common and visceral. Like racist fear, food disgust is a culturally specific thing with its own long history and backstory. I mean, it is fascinating to me as someone who grew up eating silkworms. So I did some research and found that this disgust, in part, comes from how the early colonizers defined what a who is European or civilized and what a who is not.
Hold up, I'm sorry. You said a lot there, but you ate silkworms for real?
Yes, but is that what got you at this? I mean, yes, I promise I'm not going to try and convert you.
Listen, you couldn't. We're going to get into who's disgusted by bugs and who isn't after this break.
Am I having a fever dream here? Or just, what is this? You're a racist white supremacist if you don't eat the bugs. Bitch, I ain't gonna eat the bugs and no one's gonna make me. I promise I won't try to make you eat the bugs. Damn straight. Well, I genuinely do not understand. What on earth is this? And spoiler, nothing really changes by the end of this 35-minute propaganda fest.
So to wrap up, there is this broad skepticism of government floating out there, right? And then you add these unstated racial anxieties in the mix, right? Things like, white status laws because of demographic change. All that talk about, this isn't the America that I grew up in. And which, of course, has been a very effective button to push for a lot of American political history. And then, on top of that, you throw in people eating nasty-ass bugs.
Not nasty, but yes, bugs with all the unpleasant associations and learned disgust.
All right, fine. Sure, whatever.
Plenty of people who fall into all those social demographic buckets associated with higher levels of conspiratorial thinking and are grossed out by bugs will never believe this stuff.
Right.
The way that people see the world is really idiosyncratic.
Okay, yeah, right. So there's a larger social context in which these theories can take root. And then there's just human level stuff that makes certain people just go all in on them.
Right, and then the other people use this to get attention and attack things they don't like. So, given this stew of discontent and uncertainty we're all living through right now, we shouldn't be surprised if we start to hear more people declaring in the coming months and years, emphatically, that they, too, will not eat the bugs.
This is the biggest train wreck of propaganda I have ever been exposed to. Wow. And I'm not going to spoil the whole thing for you, but I promise you, it is all equally as crazy as this. But I think it shows a couple of things. Firstly, it perfectly demonstrates a key propaganda technique that I first articulated way back, 16 years ago on a crappy old microphone into a beat up old laptop. Young James Corbett told you exactly this propaganda technique back in 2008. When confronted by something that they don't want you to know, they will first, of course, deny its existence and ridicule anyone who claims that it exists, even if you can see the evidence of that thing's existence with your own eyes. After denying the existence and ridiculing anyone who sees its existence, they will then, and only then, implant the idea that, wouldn't it be a good thing after all if it was true? You can see this in the creation of the story about chemtrails. They're not true, you're crazy if you see them, it's just condensation trails. But, we do have this global warming that is, of course, caused by that vile life-giving gas CO2, so wouldn't it be a great thing if we could put up a sunscreen to shield us from the rays of the sun? Which, of course, is what actually drives climate. You'll see this, as I say, again and again and again with so many misinformation operations that it's part of their psychological playbook, guaranteed. You'll see this with the North American Union, deny, 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 but wouldn't it be good? And the NAFTA superhighway, deny, 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 but wouldn't it be good? Even 9/11 inside job. Of course, we've already looked at rebuilding America's defenses, which called for a 9/11 event before 9/11 happened. And of course, we have that case last year of a nationally syndicated neocon op-ed writer who wrote that op-ed about how 9/11 was actually a good thing and that we need another large-scale terrorist cataclysm to bring about that type of unity in the country once again. So yes, 9/11 was a good thing, but no, we didn't make it happen, honest. Deny, 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 but wouldn't it be good? Keep that in mind. That is a key piece of this psychological operations puzzle. Deny, deny, deny. But wouldn't it be good? It was as true 16 years ago as it is today, or 100 years ago, or at any time. It is a common propaganda technique, and it would serve you well to know about it. But on a more heartwarming note, I think this craziness from NPR teaches us something, well, something nice to hear for a change, which is that even these NPR lickspittles, people whose entire existence depends on them, mindlessly parroting and regurgitating the establishment line in a way that will be easily accepted and understood and internalized by the normies who listen to this garbage. And with all of the combined resources of national propaganda radio and their handlers and the combined weight of the entire global propaganda machinery and the consensus of all governments and NGOs and deep state spokesmen, all of that, and they still have absolutely no idea how to sell this agenda to you. And so they come out with this self-contradictory nonsense that undermines the very points that they are attempting to make. I don't know how to put it any more clearly than they have just put it for you. It is the clearest indication I have ever seen of the fact that the simple, clear truth is instantly understandable. It doesn't take any slick, fancy PR. It doesn't take any, let's get our clogs and go Netherlands kind of nonsense. It doesn't require anything other than crystal clear communication that could be done by a random nobody sitting in their living room in Japan on a beat-up old microphone. And it doesn't matter if you have the combined resources of the trillion-dollar misinformation, disinformation, propaganda factory and the globalist consensus behind you and all of that. You still cannot sell a lie. You cannot make the public swallow that lie. So, say it with me, folks, loud and clear so they can all hear us. I will not eat the bugs. Anyway, I trust you can see why I just had to put out this particular edition of Propaganda Watch. Anyway, as you can see, the Corbett Report is back in business, so thank you for staying tuned during the short spring hiatus, and plenty more material coming out in the near future, including, of course, the continuation of the Solutions Watch series, which is the real point. I hope you will be there to join me for it, and of course, as always, you can find me at CorbettReport.com. Talk to you again soon.
There's no point in theorizing or conjecturizing CGI images. Okay, let's start there. You think Saturn has a hexagon on it? Oh, do you really? According to who? Really? Yeah, according to Bryce 3D Bleach. According to 3D Studio Max? Are you kidding me? There's no point in even talking about it. You might as well ask, well, what about the yellow, the reds and the oranges in the distant Andromeda galaxy? What about those? Well, you click the dropper button and you put the colors in there. We're going back and forth talking about CGI, an image that's not even real. Pictures in space. We're talking about it. Well, you see, there's a hexagon. And look, we've talked about it for years, of course, but I've never gotten down into it because it's not real. I'd rather talk about Metatron's cube. It's just that if I'm going to know something about it, we're going to have to do some void grasping, and we're going to have to make things up, because that usually the things that you make up and you try to intuitively reach always has more truth in it than what is shown to you through Bryce 3D. Look at this. Look at this. There's a storm on the South Pole. We can show you a storm on the South Pole, but we can't live stream a launch into space. No, we can't do that. No. We can't. Oh, why don't you live stream a rocket through the atmosphere into space? I don't think so. But we'll show you a storm 1 trillion light years away. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Are you kidding me? Now do you see? Well, the storm's spinning. I mean, they all worship the cube on the Saturn. I'm like, what image? You saw the image? You see it? Yeah, NASA posted it. You look through a telescope onto the planets, and they look like they're in water, or there's a water divider. They fluctuate and spin around like when none of you have eyesight like me, but what I see when I take off my contacts or glasses is I see like fluid on lights. It's kind of like what you see when you get a real zoom in on a planet or something like that. A planet, it's a big rock out there in a vacuum. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe according to Daffy Duck, Elmer Fudd. Maybe according to him or them. Maybe according to Bugs Bunny or Babs Bunny. Are you kidding me? Things don't work that way. If there's a vacuum, they're using rockets in a vacuum. You can't live stream. We can have a phone call. Hello? There's no latency. The president's talking to the moon. Okay. Whatever you say. Be a child forever. Be a child for the rest of your life. Space. Is dinosaurs in space? As cavemen? Everything is all primitive. It's primitive in the past. There's gigantic, the megaliths, structures, pyramids, temples. Even 200 years ago, 150 years ago, whatever. Things that you could hardly even make 3D now. Well, you see, they are horses. They didn't have cars back then. Oh, really? They have electric cars 200 years ago. They're just rolling them out a couple of years ago here with lithium batteries, below flamethrowers coming in. Wow, you got to charge it up at the station. It takes an hour and a half. And whenever they feel like it, we're rationing out the energy. You can't charge today. You can't drive gas cars either. You can't do that. But electricity, we're gonna have to keep it down a little. You got to do your bit. You can't charge your car. You can charge it once a week. Oh. So this is progress. Oh. The cavemen were very primitive. You see, they just had bones. They had bones, and everything was rape, running from wild beasts. Oh, really? Cathedrals, motherboard planet, atmospheric energy. Well, you see, these people were assholes. It's much better now. Look at it now. Look at your quality of life now. It's in the toilet. I can hardly believe what people believe. I can't even believe that they believe it. I see there's a lot of carbon in the atmosphere. I'm like, oh no. Well, it's a good thing that plants thrive on carbon then. No, it's not like that. You see, it's not like that. No, the plants, they'll kill themselves. Really? The more carbon, the better. Are you kidding me? Carbon's good. God, it's crazy. People are crazy. It's good. That's what plants crave. God, it's bad. No, you see, it doesn't work like that. You gotta be taxed and then we'll fix it. Oh, really? And then a war breaks out. Oh, you can't use your gas. You can't use electricity. Your gas is gonna go up 15 times more. Oh, really? Why? Well, you see, the economy of scale and guns and butter and, the inflationary, fiduciary instruments. I'm like, oh, really? They're talking about that like it's real. Are you kidding me? Are you crazy? Well, see, so the laws of supply and demand dictate that you, get 75-80% of all your income stolen out throughout your life. I'm like, oh, really? Wow, we gotta feed the hungry. If Jesus Christ were here, he'd press the button. He'd look around, he'd press the button. He'd press the button. That's what he would do. He'd press the button. Well, this is hungry, insane men in the streets. Is there any food left over? No, we threw it out. Well, it takes $1 billion to make a jet. We made 50 of those, and this whole, there's a war in Ukraine going on. It's costed, $400 trillion. Oh, really? Really? You're driving on the streets, blowing your tires out on a pothole. There's trillions of dollars making a big war machine. Are you kidding me? They're looking at a calendar, looking at the stars. Okay, if we kill 7,000 people tomorrow, then we will feast on their suffering. And then maybe we won't go to hell. Are you? That's closer to the truth than what's on the news. Are you kidding me? You think I'm making a joke? Think again. People have no idea. Dude, you see, you might not care about politics, but politics cares about you. I'm like, oh, really? I started getting scared. I better form a militia. I better form a militia then. God. You think I'm stupid? You think I'm stupid? You're the one that's stupid. Not you guys here, but all the people spitting that stuff. Well, you see, how are you going to learn? How are you going to elevate your mind if you don't study the philosophers? Philosophers are shooting up on heroin, serial rapists, lighting themselves on fire, blowing their brains under their chin out, hanging themselves, jumping off a freaking building. I'm like, oh, those are the guys. I'm going to study their whatever they wrote. Are you kidding me? Jesus. People are so stupid. They're so stupid. They have no idea how twisted the reality really is. They'll call you crazy. They'll call you this and that, whatever. Dude, if you knew how crazy things are, you'd go crazy. Crazy? That's nothing to me. Crazy? That's nothing to me. That's as easy as breathing. That's as easy as taking a walk in the park. Being surrounded by madness. Are you kidding me? That's nothing to me. You don't have to waste your time. The only thing you have is your lifespan. Everything around tries to slow you down, so by the time you realize anything of any value, you're on your deathbed, or you're too sick to even do anything at all. You guys get it. I don't want to get into that stuff. It's kind of dark. People have no idea. You see, what happens if Russia is just aggression? They conquer the world. There's nukes going off everywhere. Well, you see, at least we destroyed the planet we had to. The aggression and the military might of the Kremlin, and someone had to be stopped, and it was either us or them. I start crying. There's nukes going off. There's nukes going off. Only in fucking movies. Anyway. The world already ended, several years ago from the polar ice caps. There's glaciers. They melt, the world ends. So you should have thrown your cans into the recycle bin. You should have turned your faucet off as a child. Yeah, it's you that did this to the planet. Everyone's flying around on private jets for half-an-hour flights just to bypass traffic. They pull the electricity off of your house. People are so stupid. They're stupid, but the stupidity isn't. It's not an inherent disability. It's because most people, everyone's been tortured every minute of their lives by the twist of this world. So I don't condescend. I don't look down on people that believe this, and I really don't. It's not their fault. People don't like to hear that either. It's really not their fault. When you get tortured for decades, tortured since right when you're born, before you're born, look, I don't blame anybody for being worthless or stupid or the engine of their own destruction. I really don't. You can't blame them. I'm giving you homework that's life work, that's forever. You cannot ever succumb or dwell in despair, because despair brings on an acute paralysis that will stay with you sometimes for years, and it hides away like a virus, like an opportunistic virus like chickenpox or HIV/AIDS, whatever the fuck that is. Whatever that is. Just don't. You got to be careful. Despair is a spiritual malaise, and if you get caught up in it, you have to be attuned to your identity in order to get yourself out of it. With all the incel talk going around, this is just the dose of purity I need. You have to remember, when you hear that word, incel, it's a spiritual attack. Because even if you're not, even if you're, because I'm not even going to use that. I'll use the word incel, but I'm not going to bother myself with its meaning or with its definition or with anything. Just know that even the fact that that word is being thrown around at all is a direct spiritual attack on you and is meant to demoralize you, wire sex with shame, and wire sex with their a very tightly controlled society. So when you're feeling black-pilled, man, just know that it's a spiritual attack on you. Now, too risky, I mean spirituality, I mean that do you see yourself, www, thank you for that subscription. What do those characters mean? I mean acknowledging that you are not your brain, you're not your dick or your genitals or whatever. You're not your feet, you're not your nose for powder, you're not your veins for needles, you're not your brain for a weed. You can participate in that, but that's not, like, you are not that. You're not your brain's cravings for sex or booze or a needle. I mean, you have those things, but you are not them. That you are not them. Those are physical cravings. So I'm saying, keep the thoughts and the thinking high, outside of fear. Don't stay in there. You do that and you're in hell. It's important. The only thing you have control over is what you think, and in turn how you feel. Feelings don't come first. That's the biggest misconception. The biggest misconception that people live by is that feelings create thoughts. It's the other way around. If you live by your feelings, you may as well be dead. I am not streaming because I'm happy. I am happy because I am streaming. And that's what it is. You don't get happy and then you do something. You don't get happy and then you write. You don't get happy and then you work out. You don't get happy and then you do this. You do it and then you are happy. Everyone has it the other way around. Remember that. But regret, you should never, ever, 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 not even for one moment, regret anything. That's torture. Regret is torture. There is nothing, there is no purpose regret serves other than self-torture. That's it. This sounds like metric. True positive energy, that's why I'm saying Moonanite, or did you ask me about that? If your brain is working against you, if you're feeling pain, and you're not doing something about it immediately, then you're just your own torturer. And that's the natural state of the human brain. If you let your brain think and do anything you want, anything it wants, guess what it's going to do? It's going to create a torture house for you, and you're going to live in it, and you're going to think it's real, and then you're going to feel it's real, and then you're going to know it's real, and then you're going to live it's real. Then you're fucked. A-Rock, you have to understand something. Your mind makes things real. Your mind makes thoughts real. They make perceived consequences, even if they aren't real, makes them real. It makes fake pressure real pressure. Black pills are not real. Don't let thoughts fog and reproduce in your mind. That's true. You don't want that because they do. They multiply like cells. Kind of like sexual cells. You know how cells are always having just lots of, you know. Consider that the duty of knowing oneself is primary over even that of putting forth your expression, your definition of yourself, your art, your whatever the hell. Consider that for a moment. Consider that it may be true. How can you put forth your best fruit if you are not put forth within yourself first? It's something to take seriously. To be changed, to have the flexibility for change is paramount. Because if you don't even know what you are and what you gravitate towards, and you don't know that you can apply a proactive change, you are truly enslaved. You are enslaved without consciousness, which is the worst. You can overtly and consciously choose to, to be beholden to whatever behavior. That's different than not knowing that you are being mastered by it. That's an important distinction. They will only get better within you. The world's never going to get better. Things that are without you are never going to get better. Never. Within you, they have a chance. But outside, never. Things have never gotten better. For the last fucking 1,000 years, things have gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Never have they gotten better. That's not nihilism. That's just understanding that the material realm should not be your standard of happiness. It's your standard of suffering. The inner realm, however, is your standard. Your vibration is your standard. Your silent standard. That is it. Everything that's outside of you, truly evil. Never learn anything, and you will be condemned to either pass it along, pass some sort of an abuse to your own children, or you'll just abuse yourself until you die alone. So don't you ever be waiting to settle some score, because the parents will either be too dead or too old to know what the fuck you're talking about. If you're comfortable, it means that you're being ruined and you don't know it. If you're comfortable, it means that something is not right. There's no such thing as comfort unless you've gotten a lobotomy, or unless you're not. I don't know. But for most men, comfort is not in the DNA. It's not. What is in the DNA is transcendence and work and creation and law, order. Just a philosophy. A lot of stuff. Tell me my future. Your future's all used up. What? The platform is completely annihilated. It took a while to recover from that. I didn't know that it was going to move so fast. But when humanity is moving into the age of Aquarius, and when people start waking up, they would get the pitchforks out and the fucking nooses out and such. So, that's just what happens. You're going to move fast when it's like that. Just to stay alive. No, you can't even find the channels that you liked. You can't find the videos that you like. Next thing you know, they never existed. Oh, I thought that was only in dystopia science fiction. Oh, I didn't know that could really happen. Oh, oh.
It's profit. The profit motive. It's just greed. That's it. It's just greed.
What do you think, I'm fucking stupid? Anyway, we need to get that out. It's not greed. It's a force of something else. Greed is meaningless without purpose. Ooh, is that a good point? Oh, Jesus, Dan. Christ almighty. That's really good. It's just purposeless greed? What do they think, I'm a fucking idiot? I'm gonna believe that horse shit? Come on. So don't ever forget, there are incredible forces. That hideous strength is right around the corner. I saw a woman walking around public while wearing a poo emoji onsie. It's sad, isn't it? You go on to Twitter or you're in chat, there's fucking dog shit, there's stinking shit with a smile on your face going into your eyes, feces and shit. Imagine that. Get some good emojis, feces and shit and crap. It's pathetic. This culture is fucking pathetic. Discord. People were talking about Discord before. Imagine the applications are like friends and chat and TeamSpeak and then Discord. The next one's probably going to be rape. Hey, join my rape channel. It's got voice chat, got video chat. What a nightmare. Okay. Oh, it's just the moon. The moon. The moon is getting us. That's so crazy, the implications of hadron and just quantum, like the phase shifting, whatever that fuck that's called. It's so fucked. It's so crazy to think that. Think of that. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. It's so crazy. That's so crazy. Just remember one thing. Death before downloading yourself to a consciousness. To a digital consciousness. Just remember. Death before that. You remember those times? They're coming when death will flee from you. Those times are coming, everybody. So be careful. Just make sure that you end your own life before downloading your soul onto a chip. Look, I don't mean that literally. I mean that figuratively. You're better off not being alive than downloading into a chip that's an eternal saint in prison. But the only thing that the devil and Satan wants is you to suffer like it. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the Bible. That's the whole point of the interloper, mad God, the God that came in between the Creator and this earth, the one that's bughouse crazy, sociopath, sick fuck. The point of a sociopath, sick fuck God is to get you to suffer like it for all eternity. That's the only purpose that it has. The only one. It's not even to subvert a creator. It's to make you suffer like it is. That's the only thing. That's the only purpose it has. That's why I say stay away from it. Oh, music's done. Everything you say, everything you do is fed into Satan. Isn't that cool? Pretty cool, huh? You tell that to anybody, they'd slap you in the face, kick you in the balls, and tell you to kill yourself. I want you to become my son, going into his own man. Not just my son, but another person altogether. Not just my son, you're also your own man. And you remember that 24/7, because I'm not always going to be here. I might be here for the next few decades, but there's gonna come a point where you're actually gonna have to sack up and plan a funeral. Know what I'm saying? So you just remember, this conversation spans eons, time, forever. This is an important conversation, son. Remember this. Become who you are. Become who you want to be and who you should be before you never do. I'm just warming up, just getting loose. Just living life to the fullest, essentially. Oh, it is. You know? Guppy, no, I didn't see Unreal Engine 5 demo. Unreal Engine is pretty nice, but I just don't care anymore about visuals or new games. I mean, you know, I'll look into them, but I'm not, you know, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, when I see stuff that's advertised on Unreal Engine, it says, you know, you got the developers saying it's going to run at 30 frames per second. You know, so it's all crap, man. I don't like the game industry, you know? I really don't. I don't like the people that work in it. I don't like the way they make games. I don't like how they treat the designers and the developers and the team. I don't like the games they put out. I don't like the journalists. I don't like the journalism in the industry. I'm kind of not a big fan, honestly. So I haven't checked out anything. And ComTrue, there are still loading screens. I may check back into the games when there aren't any more loading screens and everything runs at 60 frames. Then I may check back. Until then, I'm not interested in new things. I'm just not. If there are loading screens and it's games run at 30 frames on a console, dedicated hardware. Look, in arcades, back in the day, there used to be games. They used to look fantastic and they used to play very smoothly. You know why? Because they had dedicated hardware and they were designed to run at 60 frames. Consoles are dedicated hardware. It is hardware dedicated to playing video games. If there are still loading screens, there were no loading screens in the arcade. If there are still loading screens, and it's a sub 60 frame rate, I'm not interested anymore. I'm tired. It's been 20 years since the arcades have been closed. You know, I'm just tired. Games, the more realistic or the more dense a game looks, generally speaking, the more shit the game is. A video game is not realistic. A video game is it's a figurative, abstract representation of the imagination. The more realistic a game is, generally speaking, the more shit it is. And you know what? Video games, I mean, there are some good bangers that were made 20 years ago, but unfortunately, I mean, people don't like this, but video games will never be art. Never. It's already too late. The industry is destroyed. And the people that are making games now are just simply not very talented in it. Games will never be art. The games that could be considered in a fantastically realized art form were made in 1991, 92, 93, 94. It's over. Games will never be art. Who knows Loom? You know, who knows Monkey Island 1 and 2, Grim Fandango, Full Throttle? I mean, you know, they're not like underground. They've been remastered. Sure. Who knows The Last Express? Who knows some of those bangers? It's all over. They'll never make good games ever again. It is what it is. It's okay. You don't have to be worried about it. You know, if you're really worried about it, you actually have to do it yourself. You have to do it yourself. There's no such thing as a AAA game that is a piece of art. No such thing. Show me. You show me one AAA game that could be remotely considered an art. And, you know, I'm not Mr. the definition of art, you know what I mean? But you get what I mean. The Witcher 3 is definitely, I would say, a AAA game, but I mean, it's okay, but it's not like, I mean, how is it art? You cut people's heads off, you cut throats, you have sex, you drink potions, you get buzzed, you run around a big map doing bullshit fetch quests. How is that art? How is that art? I mean, it could be a great game, sure. The developer is fantastic, sure. But how is that art? How? How does that make your life better? How does it enrich? What is art? Something that elevates your spirit, elevates your soul. Something that flabbergasts you when you're playing it. Something like Loom. You play Witcher, what do? You kill 15,000 screams. You're killing screams. There's something barfing all over you. A guy's like this. My kid turned into a goblin. I'll get him. Wake me up when it's midnight. And then I'll cut its throat. First, I gotta play a card game. Excuse me? How does that elevate? How does that elevate you? I'm sure, hey, it's a good game. The developers are brilliant. Brilliant. How is that art? Are you joking me? Please. Let's get serious. BioShock and Fear, those were good games, waifu. Half-Life 2, yeah, those were good games. It's still the same old shit. You're just blowing people's heads off, cutting throats, puking. Something slices you in half, you die screaming. That's not art. That's not art. That's not. Gore is not art. The closest thing I've ever seen is Loom. You know what's the second place? I know of nothing else. Tench, perhaps Minecraft, perhaps. I'm not a fan. I really don't know how. I'm not built for toil. But there's something to be said about Minecraft. I mean, you gotta deal with dumbass zombies and stupid ass shit like that. But I mean, you know, there's a challenge. Stupid ass, dumbass zombies. Get out of my face with that sewage. Fucking zombies. Get out of my face. Such sewage. Games that are going to be coming out now, they're going to be revolting. They're going to be torturous. They're going to be punishing. They focus on suffering. They focus on confusion. They focus on the meaningless. They focus on not the opposite of elevating your spirit. It's the opposite. The opposite. Anything that comes out now, but that's in summation. That's why I'm not very interested in new graphics, because with new graphics, it's just gonna be freaking. It's gonna be a slow frame rate on dedicated hardware. Hardware that's dedicated to running games at a high frame rate. Are you kidding me? Loading screens in 2020? I was playing games freaking 40 years ago, and there were no loading screens. Come on, please. Why do we always go backwards? Why does everything always go backwards and everyone pretends that it's not? Yeah, the graphics in Valorant, the visibility is very, very good. But the art style, you know, we've been talking about the Fortnite-esque art style for a couple of years now. And, you know, I did say that all games would be adhering to that art style. like the sickening art look of Overwatch, of Fortnite, Valorant, like sexy anime, in other words. In other words, sexy anime. Which is absolute shit. Absolute shit. Sexy ass anime. You're playing an elf, it's a sexy ass elf. Get the fuck out of my face with that trash. Get the fuck out of my face with that shit. Sickening. Sickening. And you get another crop of games that is the opposite of all your expectations. It's actually ugly. You pull up something like The Last of Us 2. Ugliness. Ugly. Ugly. Got blood. That's called ugliness. Ugliness. It's called ugly. It's ugly. 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 Grotesque. Gore. And of course, sex. 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 Sex plus gore equals your entertainment now. I mean, you have ugliness, and you have perversion in even things like Eugene O'Neill. Sure. But you have other things. It's not pornographic. It's cautionary. And that makes all the difference. Is it cautionary, or does it wallow and writhe in its ugliness and perversion? Or does it make it sad and cautionary? There's the distinction there. Yeah, you're taking it too... I mean, it's only a game. It's only a story. Oh, yeah. Sure. It's only porno. You got mainstream sensibilities now, mainstream social media, that's porno. What?
Sex.
Elon Musk is a scared man, Rekka? I mean, I have no idea. He seems pretty cool to me, but I mean, if you're out there naming your children, A to the 5th power / WYFUK, fucky. It looks like you're a dead machine. I'm sorry. And we've been making distinctions between torture porn, gore, sexy ass anime, and on the other side, art that elevates the spirit. It's a very clear distinction, but the lines now, of course, they're blurred. Not for me, though. They're not blurred for me.